public. On the ground, the response in the DRC is facing major operational challenges, including gaps in surveillance and contact tracing, as well as limited laboratory capacity to rapidly confirm infections. Officials warn the true scale of the outbreak may be significantly larger because the virus is believed to have circulated undetected for some time. Meanwhile, Congolese authorities say they expect the numbers to change with improved lab testing capabilities. Earlier, officials warned that the outbreak, now described as the third largest on record, was outpacing the world's response.
I'll tell you that we're at around 1,000 suspected cases, perhaps 1,028 suspected cases. That's hardly any different from yesterday. But what is new today, and will become even more so, is that with significantly improved laboratory capacity, from tomorrow I will be able to tell you how many cases of Ebola we have. Today I can tell you that with all the tests we have carried out since the start of this outbreak, up to today, we have 225 cases of Ebola.
Meanwhile, the head of the World Health Organization has arrived in the town of Bunia, the epicenter of the Ebola outbreak. While addressing reporters, Tedros Ghebreyesus emphasized the importance of community involvement in combating the disease, in tandem with involvement from the international community.
Yes, the international community is involved under the leadership of the government of DRC. At the same time, community ownership is important. That's why we're here to discuss with the community to see how the response is running, and if there are challenges, to help.
Meanwhile, Chris Ochamringa is traveling with the WHO delegation and filed the following report from Bunia.
The WHO Director General, Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus, has held meetings with top officials of Ituri province in this city of Bunia, and he has been briefed about the challenges they are facing. One of the major challenges is the insecurity in this region. There's a rebel group known as Kodeko, which is about 90 kilometers from this area, in a place known as Mongwalu, which is one of the hotspots of this Ebola outbreak. And health workers, have to track all people who have come into contact with Ebola patients. Now, going to that area is very difficult. So we've been told that there have been meetings with the United Nations peacekeeping mission, the government, and they're trying to work to come up to strengthen the security so that health workers can go and reach out to those areas and treat people. So Congo is facing like a double, problem. The health, Ebola contagious disease, and also insecurity. And there's another issue about mistrust. Some people do not believe that this disease exists. They would rather go to traditional healers or churches to be prayed for. So all those things are matters that the World Health Organization is trying to come up to coordinate a more holistic response. They're going to step up awareness campaigns, increase testing, surveillance, and also mobilize more money so that the DRC can be able to end this outbreak before it spreads to other parts of the region. There are lots of information campaigns that the government, the DRC government, has been repeatedly making on the national television. They're telling people to respect the health and safety guidelines, keep a social distance, report any suspected cases. The number of places that have recorded cases are Ituri, where I am, North Kivu and South Kivu, where there are rebels like the M23. And so the other parts of the DRC have not really recorded cases of Ebola. So many people in those areas have this feeling that Ituri is still very far from their region. Some people have still not taken this issue very seriously. But the government has stepped up, the communication, telling people that you have to respect the guidelines, inform health officials of any suspected cases so that they can stop this disease from spreading further. But the World Health Organization recently warned that the risk of it spreading across the DRC is very high.
Elsewhere, Presidents Xi Jinping and Abdel Fattah al-Sisi have exchanged congratulations on 70 years of China-Egypt relations. The Chinese president says their bilateral ties have become a model of solidarity and cooperation among developing countries, highlighting mutual respect, trust and support over the past 7 decades. He called on the two ancient civilizations and key members of the Global South to deepen cooperation and contribute to peace and development. The Egyptian president acknowledged progress in bilateral ties and says he's ready to work with President Xi to deliver more results and help to build a more stable, multipolar world. Chinese Premier Li Qiang and Egyptian Prime Minister Mustafa Madbouli also exchanged congratulations, pledging to expand cooperation, including high-quality belt and road collaboration. Well, 2026 also marks the 70th anniversary of diplomatic relations between China and Africa. Officials from both sides agree what began as a shared struggle against colonialism has since transformed into a positive economic and technological partnership. Our reporter Daniel Arap Moy breaks down the key milestones over this 7-decade journey.
The story began in 1956 when China and Egypt, the first country in Africa, established diplomatic ties. A new chapter was opened, a friendship forged on the common ground of fighting injustice. Bound by a shared fight against colonial rule, Beijing provided crucial backing to African liberation movements. Fast forward to the year 2000, and that friendship shifts into an economic engine. The launch of the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation sparked an unprecedented boom in infrastructure, trade and investment.
In May 2026, that trade relationship reached a historic milestone.
Under a new policy, China has scrapped all tariffs on goods from 53 African nations. From South African citrus fruits to Rwandan chili, African products are now arriving in Chinese ports completely duty-free.
It's an indication of China, putting primacy in its relationship with Africa. It's an indication of China really emphasizing the centrality of Africa in its foreign relations and interactions.
The bilateral focus has also moved with a modern drive. Chinese firms are accelerating technology transfer across the continent, helping Africa build its local innovation capacity in robotics, digital systems, and artificial intelligence. But the biggest transformation might be cultural. Through the 2026 year of people-to-people exchanges, hundreds of new joint events have been launched, spanning tourism, youth forums, and industrial skills training. On the world stage, China and African nations are jointly pushing for the reform of global institutions, including the UN Security Council, to amplify Global South voices. The message from China and Africa remains clear. The future of worldwide development is being written in the Global South. Daniel Arap Moy, CGTN.
Meanwhile, as U.S. President Donald Trump continues to deliberate on the potential U.S.-Iran ceasefire deal, Tehran insists that negotiations are still ongoing and that no final agreement exists so far. Isan Kivani has the latest now from Tehran.
Despite numerous reports in foreign media claiming a deal has been finalized, several critical issues between Iran and the United States remain unresolved. First is the issue of frozen assets. Under the terms of the agreement, $12 billion is to be released immediately from Iran's frozen funds. Tehran says it will not engage in any further negotiations until that payment is made, arguing that failure to implement the clause would constitute a breach of U.S. commitments. Second is the question of a ceasefire in Lebanon. Iran continues to insist on a comprehensive ceasefire, specifically one aligned with Hezbollah's position. Meanwhile, the Islamic Revolution Guards Corps, the IRGC, says 24 vessels transited the Strait of Hormuz over the past 24 hours under the coordination of the IRGC and Iran's foreign ministry. Officials say the number of authorized ships is higher, but only a limited number are permitted to pass each day to prevent congestion. Over the past 5 days, more than 80 commercial vessels have transited the strategic underwaterway. On the diplomatic front, Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araghchi says a final agreement will depend on the United States ending what he described as excessive demands and changing contradictory positions. And finally, strong remarks from Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf. In a post on X, he wrote, "We obtain concessions not through talks but through missiles. In negotiations, we only make them understand those concessions." He went on to say that guarantees and words cannot be trusted, only actions matter, and that no action will be taken before the other side acts first. He concluded with this warning: the winner of any agreement is the one who becomes better prepared for war the day after it. Ehsan Keivani, CGTN, Tehran.
And that's it for this edition of Africa Live. Before we go, do remember you can send your feedback to the contacts on your screen and follow us as well on our digital media platforms.
For 7 decades, the relationship between China and Africa has evolved from a shared anti-colonial struggle into one of the most significant strategic partnerships in the world today. In 1956, Egypt became the first African country to establish diplomatic ties with China, initiating a dynamic partnership that today spans 53 African countries. And in the decades that followed, that solidarity progressed into deep economic cooperation. Now, since the launch of the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation in 2000, China has become Africa's largest trading partner and has financed and built transformative infrastructural projects across the continent. This partnership now extends far beyond economics. As 2026 marks the China-Africa Year of People-to-People Exchanges, the focus has shifted to cultural ties, green innovation, and a shared vision for industrial modernization. So, after 70 years of diplomatic relations, what has this partnership achieved? And how will China and Africa shape the next chapter of their partnership in an increasingly polarized world? I'm Beatrice Marshall. Welcome to this special edition of Talk Africa, co-produced with the University of Nairobi. Well, joining me now to unpack Africa-China relations after 70 years are Professor Patrick Maluki, Chairperson of the Diplomacy Scholars Association of Kenya, James Shikwati, Director of the Inter-Region Economic Network, from Cairo, joining us via Zoom, Ambassador Ali El-Khefni, a former Egyptian Deputy Foreign Minister and former Ambassador to China. And from Beijing, also joining us via Zoom, Professor Jean Jijun, Director of the African Studies Center at the China Foreign Affairs University. And we're also joined by an audience of students from the University of Nairobi. Welcome everyone to the program, and thank you for being here with us today. My first question is to you, Ambassador El-Khefni, because 70 years ago, China and Egypt established diplomatic relations, opening a new chapter for China-Africa ties. How have China-Egypt relations evolved over the years? What's your assessment of the current diplomatic ties, Ambassador?
The simple comparison between the situation prevailing in Africa and worldwide in the 50s of the last century and where we stand today will show you to which extent those relations, interactions between Africa and China, how they have developed, how they have increased in so many ways. How did they become very beneficial for both sides? When we met in Bandung in the 50s of the last century as Africans and Asians, and we have decided to create a committee of African-Asian solidarity, because most of the African countries, they were absent in Bandung, in Indonesia, because we were still suffering out of foreign occupation. And we had a whole struggle that we had to fight together politically and in so many other means, so that the African countries could regain their freedom, regain their independence, their sovereignty.
Let me come to you, Professor Maluki, because 70 years after this first formal diplomatic engagement between China and African countries, what does this 70-year milestone symbolize?
Thank you very much, Beatrice, for this opportunity, and want to congratulate China and Africa on this achievement, and we really have many lessons to learn. One, there is already evidence that China and Africa have a lot in common. Just as Ambassador was saying, that 70 years ago, majority of African countries were under bondage, but that has changed. And China has provided, an alternative development or path for African states. Majorly one of the main contribution to China-Africa, development path is the role model that China has provided, that it can be done. Because 70 years, China was also very, very underdeveloped. But since that time, it has really pulled itself in terms of development to high levels of social, economic, and political achievement, which many countries in Africa are really emulating. It is possible. That's a very strong message. And this has not been without support. China has demonstrated the willingness and the ability to help Africa to really move the political and economic ladder.
Right. So, James, the economic development has been one of the dominant features of China-Africa cooperation. In 2025, if we look at the trade volumes, for instance, between China and Africa, it reached around $348 billion. That is a 17.7% increase from 2024. What does this data tell us about the major cooperation areas?
Now, when it comes to the trade volumes, I think first, what China did early in May 1st, 2026, by offering 53 African countries zero tariff access to China. I think that was a very powerful message that African countries rarely get from their partners. So on top of talking about the 368 billion trade initiative that is already happening, I think the door has been opened wider to African countries. And I think what we are going to be seeing now is more or less building of value chains within Africa, value addition. And I recall by 2nd of May, Zimbabwe was already exporting value-added lithium to China, which is a very powerful message. So I think there are going to be lots of dynamics that are going to happen given that zero tariff offer. Which, in my view, it's going to be changing the character of our private sector. Right. Because our private sector has been mostly Western-oriented, but now with a zero tariff offer, we're going to start seeing lots of African companies that now play a bigger role in our economies. And if you look at the kind of infrastructure projects that China has been investing in Africa, most of them cut across countries. So there's that aspiration that is shared, that we need to build a market in Africa. And then, of course, China has a market. Now we are looking at a possibility of now celebrating close to a 3 billion people market when you combine China and Africa. And that is a very big force when it comes to a global market.
Right. So, Professor Zhang, this 70th anniversary of China-Africa, it comes against the backdrop of changing geopolitics, against the backdrop of changing global landscapes. How is China recalibrating its relations with Africa against that backdrop?
I think China's engagement with Africa has never been a matter of expediency. It is a strategic long-term commitment. Under new global realities, we are not recalibrating our fundamental direction, but rather, I would say we are deepening and upgrading cooperation to meet the evolving needs of both sides. The core adjustment is a shift towards high-quality development, emphasizing such areas like digital economy, green transition, health, and the industrial chain integration. China is aligning its cooperation more closely with the African Union's Agenda 2063 and the African Continental Free Trade Area, helping to build Africa's own production capacity and supply chain rather than simply extracting resources. And the all-weather nature of our relationship means that external geopolitical tensions will not disrupt this kind of cooperation. Instead, I would say they reinforce the need for both China and Africa to stand together to safeguard the stability of global industrial and supply chains and to resist protectionism.
Right. So I want to take the first question from the floor.
My name is Zadok Musela, a second-year student in the University of Nairobi. I'm pursuing international studies and diplomacy. My question goes to Professor Zhang of Beijing. In the era of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, how can China-Africa cooperation prevent Africa from becoming merely a consumer market for emerging technologies and instead position the continent as a co-creator of global innovation?
What China has been doing is actually empower Africa. We're actually doing a lot of, technology transfer. And so in this kind of process, we can see that actually China has trained, hundreds of thousands of, the technicians in Africa. I think it's a kind of, helping the African countries to build this kind of ability to develop its indigenous development pattern. So in this process, I don't think, actually Africa is just a kind of consumer of those kind of emerging technologies. And also, China has expertise, for example, like in 5G and also like the AI technologies. And we actually are co-developing a lot of this kind of, infrastructure for this kind of new technology. And I think, through this kind of, training and, collaborating, I think it's a kind of, win-win development, not only for China, but also for African countries. Thank you.
Right. So, Professor Maluki, let me come to you on the political and the colonial solidarity that China and Africa have had. Because over the past 70 years, China-Africa relations has evolved from a colonial legacy to the economic development that we've just been talking about. How has that meaning of shared struggle? Talk to us about the meaning of shared struggle.
True that Africa and China have some, shared history. Still, when you compare China and Africa, maybe China has really been able to weather through the impact of colonialism, while in Africa still it may not have really been succeeded. What I mean is that in my assessment, China has been able to master its own destiny as a society, right. And it now has developed its own path of development, its ideology, its position in the international system, its ranking status, which when you compare with Africa, Africa is still struggling with that. We still are, suffering from colonial mentality in a number of ways. For example, when you look at our own identity as a society, you find that we are not here nor there. If I can make reference to Huntington's book on Clash of Civilizations, he identified about 8 competing civilizations which have its own identities. China has its own identity among others, but in Africa, identity is still not really there yet. And I think this is something that probably Africa may need to really look at, especially on how to chart our own developmental path and nurture our own identity as a people, as a society. I think that is very, very important for Africa. Right. So, Ambassador El-Hefni, I want to come to you on some of the experiences and some of the moments that have, been incorporated in China-Africa relations. Over the last 70 years, though, are there instances that you may recall that have tested the resilience of China-Egypt or China-Africa relations? And what lessons can you share? What lessons have emerged from that?
We talked right now about the shared history, and it's true that we have a lot that we share together. We were under occupation. China was under occupation. We never went and occupied others, neither China. But there is something else which is as important as the shared history, which is the Charter of the United Nations that we believed in, we still stick to, and the international law. And this constitutes, both of them, the safety network that we need to preserve, we need to defend, because there are attempts nowadays by certain regional and international powers to neglect, to do everything that would put all these wonderful principles and values that we have always believed and we still believe in behind our back. No, it has to do with our very existence, and we have to keep on defending that world order that is based mainly on the principles that we have agreed upon them when we created the United Nations and the international law. There were some important phases in the history of relationship and cooperation between the two sides, Africa and China, especially when we have established the FOCAC. The FOCAC made a big difference in the relations and in the cooperation between the two sides. But what made the bigger difference is the BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative. Look at how was the situation 13 years ago and how it is nowadays in Africa.
Right.
Our partnership as the continent with China made a big difference during those last 13 years, especially in the field of infrastructure.
Right. So, Professor Jean, let me come to you on that UN Charter, and let's go back to 1971. You know, African nations were instrumental in China's return to the United Nations. How did that 1971 moment bind China to Africa?
I think the 1971 restoration of China's legitimacy at the United Nations with decisive support from African countries is ingrained in the historical memory of the Chinese people as a profound act of brotherhood. It was not a transactional event, but the crystallization of political mutual trust built during the era of this kind of, national liberation struggles. This moment bound China to Africa through a deep sense of this kind of mutual obligation and also a shared future. Chinese people often say that it was our African brothers who carried China into the UN. I think this historical friendship translates today into commitment. China has consistently spoken up for Africa in multilateral forums, championing greater African representation and voice, and opposed external interferences in Africa's internal affairs. I think this bond is one of, permanent solidarity, where China sees its own rise and the rejuvenation of Africa as part of the same historical process of the Global South's collective advancement.
Right. So, James, how is Africa balancing the visible infrastructure deficit that China is helping to close the gap against the rising concerns of debt sustainability in several countries across the continent?
Yeah, first of all, Africa and China have had a possibility to renegotiate their debts. For example, if you use Kenya, we've had a situation where our debt denominated in US dollar has been put into the Chinese currency. So that's one way of looking at how do you manage the debt situation. The second aspect is this zero tariff offer. Because this zero tariff offer simply tells Africans, now you can create wealth by accessing our market. You can co-create wealth together with Chinese people and generate the necessary revenue to be able to handle the debt issue. Thirdly, the infrastructure is not just about transportation, it's also about building business hubs, or what we call special economic zones. So you notice with these offers that Africa has been given, you use the infrastructure to create the specific areas of generating the kind of, what I would call goods that you can export, not only to China, but also to the rest of the world. And then, of course, the fourth point, which is very, very important, is that China's visibility in Africa is more about trade and business and less about China imposing its values. And when you look at the trade numbers, you notice that some of the countries that are very visible in Africa, they trade less with Africa, but they engage more in what you'll call civic-oriented initiatives, where in Kenya we say they talk more, they do less. And China does more and talks less. So I think all that is very powerful. And then lastly, of course, for the Belt and Road Initiative, what the Chinese taught the world is that whereas all partners still insist Africa is a high-risk area, the Chinese said we have the confidence that we can do infrastructure in this part of the world, and it's opening up Africa for the rest of the world, renewing competition now with the others.
Right, so we're going to take another question from the floor.
My name is Nicole Zawadi, a student in the University of Nairobi, pursuing a degree in diplomacy and international studies. And my question goes to Professor Maluki. So how can the relationship between China and Africa support the decolonization of African narratives in areas such as global media, academia, and policy spaces, ensuring a balanced representation of the continent?
Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think I alluded to the decolonization concept, which has gained a lot of currency in international relations spheres. And I think, yes, in the international relations discipline, we are so much concerned about decolonization because the world inherited, a Western international system with Western conception, theories, and the kind of ecosystem where international relations has been happening. And it is important that we go back to the basics and recalibrate our identity, our ideology, our personality. The second aspect that is very important when it comes to decolonization is about our ideology and our world view. Africa has one ideology, which is Ubuntu. Right. And Ubuntu is about, collectivity and taking care of the other person, because we are an ecosystem and we exist as a collaboration, as a network. But if you go to the Western society, they think individually. And lastly, is about our architecture. When you revisit an African city, you just see a replica of Europe. What was our traditional architectural designs? All right. So if we could revise our curriculum and have our architectural design actually reflected in our buildings, in our state house, in African Union, building in Addis Ababa, to take that shape of an heart, like the way the Egyptian pyramids are structured. That would be really a strong message of Africanization and therefore decolonization. Thank you.
All right, we are going to take a short break now, and when we come back, we'll continue our discussion on China-Africa relations at 70. To stay with us. Welcome back to Talk Africa. Still with me are Ambassador Ali El Hefni, Professor Jean Jijun, Professor Patrick Maluki, and James Shikwati. James, I want to go back to the 2024 FOCAC summit in Beijing. The relationship was elevated between China and Africa to an all-weather community with a shared future for the new era. What does this mean, though, in terms of the increasing geopolitical tensions?
Yeah, that was a very powerful pronouncement during the FOCAC session of 2024 about all weather. All weather here means China is willing to work with Africans regardless of the environment. So, for example, if you're going to change the leadership of a country after election, they're not going to say they didn't like the new one, and therefore they will not work with you. And you notice this has been happening. We have elections, but China has continuity. China has consistency. They rarely say we simply want to work with a particular head of state, which is sort of what has been the common place. So that's one aspect of cold weather. The second aspect that is very powerful is we are now facing what we call narrative competition, ideological competition, as emerging economies become more stronger. The older ones are busy insisting that certain way of life has to be the one to be followed. But China does not follow those kinds of arguments. They engage a country, they engage Africa as it is. And I think that's what's really creating that deliberate, forward-looking aspect. And yes, lastly, the importance of respecting other people's civilizations is very powerful, because it means China is not choosing to engage with a specific civilization and say this other one is too junior or it's not important. So that all-weather aspect is very important, and I think Africa has to take advantage of this and have a strategy of how they can leverage this kind of approach for the all-weather approach in engagement.
Right. Professor Jean, let's talk about how Africa can leverage on China, because China is now moving to a high-tech economy. Where do you see the biggest opportunities for Africa? Where do they lie?
The biggest opportunities lie in three transformative areas, which are fully aligned with our FOCAC cooperation frameworks. The first one is in digital economy. China's world-leading expertise in 5G, e-commerce, mobile payment, and AI offers Africa, I think there is a chance to leapfrog traditional stages of infrastructure development through this kind of joint labs and technology transfer. We can co-develop solutions for such areas like smart agriculture, telemedicine, and inclusive finance, tailored to Africa's needs. Second, in clean energy, China's technological and manufacturing edge in solar panels, wind turbines, and hydroelectric equipment, combined with Africa's abundant renewable resources and critical minerals. I think this makes it possible to build local value chains from raw mineral processing to battery manufacturing and electric vehicle assembly right on the continent. Third, I think in the modernization of agriculture and industry, China's own experience in poverty alleviation and industrial upgrading provides a model and technologies for agricultural mechanization and special economic zones. The goal is not simply to transfer those old capacity, but to co-innovate and empower Africa to become a high-tech partner in the global green and digital economy.
So, James, I want to come back to what you mentioned earlier about the zero tariff policy that has just come into place for 53 African countries. How significant is that zero tariff policy in terms of being a symbol of the evolution from political solidarity to deeper economic integration?
It's a very powerful and significant decision that the Chinese did. One way of looking at it is, first of all, African countries have been struggling to create an integrated market. We have a body called the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which is still in motion, trying to consolidate an African market. And here comes one single country called China, offering 53 African countries possibility to access its markets. To access Chinese market means certain standards will have to be followed. So all the 53 will have to learn about those Chinese standards. So meaning that indirectly, what China is doing is creating a platform of unifying the African market already. Because if all 53 can meet Chinese standards, it means those standards can be applicable to the African market, and therefore the possibility of the 2.8 billion people market is created. The second aspect is to export to China means Africans will have to create a company, some kind of entity that manufactures, adds value, and then exports to China. So it's going to lead to the increase of formation of the manufacturing sector, which means creating jobs, because we are talking about a youthful continent. So the more we have enterprises in Africa seeking to take advantage of accessing Chinese market, then it means that will create possibility for the jobs. Lastly, we already have Africans who were already in China positioning themselves as those who export back to Africa because they understand Africa better. So it creates that possibility where some of our diaspora Africans in China will be working with their local counterparts here in Africa to even grow better enterprises that feed into the Chinese market. And maybe lastly, we could say for the Chinese companies that have been already here in Africa exporting raw materials because of tariffs, now they'll have the incentive to actually add value to the products right here in Africa and then access their home markets.
Right. So, Professor Maluki, of course, as we speak about this growing relationship, there are misconceptions that still abound between the relationship between China and Africa. What are some of the biggest misconceptions that still exist?
Very straightforward misconception is the allegation that China is exploiting Africa. And the dead burden has been really amplified in international media. But I think that is a misplaced argument because African governments are sovereign and they are rational. What has happened is that China has provided Africa with an option. You know, we are not in a one-way traffic as it used to be before, when we could only get foreign assistance from the West. Now they are option, and many of our friends are not happy with this opportunity. So I think that perception is misplaced because African governments approach China willingly and they are rational in whatever they do. They are responsible, they are sovereign. And so it is a mutual benefit, it's for mutual benefit. The second misperception is that Chinese products are of poor quality. I think this for a long time has been amplified that whatever comes from China is really poor and of low quality. But we have really high quality product from Chinese industries and manufacturers. Right. Chinese are really at the same par with any other manufacturing society in the world today. And so these aspects have been really communicated and just merely to smear the opportunity that have come with the Chinese rise to the African societies. Right.
So I want to come to you, Professor Jean, because some Western countries often portray China-Africa relations as creating dependency. How would you respond to that criticism?
I think this kind of criticism is a complete misrepresentation rooted in outdated Cold War mentality, often serving to deflect from other powers' own historical and ongoing exploitative practices. The facts tell a different story. China's cooperation with Africa is based on the principles of mutual respect, equality, and non-interference. No political conditions are ever attached. And China finances and builds infrastructure that the West was unwilling to fund for decades, like ports, railways, and power plants that are the backbone of independent development. The dependency narrative ignores that Chinese engagement is designed to build local capacity. Let's take a look at the thousands of kilometers of roads and railways, and the over 100 industrial parks being developed, and also the tens of thousands of, as I mentioned earlier, African technicians trained. The BRI and FUCOC frameworks are tools that African countries actively use to diversify their partners and break the monopoly of traditional powers. True dependency would mean political submission. By contrast, China's partnership, I think it strengthens Africans' autonomy and voice in global affairs. And we measure success not by what we extract, but by the sustainable local growth we help generate.
Right, so we're going to get another question from the floor.
My name is Lynette Akai. I am a second-year student at the University of Nairobi, pursuing a degree in diplomacy and international studies. My question is directed to Mr. Shikwati, and my question is, how can African states within BRICS or aligned with BRICS ensure that participation translates into real gains in terms of productive capacity, industrial upgrading, or economic diversification?
Right.
Thank you, Lynette. Yeah, one thing that we are learning from the Chinese is that when you are intentional and you have forward-looking planning, you are likely to succeed. So by being offered a market access to China, the challenge has been thrown to us, Africans, and our leaders, that do we just go as single entities, the 53 nations, or do we create economic hubs? Let's say East Africa Community creates an economic hub that then coordinates enterprises within East Africa region to access the Chinese market. The same for West Africa, North Africa, Central, and South Africa. And we are seeing that possibility already in East Africa, where, for example, the realization that we have low electricity energy supply. East African community is already talking to Ethiopia, the neighbor that has lots of electricity to sell. So I think being strategic and forward-looking, and then, of course, the skills exchanges that already our colleagues have talked about, and then making sure we have the environment that enables African local companies to thrive. Because if we don't create that environment, then we are going to miss the opportunity of having companies that can take advantage of the Chinese market.
Right, so we want to look at the future now very briefly. Ambassador El-Hafni, you say that China-Egypt relations are in a golden decade from 2025 to 2035. What do you foresee as the biggest opportunity for the two countries in this golden era?
More business, more investments, more joint projects, more industries to get implanted in our countries, more job creation, and there is a room for more work to be done with the Chinese as long as it is on a equal footing. This is what the Chinese like to say about win-win cooperation. It should be mutually beneficial. Yes, there is a room for more to be done, because what has been done, it's really very important, but it's not sufficient. And we need to learn more about development, the economic and social development of China, and to work with the Chinese as one of the best partners that we have for the time being and for the years to come, in such a way that we could work together to make the difference, create more opportunities, especially that there is a political will. When we talk about shared values, when we talk about shared future, this is what we mean. We mean that we need to have more engagement from both sides, and in a matter that is beneficial for our both economies, both societies, both people.
Right. So, Professor Meluki, we're also looking forward, and 2026 has been designated as the year for China-Africa people-to-people exchanges. Where do you see progress, and in which areas should more be done?
Thank you very much. I want to point out that you can't stop Africa anymore. You know, African societies have come of age, and they are willing and ready to do business with the other societies. And in this context, Africa and China are bound to progress. You know, they have quite a lot in common. One, there is complementarity relation between China and Africa, in the sense that China has what Africa wants. For example, technology. We need technology to spur development. We need infrastructure. And Chinese have shown, willingness to support African continent in terms of infrastructure, in terms of technology transfer. And on the other hand, Africa has the resources. We have the minerals. We have what the rest of the world wants. And therefore, China is finding it easy and very useful to engage with Africa, because to support its technological development, it needs some of the rare minerals which are found in Africa. And therefore, the beauty of this is that Africa is already conscious of its value, and China is also aware of the benefit that will derive from Africa. So there is a lot of synergy between the two regions, and I can only look forward to a very prosperous future between the two regions.
Right, so I want to get your winding up comments, gentlemen, and let me start off with Professor Jean. Let's look ahead very briefly to the next 70 years. What should define the future of China-Africa relations?
I think if the first 7 decades were about achieving political sovereignty and building physical connectivity, I think the single most important pillar for the next 70 years must be knowledge-driven co-innovation and modernization. President Xi Jinping has articulated that China and Africa share a common task of modernization. So this future pillar is about moving from a relationship of hardware transfer to one of joint software and intellectual creation. It means establishing like the shared R&D centers in fields like tropical agriculture, renewable energy technology, and AI for inclusive public services. And this pillar encapsulates the essence of the all-weather community with a shared future, moving together from liberation through industrialization to full intellectual and technological sovereignty. It represents the ultimate partnership where both sides are co-architects of the next global chapter of human progress, truly embodying the vision of a shared future for humanity. Thank you.
Right. Ambassador El Hafni?
Well, there is something very important that we share with China, which is our deep conviction that we need all to preserve our stability and to fight against anything that would tarnish that stability. Because stability goes with development, economic and social development. If you have stability, if you have security, if you have a safe continent, we are going to work and work in such a way that we could transform the continent. But if we surrender to everything that makes our situation less stable and more threatening, we are putting our economies into jeopardy. So we need some partner like China that value very much those values and principles in such a way that we work together to preserve the security, the safety, the stability of our continent.
All right. James, what should be the single most important pillar for China-Africa relations in the coming 70 years?
I would say in the African context is a review of the financial architecture, because you notice part of the reason Africa has challenges, its own currencies are not recognized globally. So reviewing the financial architecture to include Africa as actors, and also reviewing the global trading system, and of course lastly the credit rating system, which always points at Africa as a high-risk area, ignoring the other counter data. I would say those three for the next 70 years.
All right. Professor Maluki, briefly, you have the final word.
Thank you very much. For me, it would be more people-to-people relations. I would like to see Africans and Chinese more integrated so that we close the gap that could exist between the Africans and Chinese people.
Gentlemen, thank you all very much for this discussion, but that's all we have time for on this edition of Talk Africa. A big thank you to my guests, Professor Patrick Maluki, Chairperson of the Diplomacy Scholars Association of Kenya, James Shikwati, Director of the Inter-Region Economic Network, Ambassador Ali El Hefni, former Egyptian Deputy Foreign Minister and former Ambassador to China, and Professor Jean Jijun, Director of the African Studies Center at the China Foreign Affairs University. And of course, thank you to my audience of students from the University of Nairobi. Remember, you can be a part of this conversation online through our social media handles on Facebook and X. You can also catch the show on our YouTube playlist. Do keep the conversation going and join us again next week for more Talk Africa. From me, Beatrice Marshall at the University of Nairobi. Until next time, it's goodbye.
Well, hello. It is great to be back with you again on Lens on Africa. Let's zoom our lens on its political history at this moment.
Algeria did not have a centralized political structure prior to its colonization by France.
It is now time for our weekly roundoff of African history. Welcome to the interview segment on Lens on Africa. Examines its relevance, the pathways to achieving it.
To sustain productivity, there must be continuity.
Where the winds whisper secret, to the sands lies the forgotten kingdom of Da'amat.
It is on this note that we conclude Lens on Africa today. Thank you for spending your time with us.
Although social media as a
This is the network service of the NTA.
Of sun rays, I see the light in
sky. Oh, oh, oh. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Fine land in the beautiful sea. I choose to be happy. You and I, well, like diamonds in the sky. You're the shooting star I see, a vision of ecstasy. When you hold me, I'm alive. Well, like diamonds in the sky. I knew that we'd become one right away. Oh, right away. At first sight, I felt the energy of sun rays. I saw the life inside your eyes. Tonight, you and I, we're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. I too, so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Oh, 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 oh. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Eyes to eye, so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Oh, 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 sweetest. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Eye to eye, so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. We're beautiful diamonds in the sky. We're beautiful like diamonds in the. Come on. Oh yeah. All right. Like diamonds in the sky.
Oh, like diamonds in the sky. Thank you, Joy, for blessing us with this beautiful tune this early morning. Indeed, certainly, it's going to be a beautiful day, trust me. Now, today, we spotlight the unusual gains of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration, achievements that have sparked conversations nationwide.
From fuel subsidy removal to economic reforms, these bold decisions have shaped story headlines. They have sparked conversations and discussions, and they are impacting us as Nigerians directly or indirectly.
Yes, the conversation continues as we reflect on these major gains. Of course, Thelma, it's going to be an interesting day.
I have little doubt about that. In fact, some will say some of these gains are unconventional. But truth be told, they are shaping Nigeria's growth, our development, and our democratic process. My name is Thelma Obaze. Welcome. This is Weekend Do, and we're reaching you live on the Nigerian Television Authority, the NTA.
Now, stay tuned as we unpack these highlights, celebrate the progress, and of course, hear the perspective hear people's perspective on what all of these gains mean for the Nigerian future. Welcome once again. My name is Suleiman Babajiao Usman. Let's head straight to the news desk where Ifoma is standing by. Good morning.
Good morning, Suleiman. Good morning, Thelma. Good morning, Nigeria. Here is the news beats. The All Progressives Congress APC in Lagos State says it is set to embark on an aggressive grassroots campaign to mobilize support for President Bola Tinubu and all the party's candidates ahead of the coming general election. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu declared this when he led his deputy Obafemi Hamzat and all the 40 candidates for the State House of Assembly on the platform of the APC to visit the president. It was also a visit to introduce the candidates to their leader and president. After the meeting behind closed doors, Governor Sanwo-Olu revealed that they have been properly guided by the president on their planned campaign across the states.
They will not be taking anything for granted. We will not take anything for granted, and we want to hit the ground running. We have the data, we have the numbers, and so we've said that we're going to share so many things with them. It is a leg room, it's a leg work, and they have stakeholders they're going to work with, several hundreds of councillors, several hundreds of party, executive at the ward and at the local government level, several, leaders at various. So everything is cut out for them. But the bottom line is they're giving assurance to Mr. President, and they're all encouraged, they're all, motivated, they're all galvanized enough to go out there, and sell the party and sell it very well.
Reports that APC stakeholders from Oyo State also visited the president to introduce the party's governorship candidate, Sharafuddin Ali, as well as candidates for National Assembly seats from the state in the coming general election. After the meeting, the Oyo gubernatorial candidate told State House correspondents that the chances are high for APC in Oyo State, despite coming from opposition in the states.
I am banking on my integrity, I am competent, I have the capacity, and I'm well experienced to ensure that we win the next election. And with the area of leaders that we have, you can see some of them here. Senators, former deputy governors, and we still have a lot at home. We are sure that by the grace of God, we're going to win.
In the primaries, you consulted with a lot of aspirants, definitely.
Yes, certainly.
And some of them are not happy. What efforts are you making to
Well, efforts are in top gear to get everybody on board. As a matter of fact, before even the primaries, I've started going around to see all of them because I knew I was the leading candidate. So I've been going around to appeal to all of them that we should all work together. And they have all assured me that after the primaries, if I emerge, they will. And having emerged, our leaders have commenced the process of reconciliation.
Meanwhile, former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi is the consensus presidential candidate of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC. The affirmation was made at a special convention of the party held in Abuja. National leader of the party, Seriake Dixon, presented the party's flag to Peter Obi, where he officially named his running mates.
It is in this vein that I graciously accept the affirmation as the candidate of this great party, and in the same spirit, inviting Dr. Rabiu Kwankwaso to join me as the vice presidential candidate.
Peter Obi also unveiled his blueprint for the development of the country if elected. Party delegates and officials from INEC attended the special convention. In a related development, former President Goodluck Jonathan has emerged presidential candidate of the Kabiru Turaki-led Interim National Working Committee of the People's Democratic Party. This was the outcome of a special convention of the party held in Abuja. Timothy Yusuf reports.
The factional PDP Special Convention is solely for the ratification of the nomination of former President Goodluck Jonathan as his 2027 presidential candidate. Chairman of the factional PDP Special Convention Committee, Professor Jerry Gana, declared former President Goodluck Jonathan as his presidential candidate ahead of the 2027 election, following adoption of motions by delegates.
Those in favor of the motion that we hereby adopt President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan as our sole presidential candidate, say aye.
Member of the House of Representatives, Fred Agbedi, thereafter received the certificate of return on behalf of former President Goodluck Jonathan.
Now, when you look at the area of
distinguished Nigerians that have gathered in this convention, do you think that we are busybodies?
No, sir.
Do you think that we will do something that we're not sure of?
No, sir.
We know what we are doing.
On the non-recognition of the PDP faction by INEC, Turaki explained that the issue of recognition is a work in progress. Timothy Yusuf, NTA News.
As critical reforms embarked upon by the President Bola Tinubu administration continue to yield more resources and drive growth across the sub-nationals, the fortune of Nigerian women are set to be better. First Lady Oluremi Tinubu said this at the APC Women's Mega Rally in Ado Ekiti, where she also announced a 50,000 naira business support grant to 2,000 women. State House correspondent Adede Itaiwo brings us details of her one-day working visit to the state.
It is about 20 days to the off-cycle gubernatorial election in Ekiti State. And as expected, Ado Ekiti, the capital, is buzzing with activities with women who are critical stakeholders, eager and ready to have their say. For the women wing of the ruling All Progressives Congress in the state, the arrival of Nigeria's First Lady Oluremi Tinubu is a major boost for the re-election bid of their party at the Ekiti Park Pavilion, where they converged for the APC Women's Mega Rally. Their voices echoing their enthusiasm to re-elect the governor and President Bola Tinubu were loud.
If you love us, what you should stand on the mandate. It's time for us to stand on my own mandate in Ekiti. Come to 28.
Reflecting on their call, First Lady Oluremi Tinubu says a good turn deserves another and lauded Governor Biodu Oyebanji for addressing the expectations of women in the state. With the gains of the ongoing reforms in various states, President Bola Tinubu, she notes, is working to improve their laws.
I have instructed the wife of your governor to carry out an empowerment of 50,000 naira business support grants for 2,000 women, courtesy of RHI.
We have promised that in January we will give that 700,000 votes. That is our desire.
Earlier, the First Lady inaugurated the pilot phase of the TED Fund RHI ICT Experience Center at Ekiti State University, Ado Ekiti, ahead of 5 others in the remaining geopolitical zones, while 15 other tertiary institutions are set to benefit in the next phase.
So we'll be doing a sum of 200 million, a male graduating student and the best female. So we'll do that. It will be under Renewed Hope Initiative.
At an engagement with the State Traditional Rulers Council, the First Lady reassured them of federal government's commitment to fighting insecurity, leveraging collaboration with other nations.
We can't give up on Nigeria. Nigeria is too great for us to be intimidated. Challenges will come, but they are surmountable.
If it can be that the law that will establish state police who will now be allowed to carry AK-47 to meet these criminals, let that be this.
The First Lady has since departed for Abuja. From Ado Ekiti, Adede Itaiwo, NTA News.
And that concludes the AM News Weekend Deal. We'll continue with Suleiman and Thelma after this break. Good morning.
Unwrap joy, unleash taste. In a world hungry for goodness. With a splash of golden Terra oil, a mom can transform a frown into a smile. Make a lunch hour a happy hour. Change no thanks into yes please. Provide care when our nearest and dearest needs it most. And resolve family feuds without blowing a whistle. Providing tasty, nourishing family meals is all that matters. The world needs moms because where there are moms, there is hope, happiness and love. Golden Terra Oil, pour pure love.
The prestigious NTA Television College, widely recognized for its professionalism and excellence in media training, has achieved another significant milestone. In addition to its existing affiliation with Ahmadu Bello University Zaria for the award of a degree in mass communication, the college has now received official approval from the National Board for Technical Education, NBTE, to commence National Diploma, ND programs in mass communication and multimedia. Additional programs are also in progress. Admission requirements: a minimum of 5 O-level credit passes in relevant subjects. For National Diploma ND programs, minimum JAMB admissible score of 100. For degree programs, recommended JAMB score of 180 and above. This is a great opportunity to become part of the college's growing legacy in media and broadcast education. For more information,
Visit our website at www.ntatvc.edu.ng or call these following numbers: 0803-838-4343, 0806-980-9897. Announcer Management.
From the Atlantic across the savannah to the Sahara, we rise, a land of the free, we know they tire. We dream great, our spirit is undying.
Resilient, rooted like palm tree, we sway in colors, with undying demand. We make solutions, we ignite passion, yeah. Ethnicity is unique, we have more than destination.
We are Nigeria, strengthening unity. We know they carry lives. We are Nigeria, together live the dream of a land with great destiny. We are Nigeria.
I am the real Nigerian. Brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA.
Alright, song made popular by Jim Reslow singing. So me ala temeye, so my bigi go temeyo, ora mi ala temeye, tie tie tie. So me ala tememo, tie tie tie. Ala wala mao, yeah. Igoi dari mao, yeah. So me ala tememo. Tie, tie, tie. Mama, mama, mama. Taboro mi ala tememo, so I bigi go temeye. Ala tememo, so I bigi go temeye. Ala tememo, so I bigi go temeye. I say all the way from the Niger Delta, ladies and gentlemen. so sobering. Summertime, me guabe, very yellow see nobody there. Me guabe, Jerry Demo, me guabe, me guabe, me guabe, me guabe. Some sweet high life melodies, you know. I to the left, I to the right, I to the left, I to the right, I to the left, I to the right, I to the left, I to the right. Mi kweabe, 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 mi kweabe.
Amazing rendition there, Joy. You took us right into the hinterland of Delta State. And of course, we know it's one great indivisible nation. We are all Nigerians. So little doubt I will dance and sway to music from any part of our great country, Nigeria. Especially today, as we're talking about the unusual gains of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. 3 years so far. At this point, it will be interesting to see what NTA Sokoto has to say as we talk about the dramatic and interesting gains in revenue, especially talking about our federation. NTA Sokoto, it's time to make your entree.
When the federal government removed fuel subsidy, millions of Nigerians felt the impact immediately. Prices went up. Transportation became more expensive. Families struggled with rising living costs.
The fuel price totally affect our life.
Our fish before we buy lesser price, but now the thing is increasing every day by day. And customers are no more buying the way they are buying before.
But while citizens adjusted to the economic hardship, states across Nigeria began receiving increased allocation from FEC, the Federation Account Allocation Committee.
Allocation due to the beneficiaries of this account has improved significantly. Just for a proper context, before the 2023, you find out that most states or beneficiaries of the account, especially Sokoto State, was receiving something between 4 billion to 3 billion. And as we speak today, the allocation for Sokoto State is about 14 billion or thereabout.
In Sokoto State, the effect has become visible, from road construction to renovated public facilities. The FEC windfall is gradually reshaping the face of the state.
Yeah, certainly the expectation is with the increase in revenues to the beneficiaries, especially state government and the local government as well, is for them to increase in the infrastructure. Specifically, if you look at the component of the federation account, social development factor, which allocate revenues to these beneficiaries in terms of provision of primary education, healthcare in general, and then water, and other issues, especially with regards to the allocations pertaining to the terrain.
When you look at the area of education, you must have seen a lot of schools being renovated and rehabilitated. And of course, when you look at the religious aspect, talking about rehabilitation and reconstruction of mosques and Islamia schools across the state, you have also seen the beautification in Sokoto, particularly the road network, and of course the other aspect of infrastructures being across the state in aspect of health, where primary healthcare facilities and general hospitals are being rehabilitated.
For years, many states battled limited resources and delayed development projects. But today, Sokoto appears to be entering a new phase of public spending and infrastructure renewal.
Chemicals, improved seats have been procured by the state government, and they are distributed to the farmers across the state free of charge. We have about 2 or 3 water schemes have been launched by the state government. In terms of education, funding for students, both abroad and of course within the country. All these couldn't have been possible without judicious utilization of funding.
Across Sokoto State, several projects and renovation works are ongoing, giving communities a fresher and more modern outlook. For many residents, these projects represent visible evidence that increased revenue is translating into action.
There is this interlocal government buses. We see new buses of high test, you see, are moving every day. And there is also even this interstate buses. It helps a lot of Sokoto State workers. We have seen the procurement of sea boats. It helps during rainy season for so many teachers and the primary healthcare staffs. Increase of the revenue allocation to Sokoto State, particularly in this administration of His Excellency Dr. Ahmad Ali in Sokoto, it yielded positives. It favored civil servants.
The impact is also being felt among workers. Sokoto State implemented the new 70,000 minimum wage, bringing relief to thousands of civil servants and local government employees. Salary payments have become more stable, helping the families cope with the rising economic pressures.
Yeah, set up a committee that maintained that consistent payment of pensions. We all received this subsidized rice, 40,000 naira. That initiative also from the state government for the civil servants. Due to the economic issues, we are having challenges.
The FEG windfall has brought new opportunities to Sokoto State. Opportunities for development, opportunities for workers, and opportunities for economic growth.
That came from Sokoto, and we know that there is increase in revenue generation and, of course, allocation for the states. But what people want to see is that this increased allocation to states make significant impact in the lives of individuals, especially in those states. Now, we have our guest join us in the studio. Let me start with the introduction of Malam Ahmed Mayaki. He is a communications strategist and, of course, the Honorable Commissioner of Information out of Kaduna State. Let's see his profile.
We welcome you to Weekend Deal, Honorable Commissioner, sir.
Thank you.
Great to have your company with us today.
Thank you.
Some are saying that is Nigeria truly earning more money, or is inflation making the numbers loom bigger and larger? We'll talk about it. Join us once again to welcome Dr. Hassan Sadiq, an economic, a security and a governance expert. Indeed, is a man who wears quite a number of interesting caps that will nourish our conversation today. His profile is now.
Dr. Hassan, it's a pleasure to have you with us. Now, let's kickstart the conversation with you. Of course, this administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is majorly focused on the renewed hope for a lot of Nigerians. And then some Nigerians feel that this renewed hope has actually not, it's more about hardship than relief that is expected. How will you convince, minimum wage earners, some people who are engaged in small businesses, that the path this government has taken is actually leading us to the promised land in the next 5 years, assuming he is re-elected?
Good morning, Nigerian, and thank you for having me. We are talking now about what is called nation building. Nation building required economic security. When you don't understand the economic security of a nation, it's a model that every nation today who are great use that model. President Tinubu was one of the presidents who understand the model of a nation building. It requires about 3 economic strategies. 1, long-term, middle-term, and short-term. If you look at the gains of the current administrations of Tinubu, he has been able to dwell deeply on the long-term. Long-term, it is what sustains the nations. But at initial, it might be difficult to a large extent. That is economic perspective, not opinion perspective. What many Nigerians today understand is opinion perspective, not economic perspective. Why do I say so? When he assumed office, in the inaugural speech at the Eagle Square, he said, first subsidy is gone. We, on the economic experts, we have advocated over the years
I know, and
that
that point
you don't
in time,
pay fuel subsidy where you don't have more than 20 refineries locally working. You barely have 3. Kaduna, Warri, Port Harcourt, and most of it today are moribund. Such a nation cannot continue importing fuel since 1975, and you think you are doing well. It is not an economic sustainability, it's economic choke. So for him to have that audacity, understanding, removing it. In 2023, our fuel has got to 3.3 trillion. Removing the controversy surrounding that benefited only the rich and dwell hard on the nation's economy. So by removing it, it's a pretty one gain that we have done, because we are using all your earning, importing one item. What of the rest? Education is there, healthcare is there, other infrastructures are there. How do you be able to cope? So you could see that you must have this understanding about the economy of a nation building. Then before you can now say, oh, I'm ready to do that. So coming back again, if you still look at the fuel, since that time, we could see when Dangote now come on board, we have having, I said that what we have achieved so far today, it is no more queue again. But the next thing the nations now go to is how the price will come down. But today we have achieved availability of the fuel. Because since 1975, we're importing fuel during the Christmas, New Year, Salah break, you see queue. Some Nigerians are ready to buy it at any cost, but it's not available.
Thank you.
But with allowing the private sector, since the other government refinery is moribund, today we have now have a stable supply.
Thank you.
That is a big achievement. Today, Nigeria is the biggest exporter of fertilizer in America, Algeria. We export Jet A1 into America, into Saudi Arabia, and all Africa countries. Fertilizer. Imagine we have 10, 15 of Dangote refinery. During the past administrations, I propose that the money we had at that time, Nigeria should start building more refinery cut across, because I call it economic foundations for economic security.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hassan. Thank you. We'll come talk about building more. Let's let Malam enter the conversation. You know, earlier our first package talked about increased revenue generation, and by association, better impact being felt by Nigerians directly and indirectly. All of the policies, all of the solutions being provided or being brought to the fore are to make the lives of Nigerians better. First off, Malam, tell me, Are we truly generating more revenue?
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity to be in Weekend Deal. Let me say it is just, it goes beyond revenue, because when you say revenue, it requires people paying taxes and government generating revenue. First, we should talk about increased allocations. Are the subnationals doing better? Are they getting more funds because of the removal of fuel subsidy? How are the states faring? Do they have enough funds to do what they are supposed to do at the subnationals? Yes. The states, because of the removal of fuel subsidy, monies that were supposed to be paid to marketers. My brother, Dr. Hassan, spoke about the rich. It's not just about the rich. It's a few cartel who benefit from this oil subsidy payment. They get into billions and billions of naira while getting richer and making people poorer. People have to pay because the government have to pay them for subsidy. So states, have got more allocations from that time that the fuel subsidy was removed. And of course, as a commissioner from Kaduna, and then of course, all the subnationals can tell you they have more resources to carry out infrastructural projects. They have more funds not to take loans. We are proud to say since the inception of this administration, subnationals have not been going to the banks or to the international space to get either foreign loans or local loans. What they are doing right now is repayment of loans. We have states, for instance, like Kaduna. If Kaduna was left with what it was getting from the federal allocation, probably we wouldn't have been able to even pay salaries because it was more taxing. Kaduna was one of the indebted states when His Excellency the Governor took over after Lagos. So with the FAC allocations being increased, states have got more resources to carry out more developmental projects, in Kaduna.
How is it impacting the people positively?
Now, let me give you an example.
Excuse me.
One of the very important things that this administration under His Excellency Governor Obasani has done is looking at the infrastructural need of our people. For instance, by 2023, when he came, about 12 local governments, out of the 23 local governments have not seen a single kilometer of road in the last 2 decades. These funds afforded the state to carry out 150 road projects spanning over 1,400 kilometers, connecting communities. Now, building those roads are not just for the cars or the motorable access. No, it's connecting farmers to the market. That is one very important thing. We have farmers who farm over decades, but they suffer post-harvest losses because they do not have access to the market. That is one. Building roads are also connecting women and children to the hospital. One of the key challenges in health, in maternal death and infant mortality is lack of access. People do not have access to go to the hospitals. One other issue is, connecting children to schools, because in terms of education, when children do not have access road to go to school, they are left hanging. This is just looking at infrastructure. And, a lot of these roads have been connected. That has significantly impacted on the lives of our farmers. Kaduna is 43% of the GDP in Kaduna is actually contributed by agriculture. And then, of course, over 65% of our people are farmers. So if you are able to do this in infrastructure, of course, it impacts on the lives of our people. That is one. Two, talking about the removal, one of the key things that takes up the salary, the chunk part of the salary of workers and, of course, people of a society is transport. People pay a lot to go to work. People pay a lot of money to go to the market. People pay a lot of money to move around. The state government introduced 100 units of CNG buses transporting everybody, women, children, workers, students, the elderly, the artisans, the traders, from one point.
It is subsidized amounts.
At free cost. Free. We have done this from July to November, we did an assessment. In 5 months, we're able to move over 1.4 million people of Kaduna and saving them in transport costs of about 1.4 billion naira in 5 months.
Quite an interesting feat, and I'm sure all of this, is made possible because of this increased allocation to the states. And then I know one key area that a lot of people have debated on is this local government financial autonomy, which of course was one of the reforms brought about by the present administration. So let's take this report coming from NTA Ibadan, and after that, we engage our guests more, especially on this local government financial autonomy.
Local government remains the closest level of government to the people, with responsibilities that affect daily life at the grassroots. The conversation around financial autonomy for local governments has also increased expectations about improved development and service delivery within communities.
So local government is very foundational. In fact, it is essential because we say that it is the government that's closest to the people and therefore is able to address things that are peculiar to specific locations. And because of that, they have specific issues that they are expected to address, which it is believed no other level of government can address those issues as well as they can.
The local government has a lot to do to ensure that the local people are well structured, are well secured.
In Ibadan, Oyo State, some stakeholders believe stronger local government administration could positively impact some sectors such as healthcare, education, road, infrastructure, and environmental sanitation. Officials and administrators also say efforts are being made to improve service delivery and response to the needs of residents within local communities.
It's when local government have complete control over their fund, then all these things will be put into place, and there will be good health system, good school, everything will be put in order.
I have a lot of expectations. You should firstly come and tar my road. Let them come and tar my road. My road is bad. And let me have access to medical facilities.
Analysts and public administration experts, however, emphasize that accountability, transparency, and proper management of resources remain crucial in ensuring meaningful grassroots development.
When there's an improvement in the infrastructure, definitely it will encourage the rural dwellers to stay in the area and, of course, produce food for those that are living in the urban center. It will encourage the farmers to work harder when there is an improved infrastructure and they are given benefits of all this democracy.
If the governors are able to give them autonomy and give them money, then they should serve as supervisory to make sure this money are not diverted. But the state governments themselves are not giving them autonomy, then there won't be any check and balances at all.
Prioritizing grassroots governance could lead to more inclusive and equitable development process.
What the federal government can do is to bring the governors together and tell them what the consequences of not having autonomous local government implies for development, so that they can agree on the need to have effective local governance. They should also agree to allow revenue that are supposed to accrue to local government to get to local government.
There should be proper political will from the federal government and the state government to ensure that local government stands as they should be. Don't let us start from the top. Let us start from the bottom, from the grassroots. When the grassroots is well structured, well managed, it will reflect in the state too.
Strengthening the local government through autonomy is important for sustainable community development and improved service delivery.
A lot of interesting details there from that mini documentary from NTA Badon, emphasizing the importance of transparency and accountability. More importantly, the autonomy for local government areas is going to impact everyone from the grassroots up. And someone also talked about the political will must start from the federal government onto the state government and then to go down. Where are we as we speak, Dr. Hassan? Are we seeing that necessary development from the grassroots? Are local government areas functioning independently as everyone agrees that they are?
Yes, in reality, we've not seen that. You could recall that on July 2024, Supreme Court clearly said that local government should be independent, where the governor should remove what they call caretaker committees with the push of Tinubu as at that time. Yes. To make sure we have financial independence of local government. But where the bottleneck is conducting the elections of local government chairmen. As of today, the states still hold that power by trying to muzzle who become the chairman of a local government. In essence, which means they also now control the finances that come to local government. So that is why we are saying the federal government has to go back again to make sure either the federal INEC should conduct the elections so that individual who has interest to become the chairman of their local government can be, if you win elections, you'll be there, not nominating by the governor of the state. If we're able to achieve that, you agree with me that the finances that will come to the local government directly, it is now left for the local government, how is it going to spend the allocations? But today, every state governor still has the control of the financial that comes into the local government.
Every single state?
Most of the states. That is why we're having the problem. Except some few states that the governors, I'm happy that the commissioner is here, he knows it. Except some few states where the governors allow that what comes to the state, let the local government have their programs, projects, and all that. In fact, if not because of time, I've said that the insecurity challenges we are having today in Nigeria, bandits and whatever, kidnapping, it is 70% state responsibility, while federal take 30%, which means the state and the local should come together because the actual insecurity is on the local. So what are the state government doing about it? Local government and the state today, how many of them who can boastfully said they are spending 500 million monthly in security? Know any of the state in Nigeria? I will bet you. Which means if they now understand it and they agree to have the structure and they do that, then the issue of insecurity will start reducing to a large extent. But local government must have that financial independence.
Now, it's an interesting thing that Mr. Maeki is here as the Commissioner of Information, Kaduna State. I'm sure he will have some response based on what you have said. But Mr. Maeki, now let's look at the financial autonomy that everybody's advocating for when it comes to the local government. What is the experience like in your state? Is Governor Ubasani still controlling that what you have as joint accounts? You still have joint account in Kaduna State?
Okay. I think very quickly, let me correct a notion. My brother, Dr. Hassan, made a generalization, of state governors taking control. When you talk about elections being conducted by state governors, that is a constitutional provision. Until and unless a constitutional review is made, INEC cannot conduct elections at state levels. That should be taken clearly. Now, when we talk about political will, because from the report, one of the key issues that was raised is the political will. There cannot be more political will than what the president has done by ensuring it's not just the Supreme Court deciding that state governors, or local government should have autonomy. It is actually the political will of Mr. President to ensure that that happens. And we must give that credit to him. Because as a Democrat, he was part of the process when he was a governor, and he understands the need to have local government being autonomous in running their affairs. Clearly, local governments are the closest to our people, to the grassroots, and of course, once that is done, it will address a number of issues. Yes, the issue of security is there, but of course, the issue of security remains an exclusive responsibility of the federal government. State governors and local government chairmen do not have responsibilities. That is why in Kaduna, what we have is the Kaduna Peace Model, a non-kinetic strategy of engaging community members, religious leaders, and all stakeholders, non-state actors, to ensure that we have security. What we recall from our recent past, you don't go into any community without the knowledge of the traditional institutions. Yes. So that is what we are bringing back to Kaduna, and that is why largely everybody must accept it, that Kaduna have achieved a lot in ensuring security. At some point, it was difficult to go to Kaduna from Abuja. It was very difficult, nearly impossible, to go to Birnungwari and part of Kaduna because of insecurity. And of course, because of this non-kinetic strategy of Kaduna Peace Model, we're able to, and that involves the local government chairman, that also involves the traditional institutions, the religious leaders, the youth groups, and every stakeholders. They have a role in playing that. But in terms of ensuring enforcement in security, state governors do not have power to control the police, the army, and of course that is being done centrally. That is why there is a lot of call and push for the state police. Because if you don't have that, there is a limit to what for instance, as a governor, you cannot direct a police commissioner to carry any action. He needs a directive from the Lewis Edit House in Abuja to do ABCD. And most of the burden of the logistical operation of security agencies are handled by the state government. We don't go into that, but the focus is, like you asked, are the local government autonomous? Yes. I cannot speak for other 35 other subnationals, but I can speak for Kaduna. I do know the governor who, has been part of the democratic process. He understands the importance of ensuring that local governments are autonomous. Kaduna state government today allow local government to run their affairs, to carry out developmental projects at the local government level, to carry out key projects. Yes, there are areas where the federal government, like education, for instance, when you look at basic education at the primary school level, the federal government runs UBEC, which is an agency of the federal government. State government runs SUBEB, which is also an agency of the state government, but then being run by the local government. That, of course, the payment of salaries of teachers must be coordinated in that manner. The federal government provides funds through UBEC for infrastructural projects in schools, at that basic level. And of course, that is being done jointly by the state and the federal government. So that is not interference with the funds of local government. Local governments sit down, they do their budgeting system, plan their yearly cycle plan, their fiscal and plan on how they want to run their affairs. With the funds that gets to government, we have FAC. FAC is the federal allocation that comes every month. There is a part for the state governments, and there is also a part for the local government, of course, indeed, for the federal governments. And everybody has control. So what I am saying in essence is we shouldn't generalize. And then we must also understand the thin line between what is an exclusive responsibility of the federal government, which is the security. Yes, we must do some constitutional review to ensure we have state police at the state level. We must do some constitutional review to ensure, like he has mentioned, if at all INEC should conduct elections, not the state government, that is also a constitutional issue. Of course, we must be deliberate in this, and I will say it's a big win with the autonomy done by His Excellency President Bola Ahmed.
Thank you, Malam. Thank you. We have been listening to Malam Mohammed, the Honorable Commissioner for Information and Culture from Kaduna State, as well as our brother, Dr. Hassan Sadiq, who is an economic, a security, and a governance expert. And they've been talking expansively about the unusual gains of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. And good thing our well-esteemed viewers are sending in their feedback. And we thank you for that, and we do not take it for granted. Thank you, Latifa. Latifa's reaching us from Niger State. She says, I'm happy with the progress. Yes, we have covered some ground, but the impact in the rural areas is small or non-existent so far. Thank you, Latifat. We have this message from Mrs. Hajara. She says, in as much as a lot of talk is going on in your studio about impact being made, many Nigerians are saying different. We understand that the policies are there, people are working, but the impact is not being felt as much. And then that's Mrs. Hajira reaching us from Plateau State. I'll just take one more. Our friend from Ogun State, Ijebu Ibefo. He says, thank you, Weekend Deal, for always going straight to the matter and ensuring that Nigerians know more. We are listening, we are watching, and we applaud you. Thank you very much, Mr. Olubode, Prince Olubode. And we know that music nourishes the soul, right? Gives us great vibes, right? So we want to nourish our conversation now. Let us listen to Joy. Let her hype up us and Nigeria. Then we come back again and get to the hard talk.
Shake up, roll up, shake up, roll up, shake up, roll up, shake up, roll up, shake up, roll up. Hey, good dear. Cha. Love it, love it, love it, webo babamu. Love it, love it, love it, webe. Love it, love it, love it, webe. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, lele. Owere mara mojamo, nefulamo. Alo were love, nefulamo. Oyamanu. Anywhere you are, just bend down low. I see you, 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 I see you. It's a crossing my car, not the papilo. Oh, no, 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 no. I don't remember the Makawa. We greet you in the house. Hey, you know, here we do it small, small. Oh yeah, to the left, to the right, to the left, to the right, to the left, to the right. Are you ready for this? Sing. Rosanna. Missy on your man, not the papilo. Ima Casimaka on your man, not the Quafomo. It's a Quasimissy on your man, not the papilo. Oh, no, 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 no. I don't remember the Nakawa. Are you ready for me? tútù nù o. Ẹ bá mi sọ fún bàbá mi yẹ kó má lọ o. Mo ti sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ fàájì mílíkì lájọ wà. Ẹ bá mi sọ fún bébí mi yẹ kó má lọ o rárá. Mo ti sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ fàájì mílíkì lájọ wà. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. Bébí jọ̀wọ́ kó má lọ o. Ọmọdé ṣe mí bàbá mi dá. Wọ́n bí kò gbé mi sáyà. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. Ó wá fún mi náà yan tútù nù o. Are you there? Onídòdó onímọ̀-ìmọ̀. Onídòdó onímọ̀-ìmọ̀. Ìgbà tí yóò dá ó dé kákalẹ̀. Ẹwà wọ̀jẹ̀ ní láfíàjì. Dókítà tó sínú. That's so with the domino. Dókítà tó sínú ìlú. Ọmọ aláìsàn náà ìwúyọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀. Ẹwà wọ̀jẹ̀ ní láfíàjì. Oh yeah now, are you there? Oh yeah, shake up. 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 Anywhere you are, dance to the beat. Africana. Hey. Shake it. Ajua ye ye ye. Sawa sawa. 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 Ajua ye ye ye. Sawa sawa.
An interesting musical interlude there. Of course, you keep our studio alive with those beautiful tunes. We still have our guest in the studio. Now, let me come to you, Dr. Hassan. Of course, we know that there is a new reform when we talk about tax in Nigeria. If you like, say, new tax administration, we have the Federal Inland Revenue changed to Nigerian Revenue Service.
Yes, NRS.
Exactly. So now, because of this more revenue that we have,
yes,
do you feel that we have more Nigerians in the tax net as we speak, or we need to do more to ensuring, we have that? And then some people feel that it is only the rich that are feeling the impact of this new tax regime in the country.
Okay, thank you very much. I think, okay, just quickly, a quick one. That's where I'm different from my brother in terms of state security.
You're allowed to be different.
That the state government today has a lot to do, which most of them are not doing. I agree that police, army, DSS is the central government. Traditional security is embedded within the state purview, that they are supposed to come into play. I'm happy with the recent appointment of Homeland Security, who's supposed to now come workability of each state model, of that before the issue of state police come into play, these are what you are supposed to do. Because currently the state has the financial ability to do that. This is where I'm differ. But because of time, we will not be able to go into detail about that state security because it's key. Now, coming back to the issue of a tax reform, Tinubu administrations is one regime that able to take a bold step. Over the years, I've clamored that Nigeria need a robust tax reform because our rich people don't pay tax in Nigeria. Why other people pay tax before? But the current tax reform has bring it that the more you earn, the more you pay. So which is going to create a enable environment for more development. I've said it that people should challenge me, that when we have a better tax system, Nigeria can generate 100 trillion yearly to finance our budget in Nigeria. We have not yet even touched the basis. I will tell you why. Because any nations, your tax is lies on your populations. UK, you see today, who are paying high tax, they have no populations. That is why you now see the percentage of the tax individual pay is high. Why Nigeria tax system, the benefit is on the general public, on the masses. But don't widen the net, don't widen the gap. The gap means percentage, but widen the net. But the man has tried to a large extent to bring reform that in the next few years, the tax system we are going to generate, it is going to be more humongous to finance our budget. Because over the years, when government make a budget, Nigeria said we cannot generate enough money to finance it. But while there is so much money in Nigeria, but we are also so poor and realistic, simply because we've not been able to think deeply where our tax benefit, where our tax advantage lies. Why individual will tell you they are ready to pay tax simply because if we pay tax, that tax are not being spent well. But in economy, we have to think, how do we make money judiciously and how do we spend money wisely? You have to bring these two. They are two different things. That making money, it is key, and spending it, it is also key. So we first of all have to think, how do we make money? Because if you don't think how to make money, how are you going to spend?
What are you even going to spend?
Where are you going to spend? So that is why I said the tax reform the current administration has brought into play is one of the best. But it's a work in progress because more still need to be done. But the current tax system, to a certain extent, is that, for example, any company today who earn 100 million over the years, you are now liable to pay tax. While if you don't earn up to that, you are not going to pay any tax, which means the entrepreneur are exempted. Then individual, how do you pay tax? Because a lot of Nigerians individual don't pay tax. I also understand some of their complaint that you pay money, but that taxes you pay is not well spent. But that should not take you away not to pay. So over 200, as patriot, over 200 million, you could see that if you are taking 5 naira by all, by the whole numbers, you are going to get more. But I'm advising that the federal government should look at it to bring it that to minimal, but let everybody pay. Pays. Then we are going to get more than when you take the percentage high and if few is paying, what you are going to generate will be lower.
Will be less, okay.
That is the calculations.
Okay.
That take is more, including everybody. That is why I said, open the net.
The net.
And why you reduce the gap. Okay. So that the percentage should be lower, but let everybody should be into the tax net system. Okay. Then at that time, we can be able to generate up to 100 trillion. When this administration was coming on board, I suggested that 2024 budget should be 50 trillion naira. 2025 budget should be 70 trillion.
Is it foresight?
Foresight. 2026 budget should be 80 trillion.
Okay.
While 2027 last of the year should be 100 trillion.
Okay.
Then we'll now come back. How do we generate this money to finance it?
Okay, Dr. Hassan, we'll talk more about that. Thank you. You're already foresighting what we need. Maybe you will tell us later in the show how you think that will work and why you're foresighting in those very interesting dimensions. I want to, we'll be taking a report now that Deborah has put together, but just before then, a message has come from Taiwo Aditayo Ajisola from Lagos, and considering he lives in Lagos, he's commending the efforts of Kaduna State government. He's talking about developmental programs that the governor has embarked upon, and he says this has gone to a great extent to reduce violence in all its ramifications and communal clashes. He says he also wants to congratulate his friend here. You know, we often hear nothing succeeds like success. When you are doing something that works and makes impact, people will be calling you their friend and their brother. I don't know if you know Mr. Taiwo, he has called you his friend, he has called you his brother, he has even called you by name, and he says, call him Alhaji, don't call him Mala, call him Alhaji Ahmed Meyaki. That is a man who has a strong relationship with his people. And as most of the successes that Kaduna State is experiencing today as a result of him and others like him who are able to, I'm having, in fact, Taiwo, please, Taiwo, look at I'm having to abridge it, but thank you, Taiwo. It says you are a great man. It says you are formidable. It says you are remarkable. It says your excellent steps have been noted, not just in Kaduna, but nationwide. Good thing. Good thing.
Before now, there was no Ministry of Information, right?
In Kaduna.
Yes,
before him.
For
Wow.
about 10 years. Since 2015. We've not had the administration then scrapped the Ministry of Information. It is the current administration that the
brought
governor
it back
actually,
to life.
brought back the Ministry of Information.
And what a man to be put at the helm. Of course, you are widely experienced. I was going to ask you something, something that we heard sometime and we highlighted a bit yesterday on our show, but I'm being told to creatively and judiciously bring forth Deborah's report today. She's talking about education and its access. After all the policies put in place are to ensure that every Nigerian has a chance, has a right to be well educated from the cradle, at least to the tertiary level. Let's see what Deborah has put together. Deborah, please take it from here.
For decades, access to tertiary education in Nigeria depended heavily on one thing: whether parents could afford it. Thousands of students dropped out, deferred admission, or struggled through school because of unpaid fees and poor living conditions. But since the launch of the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, popularly known as NEL Fund, that reality has started to change. As of early 2026, the scheme has disbursed more than 206 billion naira to over 1.16 million Nigerian students across public tertiary institutions nationwide. The fund covers tuition fees and also provides monthly upkeep allowances directly to students. NEL Fund was established under Nigerian Student Loan Act to help students in public tertiary institutions finance their education. To qualify, applicants must be a Nigerian citizen, be enrolled in a recognized public tertiary institution, possess valid admission and student identification details. Since applications opened in May 2024, demand has grown rapidly. More than 1.7 million students had applied. Over 1.16 million students had received support. About 270 institutions had benefited. More than 128 billion naira was paid directly to schools for tuition. Over 77 billion naira was paid to students as upkeep allowances. And by April 2026, the figure rose even further to approximately 1.38 million beneficiaries. For many students, the program has provided real relief and expanded across to higher education. The large number of applications and disbursements suggests growing public trust in the initiative. NEL Fund represents a major shift in Nigeria's education financing system. For hundreds of thousands of students, it has reduced dependence on struggling parents and opened doors that once seemed permanently closed. While improvement is scaled up, especially around efficiency and consistency, the initiative has already changed the lives of many students. The loan is more than financial support. It is a second chance.
There you have it. Our guests are still here with us. Now, just connecting that story to what you're doing in Kaduna State, I know your governor has a kind of renewed agenda in ensuring that out-of-school children are brought to the fore, that education, is a right for everybody in Kaduna State. Talk to us about that and how far so far.
Okay. Very quickly, let me say this for the records. Out-of-school children does not actually limit to education at the basic level. even at the tertiary level, as reflected in the report. One of the key steps taken when he assumed office was to look at the higher institution. But before talking about the issue of higher education, let me speak about the basic education. One of the key challenges that we face as a country with the issue of insecurity is the number of children that do not have access to go to school because most of the schools were closed down. Now, one of the key outcomes of the Kaduna Peace model is ensuring, with the peace that have returned to Kaduna, we've been able to reopen over 223 schools that were closed down during the crisis period because people do not have access, communities have deserted, children are not able to go to school. That is one. With the return of peace, we've been able to recover over 500 hectares of farmland for our farmers to go back to the farm. But it's not yet time to talk about agriculture. We're talking education. Over 193 health facilities were also reopened because of the return in peace and, of course, the recovery in insecurity that has brought. For the basic level, as at 2023, we had 550,000 children out of school for the basic education. Today, with those deliberate efforts of reopening schools, providing more infrastructure, providing more learning materials, we have just about 187,000 children that are out of school. We've done quite a number. Over 364 children are now back in school, integrating the basic education and the Islamic education. A lot of people think, out of school children is limited to the Al-Majri. No, you have a lot of children who are hawking on the street who do not go to school because the system does not really comply with ensuring that education is free. For Kaduna, because education is free and because we have a deliberate policy, children are back in school, not like what we have in. So security is connected to education. Like I have mentioned, the issue of infrastructure connects communities to school, connects women to hospital. That is reducing maternal deaths because our health burden also reflects a very greater challenge when you do not have access. Now, talking about at the next level of education, apart from the basic education, one of the policies that the current administration of Governor Obasani inherited was the previous administration increased the tuition fees in our higher institutions. It was nearly impossible. A lot of youths that are in the universities, they had to drop out because the fees were so high. That was one of the parting gifts of the last administration. And the governor, one of the first steps he took was an executive order reversing and ensuring that tuition fees are done by 50%. Reduced by 50%. So more children had to return back to the institution because you recover in the state university somebody who is in 200, 300 level dropping out of school because of the tuition fee. So the state governor actually reviewed that by implementing a 50% reduction in the fees of running this institution. This institution should be able to offer public service. They are not meant to generate revenues. They are meant to offer very critical, contribution. If you do not educate your youth, you are also contributing to the issue of insecurity.
Yes.
One of the broader strategy taken was ensuring that we provide skill acquisition. So the state governor, within the last 3 years, established the Kaduna Vocational Institute. 3 vocational institutes across the state in the 3 senatorial districts, and training youth in 14 different skill acquisition, including robotic and artificial intelligence. That measure is designed to graduate 32,000 youths every year. And that significantly is also playing a role in resolving the issue of insecurity. Because if you have a chunk of youths with graduates without any job to do, government cannot employ everybody.
Indeed.
So when you provide them with these skills, these institutions
rival.
They say the idle mind is the devil's
workshop. Now, this vocational institute, is of the state art equipment. Is better equipped, like adjudged by the National Board for Technical Education, NBTE. They are charged with the responsibility of regulating the sector. Is best and better equipped by most of the federal universities of technology in Nigeria. This is a deliberate policy of ensuring that people are trained, are provided with basic skills so that they can also be creators of jobs rather than those who are seeking for jobs.
And they can compete
this is part of the, this is part of the broader strategy of ending insecurity, because it is not just about the boot. Non-kinetic approach to ending security is ensuring that people have jobs to do. If not, we'll be faced with the challenges. Finally, ensuring education. After the reduction of fees in our institutions, in the last 3 years, the state governor or the state government have paid over ₦1 billion in scholarship, both local and foreign scholarship. Students who are, very intelligent are supported abroad, and then locally, students are supported with fees. After the reduction of the tuition fee, at least there is a support, and that amounts to over ₦1 billion in the last 3 years. And this also is one of the indicators of why states are getting more funds through the federal allocations that is able to impact on the our immediate communities.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. The very intricate and intentional thing is that it's going to impact insecurity, because when the youths are occupied, when they know that they matter, when they are learning, when they are innovative, they will put their time and their skill to things that will continue to bring about positive gains and returns, not just for Kaduna, but for Nigeria and the world. Thank you. I want to hear Dr. Hassan Sadiq's voice. He's been quiet for quite a bit. We want to hear from you before Sule takes us on another journey. I know you know about Abia State.
Yes.
And you've heard about Governor Oti.
Yeah.
And something he's doing for the elderly. Hitherto, it was common overseas. We hear about welfare, social security, and all of that. He has made us realize now that great and unprecedented things are possible statewide, not just at the federal level. With what he has kickstarted, in your own opinion, what do you think should be happening in other states? How ought we to react? What should we do from this point on?
In fact, thank you very much. But before we go to Abia, because Abia today has become a peculiar state in Nigeria. In the
peculiar good?
Peculiar good.
Okay.
Yes, where other states should take example. Today, the federal government, it was 30 days of Mr. President Tinubu in office, signed the bill of NEL Fund in educations. Today, NEL Fund has been able to pay over 1.3 million students school fees, because he mentioned something that's critical.
Yes.
That the last government of Kaduna State increased the school fees. Why, when they came into board, they now reduced it to 50%. Then the tertiary institutions, the federal government now said, no, it is time for every family who wishes to be educated at higher level should have this access to quality educations. That is where NEL Fund now come in. And it will be interesting to you to know that today, the Northern University are the most beneficiary. Go and check it, the statistic is there.
Good one.
Yes, among the institutions of the federal government in Nigeria. Because they pay your school fees, they give you stipends monthly. So you could see it is the removal of subsidy. The money get, instead of paying subsidy, is the money now put in that NEL Fund. So we are now saying government should increase the capacity of NEL Fund so that in the next 4 or 5 years, we are going to have over 5 million students in that pool who NEL Fund can be able to pay. And it is when you graduate, you now gainfully employ before you can start repayment. And the payment is not with interest. So these are the things we need to know about NEL Fund. Because he mentions what the Kaduna State is doing in terms of education. This is what the federal government has also brought in terms of education. Which no regime in the past has ever attempted that before. Now getting back to Abia State. Politically, that is why, yes, we support our party, but we also support Oti. For him to say, look, I don't need to move from one party. What he's trying to say is that Party is a formation for you to get into power. But it is what you do when you are in power that retains you.
It's important.
It's important. Now, Abia today, in terms of welfareism, is number one. So while what people think that Abia cannot be, what is not possible, it is possible. I've been to Abia State, I've been to Aba, I've been to Bohil.
What did you see? What is on ground?
I went there to study the economic stability. I have said this several times, that Abia State is one state that requires a dedicated power line because of the economic value of Abia State.
The innovation.
Once you are in Umahia Road, left, right, at that time it was moribund industry because of energy. But today, Abia State is improving in terms of energy supply by the state government, because the last administration has signed it into law where the state can now generate, transmit, and distribute. It's a welcome. This is where OT is taking the lead. In terms of road constructions, Abia was known before as the toilet pit of Nigeria. But today is one of the cleanest states. That is why I said it is possible. It now depends
the
on
welfare for senior citizens.
Welfare.
Isn't it interesting?
Has changed it. The market that in Abia today, when they look at it, how much the government will generate. That is why in economy, the more you spend in infrastructure, the more the government earns.
Very important.
So Abia State has taken the lead in terms of welfare. In December, they provide buses that takes people from various states back to Abia. In education, in market, in business, they are doing very well.
So that's been intentional, wouldn't you say?
Intentional of the governor. So that is why I say it's a peculiar state, because people thought that Abia cannot change. But when OT now come and show example, it has now proved that it is possible in Nigeria. So we are urging other states to go and study the model of Abia. When it comes to the issue of the retiree, is clearing the amount that is owing the retiree. Engaging them, issue of healthcare, where they give free services on healthcare. Abia State is doing that. So these are the things that people thought that Abia State it cannot happen. But today, it is a change.
It's possible.
So we are employing other states to look at such model.
You say something very important. The party provides you the platform to bring you to power.
Yes.
But it is what you do that retains you
in power.
And that's it. Very important statement there. And I know that in Lagos, they are doing a lot, especially when it comes to Dirty December. I know a huge amount of revenue that comes into the state. But you get to see that story after the break.
Okay.
Unwrap joy, unleash taste. NTA Television College Refills Jos, a media hub with the pedigree of training professionals and non-professionals in the field of broadcasting and beyond, invites aspiring broadcasters to register for our short courses for the second quarter of 2026. From 13th April to 10th July 2026, the training will commence as follows. New technologies, optic fiber, IP technologies, automation storage management and wireless technology. Foundation understanding of tax reform and practical application of reform strategies. Intermediate presentation techniques. Administration, a frontier of organizational success. Basic camera operation, audio engineering operation and maintenance, digital satellite, microwave and RF technologies, AI marketing, intermediate drama techniques. These courses are designed to equip participants with practical, market-ready skills in a competitive environment. The college also runs diploma and degree courses. For registration details, course schedule and more information, visit our website at www.ntatvc.edu.ng or call these following numbers: 0803-838-4343, 0806-980-9897. NTA TV College, your gateway to media excellence. Announcer Management.
I
Let's believe in ourselves. Let's have the right attitude. We've got all it takes to get there. Let's look inwards and revive all our infrastructures and galvanize our human and material resources.
Nigerians, believe in yourselves. Believe we can succeed.
Nigeria, believe.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
To enjoy yourselves. Say everyone joro mi, joro. Everyone joro mi, joro. Everyone joro mi, joro. Everyone joro mi, joro. So heva mureo, so heva mureo. Let me hear you, man. Say you and I will be as one. You and I will be as one. You and I.
All right, thank you for that beautiful musical interlude. Like I informed you earlier before the break, let's head straight to Lagos, where we're looking at Dirty December. We know that it generates a lot of revenue for the state. Let's see this.
Nigeria has shown that African countries can build global influences not only through crude oil and mineral resources, but through creativity, energy, and human connections. The major festive hotspots, particularly Dirty December phenomenon, leverages a vibrant cultural scene packed with music, concerts, nightlife, fashion shows specifically targeting both local and international visitors.
This has been one of the most important things the government has been able to do. This is where the shifts came in, and now it is just for them to keep on working on amplifying these things. They've been able to look at the diaspora as an asset to their country and their economy, and be able to engage both of them in storytelling and in positioning our identity as the cultural youth center for Africa going forward.
Lagos in particular acts as primary hub for this tourism boom, driving significant revenue through hotel accommodations, transportation, catering services, local vendors, amongst others.
From the hospitality and tourism perspective, I do believe Nigeria saw a noticeable shift around 30 December and the festive tourism in late 2024. Many people are looking forward to come and experience the culture, the energy, experience the music, which is very famous in Nigeria. We should encourage it always, as we want more people to come to Nigeria and experience what we are doing, the hospitality that we are providing to them.
What strategies can be used to improve the gains?
One of the few things I think we should need to improve is payments challenges. A lot of the people that come, they're coming from various countries. And as such, they usually have a few challenges with payments, especially when they're paying with cards. There are times maybe because of the strain on the infrastructure, some POS terminals might be down, or there are cards, there are new types of cards that are being issued that some of our payment providers have not been enabled for. You have some cards now that are using 6 pins. 6-digit pins, and most of our cards here are using 4-digit pins.
The pressure we see, we as negotiators have to understand that we are hosting the world during this time, and that the pressure we see is proof of demand. It is not an inconvenience. And I would advise, Lagos State has done really wonderful things, like the new museum that has just been opened in Onikon. It's really, really incredible. Kudos to them. They joining that with J.K. Randall. That's really nice. Some of the programming they've added is really nice. Things like the Coastal Road and the Lagos-Sokoto Road are going to be of immense benefits in the near future.
As the year goes by, Nigerians, especially Lagosians, look forward to a season that will yield billion-dollar cultural tourism economy.
You know how we say echo for show. If you talk about entertainment, dexterity, joy and zest for life, you cannot call too many states before you get to Lagos. So Lagos won't be at the top. They know how to enjoy themselves and they don't take prisoners. So we said that was a tidy package. Naomi, thank you so much. And she brought several things to the fore. It's a fantastic idea to be able to weave entertainment, innovation, enlightenment with revenue. And I think that's where many people can also key in. Talking about Lagos and utilizing Dirty December and other entertainment activities to boost their revenue. So can we just get, let me talk to Dr. Hassan, and I know that you want to talk about agriculture, Honorable Commissioner, but let me hear from him first, and then you tell us a bit about culture as it pertains to your zone and your state.
Yes.
Revenue.
There's in fact, agric is one area that gives you a large chunk of economic security because no human can live without food. So on the basis you have seen, it's like water. We cannot do without not drinking water. The same way we cannot do without not food. But the model and the strategy you deploy into your agric sector is what matters most. If I give you one example, when we talk of food security, in the other countries of the world like America, food security is part of national security. Because when large numbers of people cannot feed, it becomes issue of national security. Now coming back home here, yes, the government is doing all its best to put into agriculture. Like Kaduna State, Niger State, they have invested heavily in machinery and renting. But sometimes, I often said that sometimes, why don't they look at what are that particular product that each of your local government are good in? At one time, Kaduna is number one in terms of ginger. So if you now look at it that, okay, how many local government in Kaduna State? How many local government in Niger State? What agri-product can each of these local government are top? Then invested in that. When you now invested in that, you could see that it will now take like 1-2 years, that particular local government is number one because of the quantums of that particular product coming. The government will now come back again and set up. How do we take it off from them so that the farmers will continue to produce while the buyer continue to buy? And now go back into the issue of processing to the extent of how do we market it both locally and internationally. These are model. At one time, Nigeria is number one in cassava all over the world. And that cassava, Benue State and Kogi State is number one. But starch is a multi-billion business in the world. But how many of these cassava refined do we have? None. Okay. That can be able to give you. You could see that if they deploy the best strategy, what they could have done is to say, okay, Benue State, Kogi State, let us set up a starch industry that will be able to process this cassava to get the starch out of it. That this starch is international product. You could see that what they are going to get out of it, it is higher. So these are strategy and model that sometimes in agriculture, if we miss it, you'll be thinking that
so it will be more intentional.
More intentional.
Now, Mr. Ahmed,
be able to get more
let's
out
hear
of what you have.
More about inputs, because this is one, aspect that farmers are grappling with, especially when it comes to fertilizer.
Okay, very quickly. Just before I talk about agri, I hate taking us back, but I think it is important when you talk about, policies by state governors in terms of the welfare of citizens. For Kaduna, I want to quickly say, though it's not an issue of debate between Kaduna and Abia, but I must say it for the record, that we have a deliberate strategy that has captured 39,000 vulnerable groups. Vulnerable groups are senior citizens, retirees, women that do not have the funds to go to seek for health. Because one of the issue of health is when you make it affordable. Apart from access, there must be affordability. Now we have captured 39,000 senior citizens that access health across Kaduna at no cost. And it is part of the deliberate strategy to increase health coverage in Kaduna State. Talking about pensioners, the governor has inherited over 24 billion in backlog of pensions. So far, we have paid about 18 billion as at the last 2 months. To pensioners and senior citizens. Oh, very quickly about agriculture. Agriculture is very critical, particularly when you talk about inputs. Yes, our farmers have a great challenge. Kaduna, under Governor Obasani, have been able to put in place in 2024 and 2025, we distributed 900 trucks of fertilizer, benefiting 240,000 smallholder farmers in supporting them with, farm inputs, NPK and urea to ensure that they get this support. You recall Dr. Suleiman spoke about ginger. Kaduna, up till today, have the best ginger in Africa. We produce the highest number of ginger, in Africa. We have the best, we are the highest producer of maize in Nigeria. We are the highest producer of tomatoes, and we are the second highest in soybeans. So if you don't support smallholder farmers, let me give you an example. As at 2022, the yield per hectare is about 7.0. And with the support, farming implements, fertilizer, and mechanized agriculture, because you cannot be doing agriculture with hoes and tools. We have to go into mechanized agriculture and also support our farmers in terms of ensuring insurance. And we must, admit that the National Agricultural Development Funds that was established under this administration has done a lot in supporting our farmers, particularly our ginger farmers. When they had the ginger blind challenge, the NADF has been has continued to support subnationals. And I know currently they are working to also support states with fertilizer. But more importantly, Kaduna has transited into mechanized agriculture. We're the second state with the highest mechanized agricultural strategy in Nigeria today, because we believe strongly the issue of food insecurity can only be resolved when you support our smallholder farmers.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. Well said.
Now,
Sule,
let me quickly take the papers. I'm starting with Sunday Tribune. Let me pick the leading story, which says, we must reset Nigeria now, says Makinde clinches APM presidential ticket, unveils plan for security petroleum reforms. Details of that on page 2. Now to Sunday Punch. Primaries, APC faces revolt. Lagos cracks deepen. Aggrieved lawmakers lead defections. NDC, PDP benefit, joining other parties after primaries. Empty threats, Kwara chair. Details of that on page 3. Now to Sunday Telegraph. Okay, to the leading story, 2027, how 31 APC governors will deliver Tinubu. Ex-governor says multiple candidates favor president. Makinde accept APM ticket, promises Nigeria's reset. ADC NEC approves Atiku Obi vows to end hunger insecurity at the bio. Democracy about participation. Details of all this can be found on pages 2, 4, 5, and 21. Now, Sunday Vanguard. Permutations, this one is just above the masthead. Permutations, Tinubu vulnerable in South-South, but competitive in North-Central, North-East. Atiku has no leg in South. Obi's momentum lost. Intrigue as Shetima, Konkoso, Amechi, Lamido emerges as potential VP. Details of these stories can be found on pages 25 and 13. Now to Sunday Leadership. Okay, I must take this. No Osimhen story today because we don't have sport paper, Thelma, but PSG beat Arsenal on penalties to retain Champions League title. Okay, my director is actually laughing at this story because I know she doesn't support Arsenal in any way, but maybe next time they'll make effort to clinch that title for the first time. Now, leading story says how APC primaries turned into a nightmare for defectors. Losers flood APC NAS primary election appeal committee with petitions. Okay, let me take one more story. Niger secures $684 million from Chinese firms for agro-industrial processing. That is the much we can take from the papers. Thelma.
Thank you very much, Sule. And it was quite saddening to learn in the past week about the death of Victor Udo, a very promising, as much as I love Osimhen, I love the fact that Nigerian footballers are doing so well internationally. And it's painful that one of our own, who is highly cherished, who has done well on the global scene, comes home to spend time and he demises in the process. Rumor has it that he was poisoned, but we don't know. But whatever it is, we commiserate with his family, all football lovers in Nigeria, and we wish him well. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you for your messages. We don't take them for granted. Let's take just the few that we can as we wrap up. So someone reaching us from Inyang. Okay, where reaching us from, he didn't tell her, but he said he enjoyed the show today and that both experts spoke very well, that he wishes that the show was longer so that they would talk expansively. So we are saying do some research, so many issues to discuss, and 2 hours is hardly enough. You are a patriot, go learn more, and of course stay patriotic. Someone here says, Dr. Hassan, you have done so well. It is my hope that you get a position, an opportunity where you can expand more of your strategies and your ideas. And he thanks you both, Alhaji Ahmed and Dr. Hassan, for being a part of Weekend Deal today. He says, Weekend Deal, keep the flag flying, keep on rising. He likes the way we go to every nook and cranny of Nigeria to bring forth authentic and real-time information. Thank you so much for watching. We've been talking about what, Sule? 3 years of the unusual gains of
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu
administration. Thank you, Nigeria. God bless us all. Music Joy, take it from here.
All right. Let me hear you. Come on. Once again, I want to say welcome to Dr. Hassan in the house, you know. Honorable Ahmed, former commissioner, you're welcome. Ọmọ mi ṣohun rere tí á dára o. Ọmọ mi gbọ́ tèmi tí á dára o. Ọmọ mi ṣohun rere tí á dára o. Ọmọ mi gbọ́ tèmi tí á dára o. Ìyá mi bá ṣohun rere, gbàdúrà fún mi. Bàbá mi bá ṣohun rere, gbàdúrà fún mi. Ọmọ tó dá wíwà burúkú, ó ní ará ló kọ́. Ọmọ tó dá wíwà burúkú, ó ní bàbá rẹ̀ ló kọ́. Ìyá mi fọwọ́ tó dá òbí láyé. Bàbá mi fọwọ́ tó bá òbí láyé. Ayé tí mo wà yìí kò máa yé mi o. Ayé mi Ọlọ́run méjì mi máa rè. Ìyá bá ẹ̀ ṣohun rere, bàbá mi máa ṣohun rere. Ìyá bá ẹ̀ ṣohun rere tí á dá. Bàbá mi máa ṣohun rere. Ìyá bá ẹ̀ ṣohun rere. All right, let me hear you. Come on. All right. Yeah, with me is a beautiful lady, though. Oga buy me bottom belle, cool my heart, yeah. Make you buy me bottom belle, cool my heart, yeah. Oga buy me bottom belle, cool my heart, yeah. Make you buy me bottom belle. Everybody say, bounce, I think you bounce, ayo, aye, bounce, I think you bounce, ayo, ayo, oh, come on now. I miss a flavor, oh mommy, baby. I bottom belly, I boba, I been swear. I am flavor, oh mommy, baby. Bottom belly, I boba. Are you ready? Say the way you.
Hello, good to have you join us. This is Platform. I'm Ruth Aguwele. The renewed hope mantra of the present administration started on the trajectory of revitalizing the nation's economy and enhancing citizens' welfare through diverse policies, structured around 8 key priority areas spanning from economic reform, national security, food security, energy and natural resources, infrastructure, social investment. Now, the landmark policies that was eventually birthed sought to be the game changer by flipping old narratives that has kept the nation on a standstill. From the removal of fuel subsidy, stabilizing the naira, decentralize the power and governance sectors, harmonization of foreign exchange rates, the introduction of NEL Fund, CNG initiative, improved workers' welfare and infrastructure expansion. No doubt, this administration has demonstrated readiness and commitment to put the nation on a path of prosperity. But beyond these reforms, the expectations from Nigerians is to feel the impact of the dividends of democracy, especially with the stakes of some of these reforms that are high. As the Tinubu administration celebrates 3 years of the renewed hope journey, we'll put a benchmark on the policies, the progress, and the road ahead. And that's our focus on Platform today. Our guest is a special advisor to the President on Media and Public Communication, Mr. Sunday Dare. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Dare.
Thank you, Ruth, for having me today.
It's our pleasure. And just before we bring in our panelists, we'd like to let you in on his profile. Mr. Sunday Dare was former Minister of Youth and Sports Development. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree in International Studies from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, and Masters in International Law with a distinction from the University of Jos, Plateau State. Mr. Dare has at different times been an Oxford University United Kingdom Research Fellow, Harvard Nieman Journalism Fellow, and New York University Freedom Forum Fellow. Prior to his appointment as former minister, Sunday Dare served as Executive Commissioner at the Nigerian Communications Commission. That was in 2016. And he had worked in the media. Interestingly, he was also the convener of the Social Media Clinic, a media information technology initiative that has to do with new media, and had previously served as the Chief Hausa Service African Division of the Voice of Nigeria in Washington, D.C. for more than a decade, let's put it that way. Well done, Mr. Dare.
Thank you.
All right. Our panelist on the platform is one of our correspondents, Ayo Deji Makinde. Ayo, always nice to have you here on Platform.
Oh, thanks so much, Ruth, for bringing me on a day when Chief Sunday Dare is around.
I understand the connection.
This is a local day.
Yes, I understand. Ayo is a sports correspondent, and you served as Minister of Youth and Sports Development. So let's delve into the issues. Pibata 3, it's been a long time. When we look at the policies, that has been birthed, when we look at reforms that have taken shape. If you want to, paint a narrative for us and how the journey started, we saw different speculations from Nigerians. Reforms come with a price, definitely. But for you, painting a narrative and looking at the trajectory for where this administration is headed, what would be your opening
Thank you so much. I think the narrative is important. And when you talk about trajectory, you must start from what was in place. And when we try to develop that narrative, we interrogate a few questions. First is, what was in place? What was the condition of the Nigerian economy?
Yeah.
What was the condition of the Nigerian state? What were the challenges as at May 2023, when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu took over? And we take over at that point, saying whoever takes over from another president inherits the liabilities and assets, but then has a responsibility to hunker down with his team and decide and design policies that will confront those challenges and, of course, bring about the development that is desired. So the questions really to interrogate are, where were we when the president took over? What will have happened if he did nothing? And because he did something, what is now the fate of Nigerians? So the mantra really is renewed hope agenda. We started from a renewed hope manifesto, eventually elected, sworn in, becomes the vision, the leitmotif of the administration. And you reeled out the 8 points. And when you start to take them, you see a president who pulled the two most critical levers that needed to be pulled. What is a country worth without the revenue to develop all the various sectors, education, agriculture, science and tech? So he looked at this country is enormously blessed, yet we have massive leakages. Now you see somebody who is adept at governance, who had the political experience over time. Exactly what he did when he took over in Lagos State. He became a political surgeon, and he says, where are the leakages? And then he changed the tax system, in Lagos State. He looked at where the loopholes are. We saw revenue, move up from 600 million to, over 2 point something. It's quite high. So he came in and said, the question of fuel subsidy has been the 10-pound gorilla in the room. We've skated around that issue, removed fuel subsidy. Several presidents have come, and he said, listen, I'm going to do it. And he has said it. In his speech on that day, it was not there. But it's something he had thought about, and he said, fuel subsidy is gone. He pulled that trigger. We've seen unification of the forex market, another subsidized area where people are becoming billionaires. He pulled those 2 triggers. And we've seen what has happened. Let me just fast forward to where we are now. The stabilization of the forex market. So investors, even government can plan better. We've seen our local oil production go up. We've seen Dangote come on stream, and it's been sustained because of crude Naira for crude policy approved by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Rather than protect the industries, he has decided to support them with government policies, reduce their risk, and government is sharing the risk. So the reserves, the revenue that has been saved, we're dealing with 7.5 billion every year in terms of our subsidy. We've seen those monies go into infrastructure, human development, go into support for our young people when it comes to education. And then when you want to now look at the data that really matter when you do the global benchmarking, you look at our reserves. Is it the gross reserves? It is the net reserves. Is it the surplus in our export? A total reorientation, but also a total diversification. Yeah. Because the last report by MBS a couple of days ago showed that non-oil exports, the revenue is just pouring in. So we're at a point in which 3 years down the road, the president has taken what we want to call the road less traveled, like that very famous novelist, Thomas Hemingway.
Which was not without bombs.
Yes, quite a number of bombs.
Okay.
And I think that we're at the point in which the president stands on solid ground. It's been justified that he took these decisions. Let me make an extrapolation that we might return to at some point. Look at where Senegal is. A young man came to power, a populist regime. He was confronted with similar challenges. Yeah. He chose to ride the populist train. Now, the economy of Senegal has tanked. The PM was fired a couple of days ago. The debt ratio is 135%. We are just slightly below 50%. So when you look at this, you give a lot of credit to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for staying the course, for sitting on that hot plate and not running away, for not deferring to populism, but rather insisting that good governance will be the premium for renewed hope agenda programs.
And the question has always been on the minds of Nigerians: why do they have to bear the brunt? Why do they have to make the sacrifices? But let's hear from Ayodeji.
Well, surely, Ruth, that's where I'm just going to take it off, because SD has highlighted so many achievements in the last 36 months. But if you look at the 8 key priority areas, many Nigerians will want to disagree that they're not feeling the direct impact of the promises made by Mr. President. We'll take a look at the removal of fuel subsidy, the rollout of the CNGI program, NEL Fund, so many initiatives. But there's still some bottlenecks here and there that are not allowing Nigerians to have the direct impact of these policies by Mr. President. Now, how do you speak to them out there watching us now that these things are gradually, slowly but surely? It is also often said that a leader doesn't take his people where they want to be. It takes them where they ought to be. Please convince Nigerians on these things that we're actually having. And myself and Ruth have to explain most times when we go out there.
Absolutely. I think you do a great job doing that. I think the takeoff point would be that when you desire change, even within a family structure, change brings about adjustment. Change requires sacrifices. So let's take it at that level. And then when you escalate it to that of a country like Nigeria, 240 million people, our challenges are well known. We can't hide them. And then you have a president who says, it's about time we deal with them. It's enough we've scattered around the problem. So I think the starting point is the mindset. Nigerians must realize that if you require a country that functions, if you want an economy that can deliver, if you want to correct the ills of the past, there must be a government that will come to judgment and take those tough decisions. You look at parallels around the world. There's no country that has advanced that have not had their period of transition, of difficulty, of sacrifices on the part of the followership and also the leadership. And in our case, it's no different. I think we are great. You know, maybe in the first 1 year, most Nigerians were simply saying, oh, no, this is tough. At the 3-year point, we agreed that certain things that were not right before are being righted. And you talk about the macro. The macro figures are fantastic. You talk about the micro. And we can now talk about the micro. I was a young student and I enjoyed bursary at the university. Yeah. Bursary stopped almost 25 years ago. If President Bola Ahmed Tinubu comes in with NEL fund, within 3 months, he signed and NEL fund started. As we speak, 1.3, 1.4 million Nigerian youth are receiving not just the soft loan, but also a stipend of 25,000. That is revolutionary because you're dealing with a target population of 140, 150 million. You're looking at keeping so many of our young people off the streets. And that should be recognized. It was never there. Where did the funds come from? Or where are the funds coming from? Saved from the removal of oil subsidy. And I think that NEL fund thing is a runaway success. But let me make a few connections because people talk about how do you convince the people? What is the micro? The subnationals are critical. When you look at Nigeria's federal structure, the subnationals that the states are critical to, that's where the large swath of our citizens actually live. Yeah. When you look at what those that live in the Federal Capital Territory, vis-a-vis those that live in the states, it's massive. A 60% increase in what they get. So that's an opportunity to develop and to support the people. The question that should be asked is, to what extent are they doing this? But let's even come to the federal level. You look at health, human capital development. As I speak, tomorrow the president will be commissioning virtually over 1,000 health centers that have been revitalized across the length and breadth of this country. As we speak, for the first time, not just the conception, the implementation, 6 cancer centers. 3 of them have been commissioned. Another 3 will soon be commissioned. You talk about macro. This president has given 100% rebate for cesarean births across. Just go get your card and register. For diabetes, almost a 65% slash. Those are the micro because of course you're paying a little more for oil, but the government is also allowing you to keep some money that you'll have expended on certain other things. And I think this builds up over time. Again, when you talk about reforms, you're not talking about 0 to 100. It's a progression. And are we progressing in that direction? Yes. It's like building a house. The superstructure we had as a country was beautiful to behold. But the foundation was rupturing and collapse was imminent. Quantum Economics in their last month, they came out with a report, very insightful. And they said Nigerian economy was at the point of collapse when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu took over. And they said if those reforms had not come in time and were not as comprehensive as they were, this country's economy will have tanked. Okay. And I think that's critical.
So, Mr. Dari, it's good you're breaking down, what these reforms, where these reforms have brought Nigeria to. But also let's look at the reforms themselves. Right. Because if the people are not feeling the impact of these reforms...
But that's the assumption.
Okay, so
because
I'm getting somewhere. Somewhere. Right. Now, you mentioned the NEL fund. Yeah. The aspect of expansion to cover more beneficiaries is one of the concerns, especially at the state's level. Then the credit, consumer credit scheme designed to democratize access to credit. There is an interest rate of 20 to 30%. Which has raised concern. Now, the CNG aspect, which is supposed to cushion the transportation aspect, refueling stations is also a challenge, the shortage of refueling stations. So let's look at ways, You know, these are interventions that are highly commendable. Right. But how do you streamline these interventions to ensure that they are sustainable and they, you know, reap the desired impact?
The key words are sustainability.
Yes.
But also when you have these interventions, the other keyword that comes in is scalability. Okay. And scalability happens over time. Because it's not possible to have 5,000 refueling stations before you launch the program. Yeah. As we speak, I live in Jahi, for instance. In the last 3 weeks, at least 2 major CNG stations have been opened, and I've seen hundreds of vehicles. Across the country, when we traveled to Kano, we saw a massive refueling station in Imo, in Kaduna, in Lagos. So, scalability, the infrastructure for CNG is beginning to gain ground as what is being imported is coming in. And the point is, it's easy to just sit in a place and make assumptions. And I will give you an instance. Just 3 weeks ago, the presidential media team started what we call the Renewed Hope Media Tour. And we went around with about 55 journalists, TV, radio, television, radio, online newspapers, influencers, and the rest. And we went through the Northwest, about 5 states. Yeah. And we checked, we saw federal government projects, state projects, impactful. We spoke to people and the rest. Very expository. Now, what you also see is like we're building a road, 100 kilometers road. You can't finish that in 1 year. You can't finish it in 2 years. But you're seeing progression. The question is, are we seeing a progression in terms of the impact? Yes. And that will increase. Don't forget, the first year time is 4 years. In 3 years. And when you just sit back, look at the Jonathan era. In 3 years, what did they achieve? I quickly did that arithmetic before I came here. And I look at the Buhari years, of which I was part of, and I look at what did they achieve in 3 years. Then I looked at the Bola Ahmed Tinubu years. And it's not because I'm there, but it's my work as a public communicator. I deal with facts. I'm dealing with facts and data. You can't quarrel with that. What the president has been able to do in 3 years is unbelievable. When you combine what the 2 previous presidents did in 3 years, it's even more than that. And you can list them. You can check them out. Now, at the point at which you want to measure, are they fully successful? We're not at the point in which we've even completed the term. So, I do agree scalability is important. And you talked about the impact of NEL Fund, which is huge. When you move from a 0 student getting support to 1.3 million, again, they are looking at it to say beyond federal universities, can we have state universities? It's a function of the funds available. Also, before you expand these programs, you must also just see how it's working, the impact, and you can expand it. Right now, we have in a row multiple policies and initiatives benefiting the young people, benefiting the ordinary people. You talk about the vulnerable, 9.7 million are benefiting. That's a social safety net that we never had. In America, they also have a welfare system. And the point I keep making, at BOI, you can get single digits loan. Again, if you don't apply yourself to these opportunities, you cannot benefit. We like to talk about America, but if you lose your job in America, they don't call, Uncle Sam does not come to your door to give you an unemployment check. You're going to show up somewhere. Yep. You're going to feel, you're going to provide data. Yep. They're going to check to make sure that you're actually out of a job and you get something. So our young people should go out and apply for NEL Fund. You should approach BOI and say, look, I'm an entrepreneur. I want to do this. There's youth credit at the Ministry of Youth. And that's the point. You must apply yourself to these opportunities. Get off social media and apply yourself to these opportunities, and you can benefit from them.
But talking about these opportunities that you just rightly mentioned, we've seen instances where the bottlenecks there have actually denied so many people the opportunity and even discouraged them. We've seen instances where...
Talking about access.
The access, yes, to most of these opportunities.
There have been instances, and I think there are exceptions, because I've seen where these issues are brought to the fore. And most times through social media. You see the necessary departments or units within government activated quickly to deal with that. Because part of it, governance is a two-way street. There's a leadership and there's a followership. And where I've been on social media and I see, citizen journalists, individuals saying, this is what I experienced. I'll give you a good example. When the new the airport gate fee was introduced.
Yes.
There was a lot of pain.
Yes.
Who was the one that moved in to change it? The president. Because it got to him that, look, Nigerians were going through pain, travelers were missing there. The president responded. And you have seen, I can point to 7 different instances. When the CBN tax was introduced, there was a lot of hue and cry. The president moved in. He intervenes when it's necessary and when it affects the mass of our people. And that's the kind of leadership, a leadership that is responsive. Just on Sunday, when he gave a speech after the primaries result, he said, if you have lost a little bit of sleep as Nigerians, I have lost a little bit of sleep too. Yeah. You have felt some pain. I've felt your pain too. The challenges are enormous, but we are confronting them day by day. And he urged Nigerians, just a little more while, we will see the light at the end of the tunnel.
SD, the president, most times I said it doesn't really watch social media because it gives him so many issues. But
he gets good briefings.
Good briefings.
Those that watch social media.
Oh, great.
Okay.
Now, Ezra, let's take a look at 2 key sectors of Nigeria's fabric at the moment, energy and security.
Yeah.
Most times, it's all about the president's name keeps coming up without people paying attention to the roles of the subnationals. Now, how do we explain to Nigerians that despite the promises of Mr. President to improve that sector, we're still around the 4,000 megawatts of electricity in the country? And how do we reassure them that the issue of insecurity that is ravaging most parts of the country, that the president is up to it?
Thank you. I think you've touched on 2 very, very, very key issues that have also occupied Mr. President. And I'm going to outline a justification to the fact that it has been on the top drawer, front burner for Mr. President. We have hit not just 4,000. Under this administration, we have hit about 6,200 megawatts. And then when you look at energy, it's a 3-way process. You have the generation. It's not enough to generate 10,000 or 20,000. You have the transmission. And then you have the distribution, which takes you to the last mile. Now, this is a country of about 66 plus years. And over the years, you're supposed to make, every government ought to have made the requisite investment in modernizing the transmission, the distribution lines. And the records are there. What has happened over the years? Total neglect. That's why we have repeated collapse. Now, to change the transmission system of a country like Nigeria, where our lines run length, across forests and other places that are inaccessible, apart from the funding, the logistics, you also need the security surveillance to be able to do that. It's enormous. Now, what has this president done? Beyond increasing generation, because that's where it really starts, 6,000 plus, is an achievement. The question of distribution, transmission, just 2-3 months ago, he set up GRAMCO, grid management. Critical. That is really forward thinking, to find a way to make sure that we deal with the problems, the endemic problems that we have. And I think that the partnership with Siemens, because when you look at...
That's been a long time coming, right from the Buhari administration.
Yeah, it took 4 or 5 years before the Buhari administration was able to get that signed. COVID came in, we had a bit of delay. The fact is that the commitments needed to be made, the badges that need to come into the country are already in the country. President Tinubu, as the accelerated presidential panel has been on for electricity. And I think the key elements of reform in that sector are in place. Now, I keep saying it just like security. There's no silver bullet. The hard work is you look at what the key problems are, what are the solutions, you apply them, and in time. So we're not yet there. I know that Nigerians, when the band A, band B, and whatever came in, it's also part of the innovation. You look at best practices. And we had people say, I've been having light for 20 hours. Even now, if you pay more, you tend to get more.
But I've not had more. I've had less.
And you pay more?
Yes.
But that's the new experience. Other Nigerians I've read online, they say, look, I enjoy uninterrupted. But again, our transmission line is plagued by this. The earlier we come to terms with this administration has come to terms with the fact that we need to modernize. We need to upgrade our system. What did Egypt do? About 7 years ago, Egypt had a similar problem. Generation was down to less than 2,000. Egypt was in constant blackout. Then Siemens came in and gave them a proposal. Egypt is back at almost 92%. That same proposal was brought here. Now, the faithful implementation of that proposal is what we are on now, and President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is committed to that.
Okay.
I need to talk about security.
Okay, before we get to security, Mr. Dari, unfortunately, we have to take a break.
Oh, yeah, time flies.
So we'll be back to pick up with that. So you stay tuned.
What are we doing as a nation to, first of all, settle our teeming populace, especially the
NTA's political package with a third eye on the nation's political scene. I am Fisa Ogunfuyi. Welcome.
You have to be very careful giving space to people who are obviously sponsored to further the agenda of some other groups.
There's a lot of questions. A lot of questions in a closed door sessions. Some of these issues, some of the problems bedeviling their
In fact, between June 1st and July 17, 19-point-something billion has left the coffers of the NDDC.
I can say my constituency, they need everything because we don't have anything.
A method for digital literacy is a bot that you can use, you can interact to learn more about digital literacy.
Hello, it's our pleasure to have you join us on platform. I'm Ruth Aguwele.
What is the yardstick for measuring everybody's moral integrity? It's critical at this point in time.
How daunting has that been for the Institute in getting them abreast with all the legislative procedures?
The fact remains that one training workshop is not enough.
Thank you for staying tuned. The conversation is on PBAT 3. We're exploring the policies, the progress, and the road ahead. Mr. Dari, we're going to speak on security, but I want you to pin it to the subnationals, their role in ensuring that they support the federal.
Yeah, I think the issue of security or insecurity has been there for a while. So some people don't want us to say, oh, it was inherited. Just like, but when you say, even the debts we have were inherited from previous government. Some of the challenges were inherited. And the insecurity problem was also inherited. And the issue would be, what has the president done? What is he doing? Again, I talk about the transnational nature of the insecurity we're having. We must not forget where the rain started to beat us. When Boko Haram emerged under President Obasanjo, when the leader Yusuf of Boko Haram was picked up briefly and let go, and then he recruited up until when he took over about 14 or 13 local government areas under the late President Goodluck Jonathan. In this same country, and with all the people that are still talking, some of them were ministers, some of them were governors then. And then we saw Boko Haram become so strong and splinter into ISWAP and Lakurawas. And then you talk about the transnational nature of the insecurity in Nigeria. A borderline with Nigeria that is 1,500 kilometers, completely unpoliced. The number of ungoverned spaces, no authority. So these non-state actors just move in, they move in their emanations, and they operate without let or hindrance. Because there's no authority. There are no schools, there are no hospitals, no government presence. So it becomes a no man's land. You look at what happened in Libya. The free arms, small arms that were flowing in. And then you look at the entire swath of the West African sub-region, the borderline, over 3,328 kilometers, unpoliced, no technology, no boots on ground. Now, where is the attraction? Nigeria. And they pour in consistently. And then they find young people who really are easy recruits. So we've seen this problem really grow over time. As the Nigerian state tried to address it, absolutely. But under President Tinubu, we have seen a concentration in the attempt to muzzle and to wipe out these groups. And I talk about how President Bola Ahmed Tinubu turned what would have been a crucial confrontation with the United States to a crucial collaboration. And we're seeing the benefits. People thought, oh, this is it. Nigeria is going to go down. We've seen almost every month American, Airbuses coming in to drop supplies and support. Just a week ago, we saw the second in command that was busted. We saw what happened on Christmas Day. So, are we seeing a progressive effort at fighting insecurity? Absolutely. But again, when you fight insecurity, these are people that have been armed over the decade. They fight back because it has become so internalized, it has become so lucrative. They're fighting back the Nigerian state, and the Nigerian state is not letting up. We have a president who has increased defense budget. We have a president who has signed on to using technology and drones. It was in Turkey, made a state visit. Just last week, the defense minister went to sign the drones that we need. Just in Kigali, and I was at that meeting when he met with the Airbus. He simply said, my number one interest is to root out the terrorists. Please make sure you supply as quickly as possible the attack Apache helicopters I need to root out the terrorists. It shows you the depth of the problem we're facing. The land space is massive. The forests are thick. These people have been embedded in that place for over a decade. So, and that's the way you fight it.
But what about the role of the state governments? Because most of these insecurity
I think the president, they have a role, and it's very clear. But I think the president has come in with a solution. And I can remember as far back as 2006-07, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu came out clearly to advocate for the creation of the state police. While interrogating the security challenges of our country, you can Google and check, it came out, it was clear about it. Because when that happens, eventually, it puts squarely on the shoulders of the governors or the subnationals some level of security architecture that they are responsible to. Of course, they are answerable to the federal police. We've seen him, the president, coming in spite of the pressure and the attack. He has been able to even get that to the National Assembly. We've seen the new police IG come in and submit a plan already. And I think that the question about state police is no longer a debate. It's a question of it will happen very clearly.
SD, please, let's talk about government sincerity to tackling the cases of corruption that we're having. Recently, the EFCC got in touch, let me use it in quote, to the former Minister of Power. And many Nigerians, when they meet, most of us here keep asking the question, most of these monies have been recouped. What is government doing with it? And for those who are still standing trial, how does government sincerely want to actually tackle this problem of corruption to ensure that corruption, which has been described as the major problem in Nigeria's development stride, is eliminated or reduced to the barest minimum?
Well, first, let me, without doing PR for the EFCC, I think that if just a cursory search to see their record in the last 3 years, because when you talk about corruption, it's also multifaceted. Sometimes we just were fixated on saying it has to be just a minister and a governor. And unless a governor is prosecuted or a minister is prosecuted, under this administration, a minister was just sentenced to 75 years.
Yes.
And within days, he was about running out of the country. He was apprehended. It shows that there's a sincerity and there's a solid effort to fight corruption. When last did we have that happen? That's one. Two, when I talk about the multifaceted nature of corruption, you look at what has given this country the biggest dent in terms of its reputation. I don't want to call it 419, advanced fee fraud. You know how many of these camps have been busted? How many recoveries have been made and monies returned to those they have duped, whether in Nigeria or across other countries? This matters because when you talk about corruption, It has so many slides, and until you attack it from all points. What about within the civil service? We see ongoing efforts. Again, a former minister, several ministers and governors have been pulled up, which we thought was never going to happen. Again, this is a country of the rule of law. Innocent until proven guilty. So when they call you in, and it takes time, the AFCs, the ICPC will wait until they have done their search. Sometimes they wait for 4 years. They must get all the... And then when they call you in, you have a case. Yes, you can be bailed, but your case continues.
What happens,
what
happens to the monies that are collected?
The monies that are collected have been accounted for, that's one. But also know that the first major fund that came into NEL Fund, and it was well publicized, came from AFCC. Over 50 billion.
Oh, yes.
Presented to say, look, we're putting this back into the system. All those monies will be accounted for. When you look at the fiscal and monetary outlook of this administration, you also look at the recent single window and all of that. Is an architecture to make sure that all funds that are creable, whether from corruption, from revenue, come into that big pot. And that's where you can now make sure that the challenges of our country are met. And this is an administration that is committed to that.
And we've seen the president, go out to sort for this foreign direct investment through different summit. Now, you can have public-private partnership thrive, talking about investors' confidence, if some of these bottlenecks or hurdles that has been mentioned are not duly addressed. Let's look at a way of creating a fiscal stability. A way of creating a transparent market signal for Nigeria, talking about projecting the image of the country positively so that investors can come in confidently and invest more.
I think that's where you must call President Bola Ahmed Tinubu an A+.
Okay.
From being the president of Nigeria, so he wears a lot of caps. He's also the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, but he has added something else to that. He has become the marketer-in-chief. And then you want to add the last one, the reformer-in-chief, because you're looking at reforms spanning 10 sectors. You're looking at a president who had a choice to just sit at home and make phone calls. It's convenient. Or a president that moves around. Just look at India. The massive nature of their economy, the success of that economy. Yet the Indian president is one of the most traveled prime ministers that we have. Because in the global world, in the 21st century world we live in, where we live in a global village, as a president, you must move around to engage with other presidents, to engage with investors in the private sector. Because there's a lot of comfort when private investors who have the resources sit in the same room with the president of a country and they're able to engage and get first-hand promises. When we were in Kigali last week, and the president, was on 2 different panels, he spoke very well. Somebody with a clear understanding of what the policies were and what the policies were meant to achieve. And when asked on the FDI, whatever, he said, look, as we speak, over $20 billion. FDI has been attracted. We've seen that for every trip, we can sit down and say, and that's what happens. There's an audit each time he returns from a trip. What have we achieved? And how do we advance that? Is it going to Turkey? Is it going to Brazil? Is it even going to the UK? Just the last trip we went, $600 billion from AMP to modernize our ports. And you can just reel it on. So I think that when it comes to marketing the country, the president has made himself the marketer-in-chief. But also you've seen the ministers and the head of agencies also line up in that direction. And that's why we can sit here and talk about the investment climate. That's why we can sit here and talk about what the 2 Bretton Woods institutions have said, the World Bank and the IMF, saying that there's a stable outlook. That's where the ratings move from B, the one that happened last week. That's why we can sit here and talk about just 2 days ago, when our GDP moved up. That's why we can talk about when they looked at the greatest contributor of GDP in Africa, after Egypt, is Nigeria. These were numbers you could not talk about 3 years ago.
You know, just before Ayo comes in, Mr. Dari, I know for you as a media person, a public communicator, it could be easy. Now, we've seen the Minister of Information come out to sell government policies to the people. Right. But having these ministers, the other ministers, do their part effectively. I'm not saying they're not doing their part, but marketing what this administration is doing, some experts have come out to say there are gaps. If you're not selling what you're doing, there will be speculations you talked about.
Absolutely. I think, you know, without holding brief for our ministers, I think they are trying. What we just need to do is, you know, again, scalability, you know, more engagement. And of course, sometimes too, you want to wait until what the program you have has reached a critical stage of success, 45, 50%. And then you can speak to it because you have evidence. It has to be evidential.
Yes.
On the part of the federal government, we're out here talking about it because we can stand behind the numbers. There's clear evidence about the data we're having. And when you look at just inflation alone, where were we in 2023? We were at 34-point-something%. And we came down as low as 15%. The president promised that. That does not happen overnight. It does not. It's not a wish. It's because some structural changes and adjustment took place. And then you look at efforts at expanding the productive base of our economy. Then that's why we're getting the investment coming in. We're getting different numbers for our GDP going up. We're even seeing the projection by the World Bank and IMF for this economy turning positive. And I agree with you. Of course, there's a concerted effort. With the national media tour we have started, will take us to 6 geopolitical zones. Ministers, governors will join us. We've only done the Northwest. We're going to go to the Southeast, then come back to the Northeast. And it's part of, most of it is road journey. And they can speak to what they have done. And I think that we'll see the scale go up in terms of, you know, exposing what has been done on behalf of this government.
Let me fire 2 quick double barrels because of time. SD.
Do I need to get the bulletproof?
No, you wouldn't need that. You wouldn't need that, SD. You were Minister of Youth and Sports Development. That demography is something that's central to Nigeria's development currently. Surely we're pressed for time. We might not really be able to talk about the digital economy and how youth actually thrive in there.
Right.
But for a particular sector of the economy where you reign supreme for about 4 years, how come consistency has been a problem for some years now? Under your watch, in so many years, Nigeria was able to make the podium finish at the Olympics. We made good statements in different sports events. Wow. But lately, it's not been as smooth or continuity as you expect it to be. Secondly, what do you say to contradictory statements that come sometimes from the Palace of Governance? The president says this, and of course, we're seeing different reactions from different ministries, departments, and agencies contradicting the state or the position of the president to assure Nigerians that we're moving in the right direction.
Let me start from the last one. Unless you come out with specifics, and I'm a rabid consumer of news, I've not really seen where there's been a direct contradiction. Maybe in the mode of explanation, maybe in the breakdown, you might notice a bit of difference. But I think the ultimate goal is not different. The ultimate goal is clear. If the policy is set that we should make sure that our Greek ministry achieves the young farmers, make sure that 1 million of our young people are employed in farming, maybe 1 acre or 2 acres of land. There's a process to that. That is the goal, to achieve it.
What about the budget performance?
Well, I'll come to that.
All right.
So that I don't lose track of. So I've not really seen that direct contradiction. Again, I've explained. It might just be in the way that it's been explained. Now, you talk about the sports. And for me, the bane of sports development in any country is lack of a policy. Just like a country that lacks a development plan. Why are we talking about Lagos today? President Bola Ahmed Tinubu came up with 25 years development plan, which has been followed through by 3 or 4 governors. And that's why Lagos, whatever it is, Lagos still is about the 6th largest economy that we have now. So for sports, I think we've had some good times. We've had the Falcons win We've had the Super Eagles get to
the Tigers
and the rest.
Athletics.
So you notice that sometimes in sports it's not 100%. But then we must return to having policies in sports development. The National Sports Industry Policy was put in place when I was there. There's a 10-year football master plan. Unless we follow documented policies, this fire brigade approaches will not work for us.
Okay, Mr. Sunday Dari, I'm afraid we'll leave the conversation there, but not the advocacy, definitely, because there's a lot to explore. Yes, there's a lot to explore. And me to understand you have a flight to catch, so we'll have to let you go. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing this thoughts. Thank you. And congratulations on 3 years.
Absolutely.
Yes. And Ayodeji Makinde, thank you so much for your thoughts on the platform.
Thank you so much, Ruth.
All right, so we've been exploring PBAT at 3, the policies, the progress, and the road we're all headed as Nigerians. And as the president or this administration heads for 4th term and 2nd term, you know, it takes transparency, implementation of these reforms effectively, you know, to promote inclusive governance. And it takes you and I to give that support. And that's Platform. I'm Ruth Aguilera. Bye.
Want to know more?
Welcome. This is Bon Appetit, a culinary adventure. All of them are quite different and unique, especially when it comes to native foods and cultural delicacies. Their food mainly depends on the ingredients that are produced in that particular area.
Art is as old as humanity, as man has always found means of self-expression through any available material. With the advent of technology, digital illustration has emerged as a veritable form of artistic expression.
Basically, illustrations are pictures in between short stories, and of course they're used to represent the story that is being told. You hardly find a lot of illustrators actually. Of course, that is the truth. And then we try to send story by creating pictures for a tale. You have a storyline, and then you want it to be you want it to actually go through, pass the message through properly. So you have to come to us. We create the visuals for you in the form of digital posters, that is illustrations. You can find them anywhere, libraries, posters. You can see posters around major places, even in arts and culture, yeah? You can see bookshops and all. You can find these books.
How are you faring?
I'm faring well, very well. Very, very well, because it never used to be like this. Initially, the way it is. You're going to study fine arts, and then we're wondering, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to go study one funny structure? So, but the idea is that it still remains that you have to be consistent. You don't have to delve into your idea of trying to look for one fast idea or one fast part to get involved. We've been here for a while, so I think over the years, it has been like when you were coming up, the process of trying to build yourself, you're getting better. And I used to do digital illustrations. I never used to do that. I used to work with papers and watercolor and stuff, and people still, like it. But yeah, this is smooth, this is sweet, this is digital. And then it's not digital, people just think that, what are you doing? Are you trying to, is it like maybe it's a computer work? But I'm still the artist working on it now. Look, this is a pen, an electronic pen, and this is a Wacom tablet. It's just the way it's free. Pen sensitive, the way you apply your pen, it comes out the way it is, as if you're using your biro or your pencil on paper. So it's still me doing the same thing I used to do back in paper, but the process here is different. The advantage is that it is better, finer.
Easier.
Not that easy, because you have to sit down for a long time. When I'm using paper, I could just start talking, walk around and stuff. But this, I have to be there because you have a lot of applications you need to make use of. You're supposed to use this application, you're using the other one. You have to be very, very focused, of course, so you can achieve what you're looking towards and looking forward to achieving. So those are the basic things that makes it better. And of course, this lasts longer. It's electronic, so it's going to stay for a longer period. I'm not saying the paperwork is not going to be better. Of course, we print them out and then we use them for kids and all, but this process is better. That's the way I see it, though.
What are the challenges faced in this line of business?
This kind of work doesn't come often. And of course, we've built ourselves to that point where we don't just think that, of course, where you are is going to be where you're going to be all the while. I'm saying that sometimes you have some workload of, some real choked up with works from clients, and then you are there very busy. And sometimes you're not doing anything. You understand? But because you've been there over the years, you understand that it's not there all the time. You should have something doing. So certain times I don't sleep. I'm not talking about don't sleep for just 1 day or 2 days. I'm talking about months. I won't sleep. I have to sit down in one place for a long time. Sometimes my hair will grow out. I'll just be in one place trying to make sure I finish the task. Not just with one client, with a couple of clients. I don't like to juggle up clients, but if I know that I could round up this job in the next 10 days, another client could come in. And of course, I'll give you some time. Now look, this is when your work will be ready. And then of course, by the time I get to that point, I'll be able to achieve it. So I could be doing a couple of jobs at the same time. I could be indoors for a long time. You wouldn't even see me for like a month. Maybe I'll just come out briefly and then go back. So the idea of challenges, there are a lot of challenges. One of the challenges is you might be there without doing anything. It is going to be like, what is this guy doing? I'm not doing anything now. In short, the time I don't work, I'm happy. Because it's like, I could sleep. Because when they pump in some jobs for you, oh wow. Somebody telling you, I need this book in the next 1 week. I need one. So sometimes I have to return some.
It may look easier than traditional art, but digital illustration is a valid form of art that takes time, effort, and practice.
Let's delve into the cultural significance of the Maasai shuka, an intricate textile embodying the heritage of the Maasai people in East Africa. Firstly, a brief introduction of the Maasai community. Residing in regions of Kenya and Tanzania, the Maasai are renowned for their cultural customs, vibrant beadworks, and distinctive attire. Our exploration commences with the historical origins of the Maasai shuka. Initially introduced by European traders in the 19th century, it began as conventional fabric utilized by Scottish missionaries. Over time, the Maasai ingeniously transformed it into a symbol of profound cultural identity. Taking a closer look at the Maasai shuka, one is captivated by its rich palette of colors and intricate patterns, each hue conveying symbolic meaning: red for courage, blue for vitality, and green symbolizing the land's prosperity. Zooming in on the practical applications, the Maasai shuka, initially fashioned as clothing, has evolved into a versatile accessory
integral to daily life. Its utility ranges from providing warmth against mountain air to serving as an improvised carrying sling for infants. Shedding light on its cultural relevance, the Maasai shuka plays a pivotal role in ceremonial occasions. It is prominently featured in rites of passage, weddings, and spiritual gatherings, underscoring its central role in Maasai cultural expression. In the modern day, the Maasai shuka showcases remarkable diversity. Beyond its traditional uses, it has found its way into contemporary fashion markets and global markets, representing a fashion fusion of cultural heritage and modern trends. In addition to the shuka, the Maasai are renowned for their intricate beadwork. Bracelets, necklaces, and earrings adorned with colorful beads are iconic accessories contributing to the distinctive Maasai aesthetic. As we conclude our exploration of the Maasai shuka, this seemingly simple fabric emerges a profound cultural artifact reflecting the resilience and creativity of the Maasai people. Join us in our ongoing journey as we continue to explore the diverse and captivating tapestry of global cultures.
The federal government of Nigeria warns vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables, and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Last days had two celebrations, very important celebrations, that reminds us what Nigeria is all about. Talk of the Eid or Salah brought families together in prayer, sharing, and sacrifice. And of course, the Children's Day, which was on May 27th, gave us the opportunity to have a glimpse of the future in the eyes of our kids. Welcome to your weekend. It is a special weekend, and my name is Diako Randy Abu. The program comes to you from the stables of NTA Entertainment. Okay, the focus on this special episode of the program is, or it's going to be, the Eid may have come and gone, but the memories would linger for a long time. We will be looking at families and festivities during the Eid. We will have a scholar in the house, and of course it promises to be very, very interesting. And of course, like I said, Children's Day was some days back, and a lot happened. Of course, on our premises, you will be getting the highlights. Once again, thank you so much for joining us on this special edition. And let's get started. Okay, it's now time for us to get to know what's happening on the entertainment scene worldwide. And I promise you, I can tell you confidently, a lot is happening. So it's now time for Week in Entertainment.
On This Week in Entertainment, we kick off with cheering news. Saturday, the 23rd of May, Shakira released World Cup soundtrack after Davido made an appearance for the 2022 Qatar World Cup. 2 World Cups, 2 Nigerians on the anthem. Still on the World Cup, Rema is headlining the FIFA World Cup opening ceremony in Los Angeles, and Nigeria is doing it again. Rema, whose real name is Divine Ikubo, joins Thai rapper Lisa and Brazilian singer Anita on the World Cup track titled Goals, one of the headline releases from the official World Cup 2026 album. FIFA has confirmed that the trio will perform the track live for the very first time during the opening ceremony at Los Angeles Stadium on June 12th.
Goals.
The Los Angeles ceremony is the headline show of the entire tournament, and Rema is right at the center, alongside Katy Perry, Future, Tyler, and Anita. Flavour sold out London's O2 Arena, and it was not just a concert, it was a congregation. On Sunday, the 24th of May, High Life royalty Chinedu Okoli, Flavour, headlined a sold-out show at Indigo at the O2 in London as part of his Afroculture tour. Long before he stepped on stage, the venue was already electric with anticipation. Nigerians, Africans, and lovers of high life packed in, dressed for celebration, community, and nostalgia. When the lights dropped, his entrance was dramatic, cinematic, and deeply rooted in identity. Nothing felt rushed, nothing felt mechanical. Selling out the O2 as a high life act sends a clear message: African music in all its forms belongs everywhere. And we close on a global note. The world of music lost one of its greatest architects this week. Jazz legend Sonny Rollins died on Monday the 25th of May at his home in Woodstock, New York. He was 95. Rollins was the tenor saxophonist whose bold, distinctive tone and relentless experimentation kept him on the cutting edge of jazz for more than 5 decades. He was one of the last living greats of the bebop era, standing in the same breath as John Coltrane and Charlie Parker as one of the most influential saxophonists in the history of music. Over a career spanning 7 decades, he produced more than 60 albums. His 1956 record, Saxophone Colossus, remains one of the most important jazz recordings ever made. The Saxophone Colossus has laid down his horn, but the music never stops. And that has been the Week in Entertainment. See you same time next.
Welcome back. And like I told you, a whole lot is happening on the entertainment scene. Moving on, let's take you to our kitchen. Is a regular. you must enter our kitchen. And our kitchen has something also very special for your delight as we celebrate. It's a long weekend, and of course, it's a celebration. It's a weekend of celebration, and of course, it's celebrating. You must eat, and we have this special cuisine for you. You will find out as we join Bola on Whip and Grill.
Hello everyone, welcome to another exciting episode on Whip and Grill. I am Chef Bola Tito. On today's show, we are going to be making something extra healthy because it's all salad today, guys. You know, we can't just do without salad on the show. So we're making two kinds of salads, some with some cherry tomatoes and some with iceberg lettuce. So let's get started. We're doing everything from the scratch to the dressing, and you're going to see everything that you need to see and know how to do them by yourself. So let's get started. So we have our vinegar water here, which we already dipped our iceberg lettuce in, and all the vegetables that we're going to be using. This salad is one of my best because it's really fresh and it's crunchy. So for this salad, we are going to add some bell pepper. So we are going to add some marrow. So we are going to go and put in our red cabbage, my favorite purple cabbage, I mean to say. So we are going to add some onions for flavor. Some spring onions, of course, for more flavor. So we are going to shred some chicken into the salad. We are going to top it with some cherry tomatoes. Oh my God, who doesn't love cherry tomatoes? Something must be wrong with you. And here comes in our olives, guys. So guys, we are going to garnish with some sweet corn. The next thing is we are making our dressing from the scratch like I promised you all. We are going to squeeze in our lemon juice. We are making some mustard dressing in case you don't know what we're trying to do. So a tablespoon of mustard, some olive, tablespoon of olive oil, black pepper, some white pepper. So we are adding our vinegar, apple cider vinegar, to our dressing. We are going to top this with some oregano, and of course a tablespoon of any sweetener of your choice, but we are using honey. So yes, our dressing is ready. We are going to be making our second salad. This is the best way I shred my lettuce. I really don't like chopping it. We will shred our celery stalk. But you don't have to use too much of celery stalk so that you know it's very strong. So it doesn't have to be too overwhelming in your mouth. It's time for us to add our crispy cabbage. So this is our simplest salad, just as simple as possible. 3-color salad. We are about to plate our salad. So watch, we're going to use olive oil and vinegar to marinate it before we use our dressing. So that's some vinegar inside our olive oil. This salad is life. It's giving me joy. You guys don't have an idea. Like, this salad is everything and more. You say you missed something, I guess. This is so good, guys. So our salad is ready. And it's time for us to end today's show, to say goodbye. And I'm feeling very sad because today's episode is my best so far. So, like I always say on this show, try and do this at home over the weekend. Salad is very important to your health, to your well-being, to your looking younger and looking so beautiful and living so long too. You must add this to your diet. All right, see you guys same time next week on the show. Bye-bye.
Okay, welcome back, Bola. Thank you so much. And it's something one has to try. We will try that. Yes, from one to another. This one we identify with the season. It's Ram, the Eid may have come and gone, like I keep saying. And of course, it was Ram here, Ram there. And there's a lot that you can do with Ram. And that is why we're bringing to you this feature. We target simply Eid cuisine. See what it is all about.
It is that time of the year when this special dish from the northern part of Nigeria, called tuwon shinkafa with miyan kuka or taushe, is at its best, as the taste of the soups hits differently with the lamb meat in them, especially now that it is in abundance. It is always a delight to give family, friends, and neighbors a befitting feast this season, especially with a lot of meat to give out. Do good to make perfect use of your meat with one of these dishes. And of course, one can always shred the meat, oil deep fry, fat fry, or dry fry his or her meat to last for a longer period if it is too much to savor.
Okay, welcome back. Like that feature told you, so much delicacies, you know. When you're talking about ram, you can do a whole lot. And of course, lots of people had a wonderful time preparing it in different shapes and sizes. From where I come from, they say if it's yam season, raining season, you can't stop talking about the yam season. It may have come and gone, but the memories will continue to linger. With me to talk about the effect of Eid, or the family as it affects Eid, is Ustaz Farouk in the house. It's good to have you, Same here. Okay. Like I said in the intro, I was like, from where I come from, we plant yam a lot, and if yam is in season, we don't talk about any other thing than yam. Eid has come and gone, but the experience is always like, is new. Nobody ever gets, tired of, yes, we've done it before, and all that. It's always a new experience. But before we talk about how it affects the family, the impact on the family, let's get to know what the story of Eid, just brief story of Eid.
Okay, so you see, I would not place a single figure of the story behind Eid, but the essence of Eid. Mm-hmm. You see, the essence of Eid cannot be overemphasized.
Exactly.
You understand? Because Eid is something that just doesn't speak unity. Mm-hmm. You know, it brings commitment, union, and it propagates faith. Mm-hmm. You understand? To the Muslim faith, celebrating Eid is so special that, you know, every time you think about the preciousness of being alive. Mm-hmm. You understand? And so this period, or this, this time alone makes it feel so important to you that you don't just think of the one aspect of it. Mm-hmm. You think of how it brings unity, how it brings commitment, how it brings you closer to your family, mm-hmm. To your friends, to your religion. Above all, how it makes that moment memorable for you.
Talking
understand?
about memorable, this is one season where the family is the key point. This is where people leave where they are and come to be, come to celebrate the Eid. So tell us the importance of the family and coming together.
Okay, so when I was coming here earlier, I told somebody that this place brings a lot of memory for me. Because when I was much younger, my friends and my family come to activities they do here for, I think it's a children Eid celebration or something. Now, the unity in Eid, especially to family, is it creates what you don't understand now that you value tomorrow. From thinking of how you're going to do your yankan ragu, you understand, to your salah cloth you're going to wear, to the beautiful pictures you take, the family portraits you take, the time you sit down and eat together and all. Those memories are something you cherish for the rest of your life. You understand? So the significance of it is just, I don't know, should I say it's overemphasized or it's less emphasized? You understand?
It can never be overemphasized.
So I should say it's less emphasized because it's extremely special. Extremely special. The process of celebrating it is something you cannot just stop thinking about.
Okay, now let's talk about the routine on Eid Day. For the family, what actually happens when you wake up, what do you do, how do you prepare? Let's get to the story.
So I think it's even before the Eid.
Okay,
because
let's start before.
Some of us will start preparing your Kayan Salah maybe a month too. And some of us will do it 2 weeks. So the ladies,
your Kayan Salah is what and what? What are you talking about?
Your Kayan Salah is the clothes you wear on Salah day.
Okay.
My Salah clothes.
Yes.
You understand? And of course, tailors disappoint. So ladies may probably start planning a month or 2 months too, so that they get it early.
Now.
You get. So the process starts from Kayan Salah. My Salah clothes. I want to wear this style. I want to wear that style. I want to. Then it comes to, okay, we are going to mosque, okay, if we come back from mosque, okay, we're eating. After eating, we are going to this location. From this location, we're going to that location. From that location, we'll visit family and friends, So those are, the exciting things about Eid. You have to always think and plan year in, year out. That makes it really special.
Okay. So Eid Day gone, the routine on the Eid
Day gone. So you go to, so it depends, there's smaller Eid and there's bigger Eid. This one is the big Eid that just passed. So in the morning, you wake up, you prepare, you wear your Salah cloth, of course. You go to mosque. When you come, you go to mosque. When you come back from mosque, you prepare for your layah. That's your sacrifice. After your sacrifice, that's when you now eat. Like most of us that are going to do layah, you fast throughout. You don't even break your fast until you come back from the mosque. So when you break your fast, that's when you can now eat.
Okay.
And then when you eat is where the other things now comes in. The celebration, the taking pictures with family, and then the preparing to go and visit. Share food around your environment. Your sacrifice you're going to do, you cut it into 3 parts. One is for the household, one is for the less privileged, one is for relatives and all. So there are lots of activities planned out for you.
Okay, let's talk about the family reunion and togetherness. Let's just look at that.
Okay. Okay, so you see, the family reunion, in my case, I'm an event manager. So in my case, we organize like this family reunion. But this reunion, we don't do it for specifics. We do it for the general public.
Okay.
But it's always advisable that Eid is a period where you create memories. So it's always advisable for you to create, things that keeps the family together.
Okay.
Days to meet relatives, days to meet long distance family and all, to come together, create memory, create engaging activities and all. Even stay in the house, play board games, just fun things that, that keeps the merriment and the happiness together.
Okay.
In our own case, we do it in a larger scale for people to come.
Okay.
But for those that, of course, cannot, come out and you can do close, intimate ones within family and friends, and just create memories.
Why did you choose to go into that? I'm curious.
Okay, so I would say I did not even plan to go into it. It was just coincidence. When I was younger, I followed my relatives, my brothers and the rest to, normal functions. And when I was growing up, I saw I can actually make money from organizing things. While I was in the university, I created small activities and I was making money. So after the university, man needed money. And because this is something I've been doing small scale before, I said, instead of being idle, let's start doing it, gradually, and, boom, it picked up. And it actually is our most successful form. Ironically, our first program officially as a Brown started with a program called Eid First. And we've been doing it for 8 years now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Let's talk about how, Eid can, the lessons that we can relate to our country. They're coming together. You've been bringing people together.
Yeah.
How can this work, helping us build our country?
You see, in discussing about unity and development as a country, you see, the celebration of Eid is a key factor. Now, I wouldn't even want to place the celebration alone on just Eid. Celebration itself is a form of unity. You see, it upholds different aspects of life. You understand? It doesn't signify that you are in a middle class or an upper class, you're a Christian or you're a Muslim. That celebration brings unity from different angles. If you remember, I was telling you when you are doing sacrifices, after your sacrifice, you share arms to the less privileged.
Yes.
It doesn't say you should specifically give it to a Muslim.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
You understand? Whoever is around you that needs it, you give it to him. Now, this is just the aspect of religion. The aspect of an human is, if you are celebrating, you don't cage your celebration to, it's only for Muslims, so I will only celebrate with my Muslim neighbors. You celebrate with everybody, irrespective of your culture, your tribe, and now, for example, we that do events, we have Christians coming to celebrate with us. You understand? You see them wearing the normal kaftan and what, in the midst of everybody celebrating. In Christmas also, we go also to the Christmas celebrations, the children gathering, why everybody goes. So celebrations during Eid and Christmas is a vital part to unity in every society. It needs to be upheld, and I would really say if the government can even make this a general factor, to do something free for people to come together. It isn't the tension of insecurity and
But it's involving. If you during the Eid celebration at the Millennium Park saw Christians and
exactly, indeed,
you couldn't tell
who is Christian, who is a Muslim.
Even during Christmas, and
yes.
See, I think we're evolving.
We're getting there.
We need to do more and really use this as a backyard or to moving forward, especially moving our country forward. Let's go back to Eid because the emphasis is on the family. What is the role of the father during the Eid, talking about the celebration and the Eid events?
Okay, so you see, now there are different aspects to the roles of a father in Eid. There is the psychological one and the financial one. You understand? The psychological one is the psychological and financial is almost the same because it comes with the pressure that comes with providing as a father. You understand? And then it comes with the pressure of, making arrangements and making plans. Because as the father, you are the one that dictates the activities of the family.
Exactly.
You understand? The artillery of the family. The mother or the children can only, give an idea of what to do. It's left for the sole provider to say, yes, we are going to do this. Yes, we are going to do that. Yes, we are going to do this. Indeed, it is not a smooth role for fathers in celebrating, especially with the current economy.
That's never been.
You understand? Especially with the current economy. So I will always, advise children and mothers to please, during Salah, before Salah, after Salah, pet your father, pet your husband, pray for him, and give him courage to always keep doing more for you, because he's especially the source of your happiness.
Yes.
Indeed. So
I told somebody, I went out, I was gisting with some of my friends, and I was like, it's all about me. And everybody was like, how selfish. And how selfish. I said, if I'm happy, I'll translate it to my wife, to my children. So I need to be happy.
Indeed.
As a man, I need to be happy. Because when you are happy, people around you, you spread it around.
There was a time I heard they said, what every man needs more in his life, it's not just love, but peace of mind. No.
Is love ever enough?
Exactly.
Peace of mind. Okay, psychological.
So the psychological is still the same thing. If the father's mindset is not set, there's nothing he can do.
Okay.
If his mood is not calm, the mood of the family would not be calm.
Okay.
If the father is not happy to take you out or give you money to, sometimes we call it Baraka Salah, the gifts they give you during Salah to go and spend. If he's not sound psychologically, if his mood is not okay, the whole family will feel it. So that's why I emphasize, make them happy, make them smile, and encourage them to do more.
Okay, that's talking about fathers, talking about the kids, especially the boy child. What is his role during this period?
So we see the boy child as the assistant of the father. it's like the title that comes to it, I'm a man. You understand? So he assists the father in everything. For example, during the layah, the boy is the person that supports and assists him for, when you're doing the slaughtering, the washing, the arrangement, the cutting and all. So, going to mosques, arranging the whole family to go to the mosques, driving everybody to the mosques back and all. That's all, the work of the boy child in the family. Like I said, is the assistant to the father.
Okay. Ustaz Farouk, you are still here with me. During this past days, we also had Children's Day.
Yeah.
Did it bring memories to you at all?
So, earlier I told you when I was coming here, it gave me of how I used to come here for my children activities and children activities and the rest. And always remember, fortunately again for me, my birthday is a day after the Children's Day. Yeah, so my birthday was on the 28th. Yeah, so you see the memories of how we celebrate it then and enjoying it, from school's march past, to amusement parks visitation and everything. It's remarkable.
I'm asking you this question because what we are going to take is the highlight of what happened here on the 27th of May, Children's Day. A lot happened. Now is that time we will be bringing back memories. It happened here in NTA on the 27th May. Children had the fun of their life. It happened here in our premises. This is the highlight.
One. Everybody be on a straight line now. Oh, now what's for this one for me? Straight line. Behind me. I got camera. I feel like I said go back tomorrow. Oh yeah, watch. Behind me. Everybody be on a straight line. On a straight line, huh? Hey! Una want to wear me. If you don't be on a straight line, your face will not show. You will not be a celebrity.
Hey everyone. Happy Children's Day to all the amazing children present here today. I warmly greet our hosts, distinguished guests, teachers, and pupils from different schools. My name is Zainab Sali Mustafa, and I am from Brooklyn Academy. I am here to speak on the topic, the role of a child in nation building. What is nation building? Nation building means creating a strong, peaceful, and successful country where people live together and work for a better future. Some may think that only adults build a nation, but that's not true. Children have an important role to play. First, education is the key. By studying hard, listen in class, ask questions, children are preparing themselves to become future leaders, doctors, innovators. After all, big things start small.
If you don't know the name of this school, ask question. They are the High Grade International. This is beautiful. Nigeria, we are highly rich in cultural value. Sarafa. Haba. Kai.
Welcome back once again, children. I want to believe you had a wonderful time with us here in NTA, and we promise you next year will be much, much better. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, the program is Your Weekend from the stables of NTA Entertainment. Before we went on that highlight, we have been talking Eid, and of course the emphasis has been on the family, and this time around we will be focusing more on the festivity during Eid and how it can benefit our country, Nigeria. Ustaz Farouk is still in the studio with me, and we are having a wonderful time. I'm learning a whole lot from you.
Indeed.
Okay. We left at a point, and it will not be fair if we don't continue.
Of course.
You know now. I don't want to enter. Okay, let's talk about the role of the mother. The mother during the Eid period. What is she supposed to do?
The engine room of the whole experience, that's the mother. You know, the mother takes responsibility of all the domestic happenings of the Eid. And if you're talking about Eid, you know, these are the behind the scenes that a lot of people don't really see, because people just see they already made food, you know, the beautiful clothes, you know, and going to the locations and all, not seeing the process that it takes, you know, from the mother setting out the children to what they are going to wear, to, you know, preparing for Eid a day before, washing of the, you know, the meats, you know, preparing of the food, you get arranging the kids for mosques, you know, arranging visitations and all. So these are a lot of work mothers face, you know, during Eid. It's not easy for them. That, trust me, they still need to be appreciated a lot, you know, and
obviously.
Yeah, you know, and always tell them thank you, because it's not easy. You know, they say your mother is your pride, so always hold them tight and tell them thank you.
Something I know.
Oh, really?
Okay, now let's talk about the girl child. So that we'll just end the second.
Okay, so the girl child is earlier assistant mother. She supports the mother, you know, for everything they do, you know, the domestic work and all the organization and everything. She, you know, she gives the mother a stepping stone to rest a bit. So it makes the whole work easy for the mother, of course.
Okay, you know, let's go back to festivities now. During the Eid, you know, celebrations that had gone, we saw a lot of teamwork, you know, how people came together, the cooperation. Let's talk about it, how, you know, we can learn about this to help our country. Just emphasize on it.
So, you see, celebration is a key factor in, you know, economic development, you know, and spreading unity and diversification in the country. You get, and like I will always say, if people do these things individually, you know, and it brings some sort of goal, if the government puts hand to it, it propagates more. For example, if you go to the Millennium Park, you see how people gather to celebrate from different cultures, different ways, you know, celebrating and having fun together. And these are things they do independently. Yes, of course, the space was provided by the government. But imagine when the government is doing something free for everybody to come and have fun. You understand? It makes more people come. And entertainment in most cases and merriment reduces stress. And if it reduces stress, it also reduces depression. If you are less depressed, committing crime goes far from your thoughts. You understand? So we should take this factor as something really important that we push through year in, year out, to reduce, the tribalism and other problems we have, that leads to insecurity. It will really help us indeed.
Let's also look at the religious aspect of it. We're living it out. What is the message? What do you get? How does it inspire you? How does it strengthen your faith?
So, you see, if the story behind the Big Salah is, I'm not sure if I get it right, if it's Prophet Abraham or something, when the Salah period was coming, they asked him to do sacrifice, and in fact he was even taxed to even use his child for sacrifice, you get, and he obliged and said, yes, no problem, God, I'm going to use my child, you get, and in the process of doing it, God now surprised him with a sheep or something and said, okay, use the sheep to sacrifice. You see, that believing, that faith he had in God to say, I was going to use my child because he requested, and God now provided him with a sheep. It's even the reason why now we use sheep and the rest, for that sacrifice brings purity. In Islam, just like the day of Arafat, which is the day before the Salah, you are asked to fast. And if you fast that day and do supplications, after the reward of that day is like, the reward of cleansing your sins for the whole year. So Eid doesn't just come as celebration, it comes as a form of purity. It cleanses you, it makes you more committed to God, it builds your faith, and makes you a better person. So, Eid is a special moment that, if you are alive, you should always pray to have a special time to experience it. It's incredible.
Yeah, it is. Let's also get your personal, this past Eid. What is that message that hit you? What did you take from it?
Well, if you want to ask me especially for this past Eid, I would say it's because the Eid celebration came a few days to my birthday, so that's the most special thing I took. But you get, in every Eid, the most, special experience about it is me spending time with my family, because, my family is the best thing that has ever happened to me in my life, and I want to believe it's the best thing that has happened to other people's lives. So my key aspect always celebrate quality time with your family.
Okay, what's the ideal? During the Eid, there are different kinds of celebrations, different forms, and especially these Gen Zs these days, they can experiment a lot. With your experience, what is the ideal, especially for young people, the ideal way to celebrate Eid?
So,
apart from going to the prayer ground, outside it, we are seeing all sorts of things.
Of course. I am an agent of, propagation of modesty. My own form of modesty is not saying you should not socialize. You should socialize, but you should be inside the corridor of being modest, And so I always tell people, any celebration you do that takes you outside, the form of modesty, it's not worth it. Do something that is remarkable and appealing to everybody. Something every aspect or every age can go to. From your father to your mother to your aunties to your uncle. Not something that restricts. Not the Gen Zs that said, oh, this Eid, make I go this club, go shuts down. It's a time to marry, but not a time to marry with a specific kind of crowd. It's a time to marry with everybody. So Eid celebration, I always advise you, go to places that, the memories is not just something you hold for some time, it's something you hold for the rest of your life. That's why we organize, programs that allow everybody from every aspect of life, every age group to come and enjoy yourself, in the secured place, a modest space, so that you can go home and, gist and say, oh, I had this time and this time and this time and this time, and which is the most essential part of Eid. You can.
And a very exciting thing about the Eid celebration, the sharing.
Of course.
Of
course, sharing and giving is a significant aspect. You see, for the smaller Eid, there's what we call zakah. The zakah is just similar the way I tell you in the bigger Eid, you have to, share your ram or in several aspects. The zakah is a sacrifice you do that you calculate the number of people in your household and use them to calculate maybe the millet or the rice you want to give out, and you take it and give it out to the less privileged. You understand? So the main principle of Eid and even Islam is giving out. It's it's helping the less privileged and making people around you happy.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go back to you putting up events during periods like this. What are those challenges you face, getting people together and trying to make them happy?
So if you want to ask me, I will tell you straight up from a business perspective for somebody that works in northern Nigeria, is sponsorship. The funding is hard. So you tend to now have to think of how to do this from your pocket and tend to think of how to get returns, that will not make you bankrupt. That is one big aspect. Another aspect is marketing. You need to be able to reach out to different people from different aspects of life. And so you cannot limit your marketing to a specific place. So you have to go to social media, public media, news media, whatever aspect to reach out to people to understand that, okay, yes, what you are doing is something for the public to come and enjoy. It is affordable, it is calm, it is enjoying and everything. So it's not been easy, trust me, but alhamdulillah, we are scaling through.
A lot of people, because we didn't give details, will be wondering what do you do? Please tell us, when you gather people like that, like you just did, what what do we get to see?
So in the entertainment aspect, we have, in the events, we have the entertainment, which is the musical performance. So we always make sure we bring at least one top northern, because we're in the north, we always try to propagate northern artists. One top northern artist will create a kids area for kids to come and have fun, bouncing castle, trampolines and everything. We create game settings, for both adults and kids, where you have the VRs, and several other experiences. And of course, there is no Eid without pictures. We make sure we create fun areas, fun picture areas where you go with your Eid clothes, take good pictures and create. Above all, we make sure every aspect of entertainment is checked.
What is always at the back of your mind when you're putting this together? That be very honest with me.
The most important thing for me is seeing people laugh and smile during Eid, because that was the reason why we started it. It's not all about the money, it's about the glory that goes after what you've organized. And that's why we do it first.
Okay. Time is not on our side,
Indeed.
but a message to especially young people concerning Eid, the message from the Eid. Just one or two sentences.
Celebrate the fact that you are alive. Don't say I am bigger than Eid or I am bigger than big Kayan Salah or something. Celebrate the fact that you are alive. Embrace Eid, celebrate Eid, pray for Eid, and make sure you spend quality time with your family.
Farouk, thank you so much. But before we go to the next segment, let me ask you, this is way out of there. Of Eid, and of course it has entertainment. Do you watch movies?
Yes, I do.
What kind of movies do you watch? Do you watch Nigerian movies?
I watch some Nigerian movies.
Okay.
Some Nigerian.
I believe it's a very good way to relax, unwind.
Of course.
Okay. So it's good to know that we shared a lot.
Oh, we do, because we're wearing almost the same clothes.
Yeah,
so we share.
You really look good.
Thank you so much.
So thank you so much, Farouk.
You're welcome, sir.
Ustaz Farouk.
You're welcome, sir.
Coming on the program and sharing experiences just past Salah celebrations
Mashallah.
here in Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
A whole lot.
Indeed.
Okay. Well, that has been our Eid talk. Like we told, Eid has come and gone, but of course we'll keep talking and talking about it because of the memories that that faces us. Now it's time for us to talk movies, and that is our next segment.
Every bad guy in your deck of cards.
This isn't about revenge. It's about preventing another war.
Strap in. What are you waiting for?
You're an investigator. Investigate.
Are we gonna talk about the fact that her friend turned into some kind of sand monster? Just seems like kind of like a big deal.
What the hell is going on? I can't get into it right now.
All I know is that once it starts, it gets worse fast. Until their sicknesses eat them alive.
Because with no power, there's no responsibility.
Are you set to go? I have wedding prep.
What are we prepping again? When did Auntie plan to?
I know, it's just that we hit a little snag.
My new snack. What's going on?
Our wedding planner has disappeared. She's not picking up.
Kí lẹ wò? Ẹ wò di. Wọ́n gbàdúrà fún yín ẹ̀ yẹ. Kí lẹ fẹ́ gbà?
Àjọṣepọ̀ wa ò ní bàjẹ́. Àmín. Ṣé mo pèsè celebrity ni? Ẹ popular.
Nígbà yìí ṣe bí ẹni pé ìyẹn next sọ̀lọ́ báyìí. Ebi Reverend Mrs. Dr. Evangelist náà pè é.
You know I know your family very well. You people, you are unique, not in a positive way. Wow, on the other hand, they are Christians. Yes, oh yeah, Baba.
Something is going on with your dad.
I'm in love, oh.
He's acting out of character.
Sota, listen carefully. You need to go back home, act like nothing happened.
Where were you?
I just had some things to take care of real quick.
Mr. Sota, this is Superintendent Thomas from the Abuja Police Command.
You said you had this hand. What is this fuck up I'm hearing?
I am being detained, but I am sure this is just a preliminary thing.
The suspect and the deceased used to meet at the same spot 3 times in a week at a certain time.
Excuse me, please, I need to get some air.
What's the connection between your husband and this woman? Were they having an affair?
Did you at any point suspect that she and Sota were in a romantic relationship? How could you hurt me like this? This family makes me sick.
That was talking movies and interesting movies out there, and you know, like I always recommend, always go find a movie and watch. Go to the cinemas, your phones are there too, and you thank me later. Time flies when you're having fun, but still, that's my best part. And do you know why? It means that we are going, but when we come back, we will be bringing you something exciting, something that you will love. Once again, if you found today's episode interesting, why don't you join us same time next week? My name is Diako Randy Abu. The program has been your weekend from the stables of
Well, hello. It is great to be back with you again on Lens on Africa.
Let's zoom our lens on its political history at this moment.
Algeria did not have a centralized political structure prior to its colonization by France.
It is now time for our weekly roundoff of African history. Welcome to the interview segment on Lens on Africa.
Examines its relevance, the pathways to achieving it.
To sustain productivity, there must be continuity.
Where the winds whisper secret, to the sands lies the forgotten kingdom of Daamat.
It is on this note that we conclude Lens on Africa today.
Thank you for spending your time with us.
And the People's Republic of China are set for a better and well-structured diaspora engagement as the Nigerian ambassador designate to China, General Abdurrahman Bello Dambazao, visits the chairman CEO, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission NIDCOM, Honorable Abike Dabiri-Erewa in Abuja. Details soon. And Botswana looks at Nigeria as gold standard for diaspora engagements as delegate on study tour of NIDCOM. Details in a moment. That's not all on the menu. Nigerian-American basketball player Ejimofor Anosike, EJ, visits NIDCOM for effective collaboration in youth development. And of course, do not forget our complimentary segment of Nigerian diaspora businesses, our food corner, as well as our diaspora of the moment. This is your favorite show, The Diaspora. I'm Juliana Vincent Yakubu, your anchor. Please stay. Welcome back. Let's begin with the visit of the Nigerian ambassador designate to the People's Republic of China, General Abdurrahman Bello Dambazao.
The essence of coming here is just a courtesy call on the chairman and members of the commission. It's more or less a pre-departure visit. I've been undergoing before I resume to my assignment in Beijing, China, as the ambassador representing Federal Republic of Nigeria. I know very well that the significance of this commission to the diaspora community. I was once a member of the diaspora community before I left to come back to join politics. I was resident of Boston, United States, while I was at Harvard University. And I was a very active member of the diaspora associations. So I appreciate the much you have been doing. China, I understand, has quite a significant number of Nigerians. Those who are resident in the country, and quite a number of Nigerians who are involved in trade and commerce. So we have the responsibility to protect the interests of Nigeria and Nigerians in China. And that is a priority area. And I know that this commission focuses on that. Therefore, I came here to seek, partnership or support from the commission, so that whatever it involves Nigerians in diaspora, we should put our heads together to ensure that their interests are well protected.
And I'm particularly excited knowing that you're going to China for two reasons. Apart from being a general, your experience as Minister of Interior, which I have mentioned, will actually help with your new role in China. And as you have said, we have the good and the bad. We have a lot of Nigerians involved in trade and commerce in China, but we don't even talk about them enough. They're doing a lot of commerce, a lot of trade, and importing, exporting, and really doing very, very well. We also have the bad that are imprisoned, as you have said. And I think we have 2 or 3 cases on our table at this point in time. And the major problem is that you are locked up in China. Yes, you committed the offense, but you're told to pay $5,000 to even leave the prison, something like that. So those are some of the issues we're dealing with. If you're an illegal migrant or irregular migrant, just send them back home. So we have a few cases like that. Then we don't know the numbers as of now, but I'm sure when you get there, there are little cases of immigration that really they should send them back home rather than keep them in prison. But there are tough cases of crime and criminality which should not be tolerated. So I'm sure you look into all that. And then as you accurate data of Nigerians in their countries. So what we have done is set up a data portal of Nigerians in the diaspora, and it's not just for one country. We're saying that you can on that screen be able to say, look, these Nigerians are here, here, there. So we're hoping that when you do get to China, you can help us, send it to your people, particularly students. Go on the portal and register. It's not when there's a crisis that we'll be looking for you or you looking for us. So we've started, we're populating it, but we'll share it with you so that you can tell them to also, it's for Nigeria to have a data portal, just like India. During COVID, it was easier for India to get all their citizens because they had a data portal. It was more difficult for us, and it's one of the reasons we said it's something we must do. And we have started, and we hope that we continue to improve on it. And then we have the Diaspora Day, which will be inviting you to join virtually and speak to us. And being the first person to visit us, we want to invite you to be the one to, when we celebrate, we join you virtually. So we'll have you in your mission with Nigerians there to cut the cake with us. And this year it falls on a Saturday. July 25 is a Saturday. So we're officially inviting you to join us virtually with Nigerians in China to celebrate this year's Diaspora Day, July 25. We'll be going to Canada in August for the Global Diaspora Economic Conference. We hope you can attend too, because it's a global event to talk about Nigeria and why it's a destination port investment. Hopefully the next one will be in China, right?
Yeah. Yes.
But it's the first we're doing, the first of its kind, that NITCOM is working with the embassy. So let's showcase ourselves to the world, and then have them, invite them to be here. It's August 11, 12, 13 in Canada. So as you go on this assignment, we wish you the very best. And we wish you unparalleled success, because we know that you're a round peg in a round hole. And we look forward to partnering, supporting, and working with you. Let us know, what more we're reviewing now, so that by 2026 this year we'll have another policy. So this is what we do to guide all our engagements.
Thank you very much.
The Botswana Minister for Youth Empowerment, Sport and Cultural Development is in NITCOM for a study tour of the Commission's standard diaspora engagement. He was received by the Secretary to the Commission, Engineer Dr. Sule Yakubu Basi, on behalf of Honorable Abike Dabrerewa, Chairman CEO NITCOM. I'm currently engaged with a team of Botswana who are in the diaspora, all over the world. We have one who's working who's running her small business in Lagos, and she's been here for 12 years. She's based in Lagos. Okay. We also have others, in the UK, in the USA, in Canada, basically in Australia, all over the world. So some of them have had some contact with NITCOM or with other Nigerians all over, and they did explain to them how NITCOM works. So they have instructed me, quote unquote, to try and coordinate them so that they can be organized and be able to play a much more meaningful role in our economy. And we have been attracted to the NITCOM model, and we want to try and copy what is copyable, if at all there's such something like that in the English vocabulary. Yeah, so my purpose of visiting you good people is to come and learn, and basically see what we can take home.
Our government has adopted the diaspora as part of our foreign policy agenda, and the present government even have a 4D foreign policy agenda capturing development, the demography, democracy, and the fourth D is diaspora. So development, demography, democracy, and diaspora, because of the input of diaspora in Nigerian economy. The diaspora brings in over 500% more than what we get from foreign direct investment. So it's huge. It's almost 7% of our GDP that comes in from our diaspora. So with that, we have to craft an agenda for diaspora engagement. The first thing we did is to set up through the parliament, and I'm happy you are once a parliamentarian, to set up through the parliament a dedicated agency for diaspora engagement. So we have a law that establishes the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission. It took 10 years to develop, but we have that law that sets up the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission. The second thing, Your Excellency, is to have a national diaspora policy. So Nigeria is one of the foremost countries in Africa that has a national diaspora policy. We call it the 3E diaspora engagement philosophy. The first E is you have to engage with them. The second E is that you have to enable them to participate in development. And the third E is you have to empower them to give back and to something. So we have this 3E diaspora engagement philosophy. We have what we call the flagship programs. And these programs are key for our diaspora engagement in NIDCOM. The first is to create a national diaspora database. That's the first thing. So we have a data portal, and through this we are able to know who a Nigerian is, where he is, what skills he has, and his contact address. 2, July 25th of every year has been set aside by law, by our Federal Executive Council, as our National Diaspora Day. And inbuilt into the National Diaspora Day celebrations, we have the National Diaspora Merit Award. We have the National Diaspora Television Program. And it's a weekly program. It goes on our national television on it, and it's beamed around the whole world. And it has been running now for 5.5 years. And in it, we have a diaspora of the week. We have some few information that we pass, and we have some few things that we engage with our diaspora on a weekly basis. This is in addition to our social media handles that also run. And so here, the media is key to engaging with the diaspora. It's not an optional thing. We are very intentional about it. We have our studio. I wish you had some more time in Abuja, maybe when you come.
About what you plan to do. And I think one of the things should be mentoring younger people here back home as you come.
So yeah, I'm very happy to be back home, back in the country. You know, me and my brother here, over the past 5-6 years, we've been traveling around the continent, inspiring children through our enrichment program. It's called Meta Africa Sports. We believe, like, you know, one of the growing parts of the population is the youth, and you always want them to have something constructive to do with their time. So that's why we go in every country, we host youth events, whether it's basketball leagues, enrichment programs, and in the French country to teach them English, just so they could be prepared for whatever life has to offer, whether it's through sports or through education. So now that I'm back, I'm finally happy to be able to bring it back to my own country after being gone for so long. So I look forward to building that.
That's fantastic. And your brother is from Mali, also a basketball player. So, you know, it's nice that, you know, we're connecting and you're trying to make a difference on the continent. So let's hear a bit more from you too.
Yeah, so since we were in college, we always thought about creating something for the youth in Africa. You know, EJ and I, we both love Africa, and we told each other after college we have to come back in the continent and help As you said, in the past 4 years, we distribute over 3,000 shoes. Last year, we distributed over 400 shoes in Nigeria here.
400 shoes?
400
basketball shoes.
Yeah, but in the whole continent, we distribute 3,000 shoes so far. And recently, we just distributed shoes in Abuja here. Last year, we started academy in Mali, a basketball academy, and we have 20 plus kids learning English, and obviously the training basketball, and we also teaching them how to farm. Yes, farming is big, so we gotta feed ourselves. So we're farming right now. We're growing moringa. Do you know moringa?
Of course.
You do?
Moringa is needed all over the world. It's a very good export, very healthy.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. And you make a lot of money exporting moringa. Exactly. And we have them on the continent.
Oh yes. Yeah. So we're making fertilizer out of moringa as well.
Wow.
Yes, moringa is big. So we have that. We're doing corn, onions. We're doing different things, and kids are loving it. So that's how we're impacting. We also doing tournaments. We are thinking about doing one here, Nigeria.
Basketball tournament.
Basketball tournament.
For what age?
So we do U16, we do U18, things like that.
Thank you so much, and I hope that others learn from what you're doing. It's not enough to succeed abroad. What you're doing is bringing back to the continent. So I just want you to end with a word of advice for other Africans in the diaspora. How they should be able to do what you're doing and help develop wherever it is country they come from.
Our mission is to inspire the next generation, inspire the diaspora of Africans, entrepreneurs, businessmen, athletes. Our roots come back here, all roads lead home. Our journeys took us all over the world and put us in positions where we're able to provide and take care of our families and our loved ones. And, one of the best things about being an example is to inspire others. And, it's not about any benefit, it's just the benefit of seeing a child have the opportunities to do what we're able to do, that we're fortunate enough to do. And, that's why we do it. Very recently, I competed for the Hong Kong Bulls in the China National Basketball League. My team won our 3rd championship in a row. I was awarded Finals MVP. Upon receiving the Finals MVP, they let me know that I was the first player in China NBL history to win every major award, from the scoring title to the regular season MVP, NBL champion, Finals MVP, and I did that in a span of 2 years, which is something that was very tremendous and is a testament to all the hard work and dedication. Through there, a lot of opportunities have come, and I look forward to bringing back the benefits of those things to my countrymen and to provide for children. One Chinese company donated a lot of shoes. We look forward to help give the less needy and children that couldn't afford basic shoes the opportunity to compete and wear, have something nice. So that's something I'm thankful for, to be able to use my platform to elevate the people around me and the people I care about the most.
I'm really happy to be here, and I'm here to support my brother. As he said, our goal is for all Africans, especially athletes, because we're in the sport world, for them after their career and during their career to be back in Africa and help support the kids. That's really important.
So tell about yourself too. You're from Mali.
Yes, I'm from Mali. I was born in Mali. We met in America, and
Your first time in Nigeria?
First time in Nigeria.
So what do you think about Nigeria?
I love Nigeria. It reminds me of home, and I believe that agriculture will really work well here, and that's our goal. We will, be growing moringa here soon.
Wow! Oh my God! Oh my God! Thank you so much. Absolutely.
We take a short break now. When we come back, our complimentary segment of Nigerian diaspora businesses, our food corner, and our diaspora of the moment comes up.
We carry our roots wherever we roam. Our culture and pride forever our home. Nigerians in diaspora, we're strong and we're bold. Our spirit unbroken, our hearts made of gold.
Welcome back. Now, to our Nigerian Diaspora Business segment with Miriam Hassan presenting.
Thank you so much, Juliana. Welcome back to Nigerian Diaspora Business segment, and we are looking at a successful Nigerian business in Canada, where the chairman CEO Nigerian Diaspora Commission, Honorable Dr. Abike Dabiri Erewa, had an engagement with the Brampton Commercial Kitchen in Canada. Enjoy the package.
And I'm here this time in Brampton at the commercial kitchen, the first commercial kitchen here in Brampton. And guess who is running it? Our own Wale Rabiu, owner of Great Matlock Agege Bread. Come with me inside and see. Anybody who wants to cook for commercial purposes or for just large purposes, you have to use a commercial kitchen. This is what will happen here. So Brampton does not allow you cooking anywhere, just anyhow. So this is a good one here for Wale Rabiu, Great Matlock, and a lot to learn from this platform. Congratulations, Wale Rabiu. I wish you all the very best. Great entrepreneur, great Nigeria, doing great things here in Canada.
That was it on Business segment. I remain Mariam Hassan, your uncle. Back to Juliana in studios.
Our food corner is here with Barbara Bisong. What's on the menu, Babs?
Today we'll be making abacha, also known as African salad.
We're starting by adding palm oil to our pots. After that, we're going to saute some onions and release some flavor to our dish. Next, we'll be going in with some crayfish. We're going in with ehuru, going in with some dry pepper for some heat. We're going to stir it up, mix it up, and there you have it.
That was very, very simple. Anybody can do this at home. Thank you so much for joining us on Food Corner today. I remain Barbara Bisong. See you next week.
Now to our diaspora of the moment with Esther Otiotio presenting.
Hello everyone, I am Ose Otiotio Esther. Our diaspora of the moment, Mayor Ukeme Jetta. Ukeme holds a JD from Case Western Reserve University School of Law, an MBA from the University of Massachusetts Lowell, and a BS in Mechanical Engineering from the University of Maine, where she competed as a Division I track and field athlete. As an engineer, licensed attorney, and community leader, Ukeme's career has been defined by solving complex challenges, building consensus, and delivering results for residents. Congratulations, Mayor Ukeme Jetta.
We celebrate you as our diaspora of the moment. This has been the diaspora for this week. I've been your anchor, Juliana Vincent Chekubu.
Of Nigeria warns vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables, and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipments will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
Welcome to Eco Frontline on Africa's window to the world. The impact of climate change on the human health is worrisome and calls for urgent and collective action to mitigate it. Climate change is no longer a future warning or a distant threat. One of the most pressing environmental issues of our
This is the network service of the NTA.
The motion picture industry is no longer prolific, but it's precise, exportable, and very influential, with a lot of transformation being witnessed as the industry continues to grow rapidly. The program is Nigerian Movies Today on the network service of the NTA. I am Ifoma Odimba. Movie of the week begins the show.
Would you please be my wife?
Yes. So I had so much going on here, baby.
Our movie of the week is A Spark in the Dark, a 2026 Nollywood romantic drama written by Abigail Timan, follows the story of an influencer whose perfect life shatters when a kitchen accident blinds her just before her wedding.
I'm sorry to tell you, Pete, but both eyes are blind. Can I just see that because I can't be like this? No.
Torn between a conflicted fiancé and a caring doctor who restores her sight, she must navigate healing and true love.
Don't be selfish.
Only selfish?
Yes, you're selfish.
Produced by Dolly Nwaduba with Tokpe Olowoniyan serving as the co-executive producer and directed by A.K. Merson. The film features an ensemble cast of Daniel Etim Efyong, Tokpe Olowoniyan, Gideon Okeke, Blossom Chukwujeko, Venita Akpofure, Eso Dike, Emeka Okoye, amongst others.
Is there anything you would like me to do for you?
Hi, it's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Are you even listening? I'm fine. You look really beautiful.
A Spark in the Dark is a compelling cinematic story that explores resilience, hope, and transformation in the face of adversity.
On our exclusive guest segment, we have a veteran who have worked on several movie productions, TV series, filmmaker, and a director. Her work embodies resilience, creativity, and a steadfast dedication to her crafts.
Our exclusive guest this week is Shan George. Born 21st April 1970 to an able mother and a British father, and hails from Ediba, a town in Abi local government area of Cross River State, Nigeria. Shan George is a veteran Nollywood actress, movie producer, singer, and a director who has made significant contributions to the Nigerian film industry. Shan George attended Idanafa Secondary Commercial School, Ediba, Cross River State. She proceeded to the prestigious University of Lagos, where she bagged a bachelor degree in mass communications. Shan began a professional career in the world of entertainment with passion for storytelling and a desire to showcase the rich cultural tapestry of Nigeria when she debuted in soap operas Wind of Destiny and a movie titled Thorns of Rose. Chan's natural talent and captivating performances in the movie titled Outcasts and Welcome to Nollywood established her as a notable figure in the Nigerian film industry. She also made a debut production in a movie titled All for Winning. Chan George has starred in several movies across the Academy, Live Again, In My Country, and Passionate Crime. To show her multi-skills, she released a debut studio album titled Dance, which attracted positive reviews from her fans. Chan George has been nominated for various categories of religious film awards and has received awards from her outstanding contributions in the Nigerian film industry. Most acclaimed actress at the African Movie Academy Awards, AMA. Giama. Chan's legacy transcends the boundaries of cinema, embodying resilience, creativity, and steadfast dedication to her craft. Chan George, the founder CEO of a tuition-free film school, Divine Shield Film Academy in Calabar, Cross Rivers, has made an indelible mark in the Nigerian film industry. Make welcome Chan George, the current National Vice President of Association of Movie Producers Nigeria, to the set of Nigeria Movies Today on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA.
I'm not joking. And I'm crying for hours. And everybody is waiting. Cameramen, everybody, they have downed their tools to just wait
for you to finish
for
right.
me to be able to disperse that character from me. This thing is not a joke. A lot of people, married women, they play the roles of going to sleep with other men in the movie. They are playing a married woman in the movie, and they are married woman in real life. And they are playing married woman in the movie that is cheating and talking to their husband in some way and doing some things and treatment of their husband and their home and their marriage and in some way that fits into the storyline, and they get in there and they are not able to come out. I'm not joking. I'm sorry, a lot of people don't want to say. I'm sorry, they don't want to talk about that. You see the person that you said came out to cry, is this because it is a something? Can you, as a married woman, can you come out to cry out and say, since I have played this role of cheating on my husband, I have started cheating on my husband in real life?
Just pack your bags.
Do you understand? You cannot do that. But this is what is going on. This is what is happening. People play. You say they call okay, that is sacrifice.
Nice sacrifice.
Thank you. Do you see how now? Let me tell you, if people have a hand in it.
Yes.
It's like, do you know the guy who played Jesus Christ, whose photograph over the years
is still there,
even as we speak, is in the houses of some people in this Nigeria, whom they are looking at and praying and thinking is an actor who acted a Jesus Christ movie. And that picture was circulated everywhere, and people even use it right now. They even worship the guy. Do you know the guy committed suicide? How did that guy pass? Check. Do you get? Because over the years, even him, he could not remove himself from that Jesus. People were seeing him as Jesus. Everywhere he went, he was called Jesus. Homes even in Africa, where he has never been in his life, are worshiping his photograph. So you see, this matter is not a joke. There are people in this industry that are going through things they cannot even see.
Okay, so do you think playing different roles can also help, actors and actresses remove themselves in such roles, so that you don't get stereotypes into one particular role?
It helps, and that is why every actor that is sensible refuses to be stereotyped. It is the reason. Let's say you are a comedian now, it's a different thing. Yes. You are doing comedy, that's like you are a comedian. Which is like people like Sophia, Okibakasi, some other people, when they come to a movie, they play that comic part. And I'm telling you, if you ask these people, even in real life, this comic part causes problems in their homes. Because they are trying to have a serious conversation with their family people, and they come and throw in one of those part of them inside, and it aggravates one or two people in the family. That what the hell? We are talking about something that, what is that? We are discussing something and you are bringing your comic Sophiaism in it. Do you get? if they will tell you the truth, they will tell you that even that their comic character that they play, that sometimes takes them over when they are even in the homes, it causes issues sometimes for them. So it is a very big problem that people don't even talk about. It's like an army man who went for a walk, came back, and is traumatized by all those things. This is how the actor is. Do you know what it is to be an actor? That you have. I'm talking about being a good actor for years, whereby you are morphing, constantly morphing. You morph from one character to another character, back to yourself, back to another character, back to the next character, back to yourself. You are constantly morphing to a point where if a person does not like you or want to show you kindness, they will take it against you and use it to call you chameleon. Because I am telling you, you see a chameleon is called a chameleon. Him will be chameleon, he no know.
Same be chameleon.
No, him will be chameleon, no say when in they wear green, in color they be green. If you go yellow, now we they outside, they look. Then that is the thing that happens to when you are. You see that when you are stereotyped, they call you that name. Not be you are just called okay now. You don't call that the sacrifice.
It's not easy.
When you talk about when you see, if you read a script now, even if you watch a movie and you see a harsh person in the movie, I've sat with people who watch movies that people are harsh and they are like this woman no play well like Patience.
That Patience is supposed to give that role. They've actually stereotyped that to be cared more.
Do you not get? So that's it. So that's even some action movies. Yes. They will tell you, they forgive Zubi Michael. Do you get?
Yes.
Zubi would have
or Sam Dede.
Thank you. Now that's for the older generation.
Part. Yes.
Do you get? So that is the issue. That is the case here. That's because once people have already that stereotype. Yes. If you check even in Hollywood, there are actors in Hollywood that insist that they don't play the same roles because you need to get out of that one to be able to enter another one. And the moment you are alternating, it is easier for you to come back to being yourself because there are so much alternates that you can now know your real self enough to easily come back to yourself, that's the kind of actors that I fall into the category of being me, being humble, because a lot of it gets into people's head. A lot of people forget that they came out of a one room to that set, that mansion that is now their own now.
Yes, so with slippers.
Yes, with slippers and the okrika that you are wearing. Yes, a lot of them forget that when they think they are going to enter bus to their house, they just finish using jeep.
They might enter standing.
So these things affect them. Yes, these things affect people a lot.
What's the way out?
Well, like I earlier said, I'm not a psychologist, but I think the way out is, first of all, majorly based on you. Are you ready? So the solution is you.
Be yourself.
On you. Do you are you okay with you? Do you love who you are? That's why they say love yourself.
Love yourself.
I love who I am, so I find it very easy to come back to being my own bush and just down to earth. I don't send anybody. Whether I just did. In fact, I keep telling people, even when I meet them physically, and they are having wrong impressions about my finances and my weight as a, when you want to, I say, I be paperweight too. please don't weigh me there. And some people are so, like they've watched you, they have gummed it in. No matter how, there are people I try to tell. No matter how I try to tell them right now that, look, I'm not a wealthy person. No. I'm not lacking. I'm not going to come ask you for food.
But you're comfortable.
I'm okay. I'm comfortable. I live, a roof covers me. At least I get okrika to wear. And I'm okay with my okrika. And they look so good on me, my dear sister.
So you're wearing this dog okrika.
Hey God, though.
I
hope say my friend will buy me this my okrika. I hope say Chika will buy me this.
But this is not okrika.
Chichi baby. Okay for that blouse. Let's wear my camera. Make I look at. Chichi, this my Chichi baby. If for that blouse, you go.
All for you.
If for to this okrika, you go. Hey, even though when my friend buy it for me, he still get fresh label. Say they never wear a shirt. So that's it, you understand? Some people already don't like themselves. They don't even want people to know that they are from a poor home, or they are not this, or they are not that, or whatever it is they've rated. They want people to rate them in their brain there. So if they actually do get into the industry and dare to play that role of that thing, they have carried it too. You don't get bone straight. You don't even if you buy one, but they are bringing like five. And lining it up for you while they are making you and asking you to pick and choose the one that you. Do you get what I'm saying, Anna? After all that treatment and all that and everything, you go your house now.
It's really go your house now. Go
You
your house.
be yourself back now.
Come back to yourself.
When you hear the fake life in the industry, it is not fake life of they are trying to come and buy something that they don't have money for, like make I come buy. That fake life, that's what they are thinking is worse than what they are thinking. Because they've imbibed it. It's inside there. They don't know how to now get rid of. It's happening. Check even the guys. They will reject roles that they are asking them to, maybe where they no go wear clothes, maybe they no wear singlet, maybe they for farm, where they go do.
Yes.
When they read this, they say, who is playing? No, I can't play this role. I'm telling you, an actor will tell you, I can't play this role.
The story is long,
I tell you.
It's very, very long. Two more questions before we leave, because my producer is already telling me that we've spent some time talking. So you are the current national vice president of Association of Movie Producers. So I just want you, in few words, tell us how you've been able to position the industry, help producers, filmmakers, to be able to get their productions right, and in those areas that the association is also helping.
Another thing is that you must understand, I cannot use only a few minutes to say.
I know, but help us.
The kind of things that it's a long something. First of all, my president, Dr. Queen Blessing Ebigesin, she is a very capable woman, right? And also, I am a vice. Not be me be Oga, do you understand? So my Oga is in charge of many of these things, but my Oga is doing a lot. A lot in the sense that, first of all, the algorithm, we know the algorithm of the nation generally has kind of shifted in a way and a sense that things are not that vibrant like they used to be. Yet, we are still trying to see how we can still position the industry in a way that we support each other, we make join us. Because when you join, you will be able to, first of all, it's like joining a family. It's just like, the association is like joining every other kind of family. Now, this is like the movie family. So you benefit generally what the association drums out for their members to benefit, which includes many of these things that I have mentioned now.
You see the way you just summarized everything inside one sentence. So you're already telling me round up, what is cooking. So tell your fans what is cooking, what are they expecting?
Okay, my fans.
Yes.
First of all, I have a film academy called Divine Shield Film Academy, which is a tuition free. I have been running the film academy for I think this is the 7th year or 8 years, thereabout. And people have been registering. I train cameramen, actors, editors. It's free of charge. You don't pay school fees or anything. But we only train when we cast. For example, when we want to do a movie, because we cannot train you in void. We have to train you when we are in production. So when we open an audition, everybody that comes for the audition, we register people that want to register, all the ones that will partake in the movie, and the ones who will put in a portal, because we always have a portal of actors in waiting and crew members in waiting. So we train and we work that particular work, and we put you guys in that portal for further jobs and stuff like that. And also, I just also started a YouTube channel because since I left Nollywood for 10 years to take care of my ill mom who was bedridden, and it took a while. So after my mom passed recently and after the funeral, and I'm trying to come back, so I'm also trying to set up a TV channel on YouTube because of the Film Academy, so that when we do our academy, movies and programs, we can have a place to put it that people, so that the public, the world can watch what we are doing and discover talents from that portal. So subscribe to Sean George TV on YouTube.
You've heard though, subscribe, please subscribe, like, share, all the
like, share, subscribe, Sean George TV, and I tell you, my new movie, Migration, is there. Watch it with Ramsey Noah and Regina Daniels leading. It's a superb film. I tell you, superb story. It's the story that is the real shindig.
To have Ramsey come back is not an easy feat.
Ramsey has always been there.
Yes.
So when you say come back, he never left.
He has been more of directing behind the cameras for some time.
He's still acting the movies he directs. He hasn't really been anywhere. He's been acting, but if you say because of his time that he's putting in directing, he doesn't have the much time again to be acting in other people's films because that's like that with everybody. Most of us now don't really have the time to do another person's.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's been in fact, it's been an engaging discussion with you, especially the parts that you're telling us that you're wearing okrika. We all know it's not okrika. Please don't be deceived. It's not okrika.
I know
the head Chichi that helped her to buy the okrika is not okrika. Chika,
baby.
Chi baby. We know it's not okrika.
Chi baby, are you hearing?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's a delight having you on set.
Thank you for having me.
Wish you all the best. All the best. Next is interesting movies to watch.
Interesting movies to watch this week are The Boy Who Gave.
I know it is hard to come to terms with the loss of your parents. But that is your reality now. Take care of your younger ones. You are now the father and the mother of your younger ones.
You know, say now you be deliver for your brother and sister.
Hey, my lovely comrade. Hi, Buti.
People in this community talk a lot about you. About how you take care of your siblings.
You don't give up anything for me.
And Ebukun and the People.
And to think that the senator just announced on the news that he renovated this healthcare center. Where is the money?
Please, you can't do this to me, Bisola, please.
And that is why you will not be elected in this coming election. We don't deserve these leaders that come here, buy our votes and give us nothing in return.
I want you to kill Ibukun.
I would like to know my rights on bail.
Bail is denied.
I am banking on the goodwill of the people of this constituency. And that is why we are pushing that women should have their reserved seats in both the appointed and the elective positions. You were supposed to protect me. I'm going to turn my back on the people.
And I'll start to watch who is the rising talent that is injecting the scene with a new energy and creative perspectives.
Our mesmerizing star to watch this week is a versatile Nigerian actress, singer, model, and songwriter, Detola Jones. Born Adetola Theoma Jones on June 3, 1995, of Yoruba and Fulani descent, hails from Lagos State, Nigeria. Raised in a Christian home, she grew up with a strong passion for entertainment, storytelling, music, and performance from an early age. She completed her primary and secondary education in Nigeria before proceeding to obtain a bachelor's degree. Prior to fully embracing acting, Detola began a career in modeling and entertainment, using her creativity and confidence to gradually transition into Nollywood. As a rising actress, she has continued to gain visibility through contemporary Nollywood productions, especially within the online streaming and YouTube film space. Our growing filmography includes titles such as Better Half, Break or Bend, In Your Heart, Not the Plan, Love Lockdown, Breakfast is Served, Red Circle, and May the Best Man Win. Known for her expressive performances, elegance, and emotional depth, Daytola continues to build a strong reputation among Nollywood's new generation of female talent. With her versatility across acting, music, dance, and modeling, Daytola Jones is steadily carving a unique lane for herself in the entertainment industry. She is our mesmerizing rising star to watch.
When did all this one start?
Your parents. Heck, my parents wanted us to get married. What should I have done? Disgrace in front of everybody?
Yes! You should have embarrassed people there. I would have gotten over it. Married somebody else who won't be so cruel.
Thank you so much for staying with us on the program Nigerian Movies Today on the network service of the NTA. I am Ifoma Odimba. We had quite an interesting conversation with our own veteran, Shan George. Please keep a date with us next week for another interesting episode. Bye-bye.
Are you a tech enthusiast? Perhaps you want to know more about the devices and gadgets you use. Tech Mode will bridge that gap. Connects great minds while explaining everything about technology as it concerns you.
It is Tech Mode.
Tech Mode is unlocking your tomorrow today.
Infrastructure development of federal government 3 years after in focus. More kidnappers and terrorists fall to the bullets of troops. Plus, the federal government's CNG initiative 3 years after, how well so far? These and more we have for you on Panorama, coming to you live from Benin Network Center. I am Udwa Kobong Achibong. The socio-economic development of the nation continues to gain momentum as the government implements policies and strategic investment aimed at boosting the economy. Stakeholders say the challenge now is how to translate these gains into increased productivity and tangible improvements in the living standards of Nigerians. Lanre Mbeleji tells us more in this report.
Over the last 3 years of this administration, Lagos has witnessed massive infrastructure investments with multi-billion naira intra and interstate road projects, creating direct and efficient transport routes across the nation's economic hub. Major bridges are undergoing comprehensive reconstruction and rehabilitation. Investors and economists say these investments have contributed to economic stability, but more needs to be done.
Haven't stabilized in terms of macroeconomic conditions. The challenge now is to move towards prosperity, shared prosperity, and increased productivity.
In its response, the federal government outlined strategies aimed at accelerating the process with the introduction of public-private partnership and the Nigeria industrial policy.
But I think we also need Public Policy Private Partnership, PPPP. No government, no matter how well resourced, can drive growth alone. Therefore, this phase requires alignment between government policy, private sector investment priorities, and development partners' support.
When the president was sworn in 29 May 2023, if you go back and listen to the president's speech, he spoke about a Nigerian industrial policy. So this is one thing that the president has delivered on, policy-wise. So we didn't do that policy to hide it back in the ministry. We did that policy to make it public and to make it operational.
The full implementation of these strategies and others in the pipeline, experts say, will dictate the success of the renewed agenda goals of the present administration. In Lagos, Larry Wileyi, NTA News.
Troops of 12th Brigade under 2 Division Nigerian Army have thwarted a planned kidnapped operation and neutralized a terrorist during a successful ambush conducted in Lokoja local government area of Kogi State. The operation, which was conducted on 30th May 2026, followed credible intelligence indicating plans by terrorists to carry out kidnapping activities within Jakura 2 community. Acting on the intelligence, troops swiftly deployed and occupied a suspected terrorist crossing point along Old Obanjana Tijimi Road, where an ambush was laid to deny the criminals freedom of action. During the operation, troops made contact with the terrorists and engaged them with effective fire. Following the firefight, one terrorist was neutralized, while other members of the criminal group fled the scene with suspected gunshot wounds. Statement by the Acting Assistant Director, Army Public Relations, 12th Brigade, Logoja, Lieutenant Hassan Abdullahi, explains that further exploitation led to the recovery of 1 AK-47 rifle, 5 magazines, 70 rounds of 7.62 mm special ammunition, 1 bandolier, and mobile phones. The recovered items further corroborate the involvement of the criminal elements in kidnapping activities within the general area. The successful operation demonstrates the resolve of troops of 12th Brigade to sustain offensive operations against terrorists and other criminal elements, threatening the security of law-abiding citizens. For the exploitation of the area is ongoing to track and apprehend the fleeing terrorists. The commander told the troops for their vigilance, combat efficiency, and commitment to duty. He reassured residents of the brigade's determination to maintain pressure on terrorists and other criminal elements, while urging members of the public to continue providing timely and actionable intelligence to security agencies. Now let's take a commercial break. Panorama continues shortly.
From the Atlantic across the savannah to the Sahara, we rise, a land of the free, we know they tire. We dream great, our spirit is undying.
Resilient, rooted like palm tree, we sway in colors, with undying demand. We make solutions, we ignite passion, yeah. Ethnicity is unique, we are more than destination. We are Nigeria, strengthening unity. We know they carry lives. We are Nigeria, together live the dream of a land with great destiny. We are Nigeria.
I am the real Nigerian. Brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA.
A still panorama. Now, following the removal of petrol subsidy, the search for cheaper and cleaner fuel alternatives has gained momentum across Nigeria. At the center of this shift is the federal government's compressed natural gas (CNG) initiative aimed at cutting transport costs and reducing emissions. In Edo State, government is keen into the plan, but how far has the state gone and how well is it working for citizens? Let's hear from Goodluck Enaini.
CNG is gas stored under pressure in cylinders and used to power vehicles. It is cheaper than petrol, burns cleaner, and produces fewer emissions. It is also lighter than air, which makes it safer in case of leakage. And it is non-corrosive, reducing engine wear. For operators, the running cost is lower. For commuters, the promise is cheaper transport fares.
Vehicles that use CNG, the beautiful thing is they are actually a dual fuel system. They can run on any available fuel. They can switch from this to that with the push of a button. But it is profitable and people rather run on CNG because it saves them over 60% of running their vehicle.
When I was using fuel, it was about 20,000. When fuel was about, let's say, 700 and something or so. But now, it's going to take like 30,000 to 35,000 as against 5,000 or 6,000 of CNG. So the difference is quite much.
But availability remains a challenge. When NTA News visited some of the few CNG dispensing centers in Benin, motorists were seen on long queues, waiting to convert or refill. That tells the story of high demand but limited supply.
2 hours now. Look at the tunnel. Small tunnel, they don't dark.
It's much. That's why a lot of people don't want to even convert.
The Edo State government has brought into the federal government's initiative. It procured 100 CNG-powered 52-seater buses to ease transportation across the state. The government says it has also created an enabling environment for investors to set up conversion workshops and dispensing stations, especially given Edo's abundant gas reserves.
We are creating some kind of investment-friendly environment that will stimulate enterprise, that will stimulate investment.
Yet, the response on the ground has been slow. Edo currently has only 5 functional CNG stations to serve a growing number of converted vehicles. The gap between policy and infrastructure is what drivers and commuters feel daily. With more Nigerians now converting to CNG following the subsidy removal, the next big test is supply. Stakeholders say the relevant authorities must speed up the deployment of more stations and conversion centers so that the CNG revolution delivers real relief to citizens. In Benin, Goodluck Enaini, NTA News.
And that report launches us into our discussion on Panorama. And of course, we are looking at the federal government CNG initiative. How well so far? I have here in the studio an energy market development expert, and he once served as Commissioner for Mining and Energy here in the state. I'm talking of Nahoro Ojefu. You're welcome to the studio, sir. Thank you so much for coming.
Happy Sunday.
Thank you. Yes, we are talking about the federal government's CNG initiative, which was launched in 2023 by President Tinubu.
Yeah.
Now, 3 years down the line, how well? What's your assessment?
Generally, I can say, maybe I start with a parable. If anything that will grow very fast, we'll start from the bottom to the top, all right? So the CNG initiative was very laudable, something that everybody commended. But the implementation process and the pattern and the methodology was not actually yielding any results the way we expect the initiative to drive. You know very well that the energy we have at the federal level by the initial PICNG project, which is President Initiative Project, was to see how we can domesticate it across every local government, okay? And that was not actually what we are seeing at the moment because controlling the implementation from the federal level, we naturally retard the growth process across the local government and the rural areas. It's a laudable initiative, but the implementation is not actually working very well the way we want it to be. But this is what we are expecting in the energy market. We want something that we likely may be initiated by the federal government, but let the state begin to domesticate it. Let the state government begin to buy into this initiative and run with it, all right? So running with it simply means that the state government will have to now release it to the local government level, where we can now train the existing artisan we have. We have a lot of mechanics all over the local government areas in Nigeria. We can find a way to put them, instead of training new people, let's have these people and train them more. At the moment, we have about 355, all right, centers, 355 centers across Nigeria, and we are seeing a lot of decline. Interest is going waxing cold because apart from the price coming up, the availability is not there. So, and despite the 287 billion that was invested in the infrastructure to see how we can expand to rural areas, it's not actually matching, all right? So we want the state government to buy into it, you know, consciously, and also bring in investors to come into this space, okay? Because for me, I just believe that, for example, let's use Edo State as a very clear state as a template for this project, because Edo State is a dash-out state. Edo State is sitting on large volume of gas. Apart from that, we have the best infrastructure in Nigeria, okay? And at the moment, you can see just a minimum of 5 conversion centers, and we are not seeing this happening at the central infrastructure. We have a lot of manifold centers. We have a lot of artisans that we can put into this structure to see how we can reduce it. Another thing again we are seeing is it's not actually reflecting on the transportation costs of Nigerians, because a lot of people convert into CNG and they still charge the same amount from the public. So I think the implementation is faulty, and we need to see how we can review that.
You're talking about implementation. Coming down to the state here, we've seen that the state government recently launched some CNG buses. And from what we gathered in the report we had earlier on, there's low supply, high demand. And you're talking about people keen into it, private car owners, and even bus drivers and all these people coming in this chain. Do you think that, how would you describe the scenario here in the state? What should the government be doing to really address this issue of high demand and low supply that we have, despite the efforts we've seen governments doing so? Is it much, or more still needs to be done?
Okay, currently, you know, it's NIPCO that is dominating the gas supply generally across Nigeria. So I want to see not just buying buses here. Definitely it will serve partially to reduce the cost, but it will be more better if we have this thing given to private sector to run. You understand it? It's better the private sector runs this. So I don't think we have any CNG station in Edo Central, for example. I don't think we have any CNG in Edo North at the moment. So I don't think we have any conversion center across other senatorial districts. That should be our major concern, to see how we can take it back to that area. So then if we are seeing the gap, is because the NIPCO is still dominating the supply space because of the contract they have with the federal government. So, and trying to, I remember 2-3 occasions we have meeting with NIPCO to see how we can, some private individuals can come in, buy from you, have it as their substations, all right, maybe a daughter station, where they buy from you, they now resell. So there was a little bit of restriction, and it was not actually coming through for us. So that's what I want to see, all right? I want to see how we can, state government need to put together some group of investors, or now show more interest and more zeal to see how we can expand this space, because it will create more jobs, definitely. At the moment now we have about 100,000 vehicles, according to the PCIG, that about 100,000 vehicles have been converted at the moment. But if we apply this grassroots method and we allow state government to also participate fully, the 100,000 is just a joke compared to what this will actually give to us. So the infrastructure gap is there, the supply gap is there. A lot of people will stay for queue for almost about 2 to 3 hours before you can get your CNG gas. Imagine you are doing transport. You spend 2 to 3 hours to get gas, then how do you want to make more money at the end of the day? So at the end of the day, you come back to the same thing we are saying. So not that there's regulation to see, okay, if you're using CNG gas, your price will go a little bit cheaper. Nobody's regulating, nobody cares if it reflects on the economy. Nobody actually wants to monitor the process, how this is impacting on the economy. So that should be one of the things they need to include into this implementation program, to see how it can affect the common man on the street. Initiative is okay, the project is ongoing, but is it actually making sense? Is it actually adding value to Nigerians? It's not adding any value, because the CNG car, for example, if you take a boat that uses CNG, it's the same cost. It's the same amount you are going to pay for the one that uses the PMS. So it's the same amount. So what is the purpose of the CNG? Except maybe you are using it as a private person, you just have to reduce your cost, which is actually a little bit okay. But making sense economically, it's not making any sense. Making sense financially, it's not actually making any sense for me. Making sense in terms of poverty alleviation, trying to reduce, it's not actually making any sense for me.
So things need to be done properly to close the gap they're talking about. 2 things
we need to do. First, let the state government take this up as a project, not to just buy vehicles and launch CNG vehicles. That will only take minimum 2% of...
That means centers should also be created.
So we need to create more centers across the Central District, across all the states in Nigeria, not just Edo State.
All right, you're looking at the centers. We also have this issue of risk, safety risk. Of course, we had an incident that a particular driver, it exploded. This CNG conversion.
That was not a CNG. That was not a CNG kit.
I want you to talk more.
Okay.
The risk
on safety
and everything.
On safety, the CNG is more safer than PMS and AGO. I can tell you for free. All right. Now that we even have more other renewable program that decarbonize apart from CNG, we have the hydrogen technology coming on board now. So hydrogen technology, CNG are actually the best. All right. So the incident that happened the last time was not NIPCO conversion. It was a local conversion using a local CNG. Because CNG, compressed natural gas, that means that it's a specific cylinder you must use to compress your natural gas, okay? So if you are using other cylinder, definitely you are going to have problem. So what happened the last time was not NIPCO, was not the conversion center, was actually a local fabricator somewhere in Onitsha that have to reduce costs, because at that time the cost of conversion was high and the state government was trying to see how they can reduce the cost of conversion at that moment. But a lot of people don't have that kind of 700,000, 800,000 to convert. They want to manufacture. You know, Nigerians, they want to create something and just make it work. That was what happened. It was not actually NIPCO. NIPCO conversion is tested, trusted, and they have been working very well across Nigeria. Other conversion centers are working very well. So safety, I can assure you, CNG is more safer. Naturally, it's more safer than PMS. Of course, we do hear like people talk about, yes, we may have good ideas, but implementing these ideas is one problem that many people complain. But let's look at the state government, the mix between the state government and investors and private owners and investment. How should it look like to expand this initiative of the federal government? Okay, let's start with Edo and Delta. These are the states very common to us. Edo State, as I said, have over close to 13 manifold centers, okay? When I mean manifold centers, we have access to where we can tap gas directly. Not just in the south. In the south, we have about 6 or 7 manifold centers. Then in the central, we have about 2 manifold centers. One is in Edo Central. The 2 of them are Edo Central, actually. Then we have one in Fuga, a manifold center. That means we are blessed. We have more advantage than every other state in Nigeria. In short, to just make it more comprehensive, Edo State today can test run 24 hours electricity without any shutdown, because we have the infrastructure for gas to power project, okay? Now, Delta State the same. Now, let's go to the CNG proper. So CNG, I need state government to see how they can run this project by intentionally designing a plan, all right? Drawing it from the federal government, the plan.
All right, we are pressed for time.
And put it forward to the other senatorial district, train more people, expand the infrastructure, access to gas.
Let me still take you off. You're trying to give more advice. So by way of wrapping up, let's ask you, what's your advice to commuters, government, and in this value chain, the CNG initiative? What's your advice way forward to ensure that...
okay, now, if we have PCIDI initiative at the federal level, let's also have an initiative at the state level, okay? That initiative will now create more room for investors to come in. No investors will come when there's no policy, there's no system, there's no infrastructure.
No policy, so, no system, no
infrastructure. So
all these things
the state government should put it here. They should take it very seriously.
Thank you so much, Edna for coming to the studio to share your thoughts on federal government's initiative. And of course, we know here in the Edo State, the state government is working to ensure that it spreads and the transport system is overall. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And yes, residents, traders, transport operators, motorists, and scout groups around the Ramat Park axis of Benin City have described Governor Okpewolu's wisdom in constructing the Ramat Park flyover bridge as not only timely, but also a landmark infrastructure intervention set to transform transportation and commercial activities within the state. This was their remark when they spoke with our correspondent, Good Luck Enaini.
With the construction work on the flyover nearing completion, it has become a place of attraction. Members of the Boy Scouts of Nigeria, Edo State, were the latest on the roll call. They say the project represents more than just physical infrastructure, as it symbolizes progress, urban renewal, and responsive governance tailored towards improving the daily experiences of residents and commuters.
We scout here, our children, we have been telling them about this great project. They did not believe. They said they want to see it. So let us move them out so that they can see what our good governor is doing. We will go home and tell our parents, tell people in our village what our governor is doing.
It's the first time for me to climb flyover like this, but I say thank you.
I also see it in movies and dramas. This is my first time. Thank you, Senator Monday Okpewolu.
Although construction activities create inconveniences for road users, these traders say the long-term economic and commercial benefits of the project would far outweigh the challenge.
Katakata for this place, it costs hungry everything for a year, not be saying by month. But now we don't see the place and it don't make sense like sectors. To let us, our governor, do this to you because 30 years come. This thing will benefit us.
It's going to reduce a lot of accident, traffic, and all.
Do well for our body, but now the hold up there with this now.
The project, being one of the signature infrastructure projects of the state government, is expected to, upon completion, significantly ease traffic congestion and improve vehicular movement along the ever-busy Iboba Hill Ramat Park corridor.
Thank you for this flyover.
In Benin, Good Luck Enaini, NTA News.
For the latest stories making headlines in the world of sport, let's join Suleiman Musa for Sports Update.
Following their impressive 3-0 victory over Jamaica's Reggae Boys to successfully retain the Unity Cup title, Nigeria Super Eagles have now shifted focus to their international friendly against Poland in Warsaw. Eric Chelle, speaking at the post-match press conference, expressed satisfaction with the team's progress and highlighted the improvements made since taking charge as the Super Eagles continue preparations for future international assignments.
Once again, if I have some time, I will give everything for this national team, but the football is the football. And every day I try to improve, like a man and like a coach. So.
Still on football, Nigeria's under-17 women's team, the Flamingos, will be aiming to seal qualification for the final round of the FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup qualifiers when they face Guinea in the second leg tie at the Remo Star Stadium in Ikene, Remo on Sunday. The Flamingos go into the encounter with a commanding 5-0 advantage from the first leg played in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. The emphatic victory showcased the team's attacking prowess, confidence and tactical discipline. Despite their comfortable lead, the coaching crew has maintained high-intensity training sessions since the team's return, determined to avoid complacency and finish the job in front of home supporters. Elsewhere, Arsenal's dream of winning a first-ever UEFA Champions League title ended in heartbreak after a penalty shootout defeat to defending champions Paris Saint-Germain in the final in Budapest. The Gunners made a perfect start when Kai Havertz fired them into the lead in the 6th minute. However, PSG responded strongly and found an equalizer through Ousmane Dembele, forcing the contest into penalty after the match ended 1-1. The French champions held their nerve in the shootout, winning 4-3 to successfully defend their title, while Arsenal's wait for European glory continues despite recently clinching the Premier League crown. For Sport Update, Suleiman Musa, NTA News.
And that's it on Panorama. Thank you so much for your time. Good afternoon.
Adventure. All of them are quite different and unique, especially when it comes to native foods and cultural delicacies. Their food mainly depends on the ingredients that are produced in that particular area.
Welcome to Eco Frontline on the Nigerian Television Authority, the program where we explore environmental realities, climate concerns, and sustainable solutions shaping our future. I am your host, Nolin Ebel-Ame. Now, across the world today, the conversation around climate change has become more urgent than ever. Rising temperatures, extreme weather events, flooding, drought, and environmental degradation are clear reminders that the planet is under pressure. At the heart of the solution, however, lies a powerful opportunity: clean energy. From solar and wind power to cleaner technologies and sustainable energy policies, nations are increasingly embracing renewable energy as a pathway to reducing carbon emissions, protecting the environment, and creating economic opportunities for millions of people. For a country like Nigeria, the transition to clean energy is not just an environmental necessity. It is also a development opportunity capable of improving energy access, boosting livelihoods, and securing a healthier future for generations to come. Today, we will be discussing the topic: clean energy and climate change, a sustainable solution. Stay tuned.
clean energy is any energy which we use that does not cause negative effects on the environment. And when we talk about environment, we are talking about the water, the air, and the land, and the humans and the animal species that live in those environments. So any energy that we use that has minimal negative effect on the environment is referred to as clean energy. So clean energy can also be renewable energy. So what do we mean by renewable energy? Renewable energy is an energy that can be able to replenish itself faster than it is being used. So any energy that as you are using it is able to replenish itself back so that you can use it over and over and over again. That is what is referred to as renewable energy. So it is possible for renewable energy to be clean energy, but not all clean energy are renewable energy. I will give an example of clean energy. Like the wind energy, if you harness energy from the wind, it is referred to as clean energy because it does not cause any pollution to the environment. If you harness energy from solar, it is also referred to as clean energy because solar energy does not pollute the environment. We also have energy from water, like small hydros or big hydro, like we have the Kainjin dams in Nigeria, the Shiroro Dam, and the many other dams that we have in Nigeria and around the world. They harness energy from water. This kind of energy is also very clean energy. Why is it important for us to have clean energy? For me to put this into proper perspective, it will be important to show the relationship between energy and climate change. Maybe before that time, what is even climate change? What do we mean by climate change? Climate change is when the weather pattern in an area become different from what it used to be. When you begin to experience too much of rainfall, beyond what you have known for many years, then we will say that you are experiencing climate change. It's not only rainfall, it could also be elevated temperatures. There are times they declare heat waves. I think like last year, they declare heat waves, that there are going to be heat waves in some part of Nigeria. The same thing, I think sometime this year also, there was a declaration that there's going to be heat wave in the country, that people should prepare, especially people in the North Central, should prepare for elevated temperatures. These are temperatures that are beyond what we used to know. So once you begin to experience weather situations that are different from what is known in a place for a long time, and this difference continue to exhibit itself over a period of time, we said that there is a climate change. So what is the cause of climate change? That is another thing that we need to understand. Scientists have proven, it's now beyond reasonable doubt, that one of the major causes of climate change in the world is due to global warming. And how does global warming happen? The major sources of energy that we use come from fossil fuel. Fossil fuel is like your kerosene, your petrol, your natural gas. These are called fossil fuel. They are called fossil fuel because they are formed from the decay of organic matter over millions of years ago. So they are formed from the fossils of animals that have lived and died many, many years ago. And that's where it derived the name as fossil fuel. So anytime you burn fossil fuel, it gives you the energy you need, but at the same time, it also releases a huge amount of carbon dioxide. These carbon dioxide molecules, they go up into the atmosphere and collect, forming like a kind of umbrella envelope, around the Earth. So any solar radiation that comes to the Earth, significant amount of it are usually reflected back into the atmosphere. But because of that umbrella blanket of CO2 that is forming above our Earth atmosphere, what is happening is that more and more of the heat that hits the Earth is reflected back into the atmosphere, but does not get into the outer atmosphere, but is trapped within the Earth environment. This has led to the temperature of the Earth to be increasing. So scientists have made research and they have found that there is a very strong correlation between the change in the average global temperature and the change in the average CO2 emission that is happening. So they have very strong correlation. So the more CO2 you emit into the environment, the more of it will go into the upper atmosphere and form a thicker blanket, retaining more and more of the heat that should have been reflected back into the atmosphere in the earth. And this is leading to global warming. So as a result of this global warming, it is causing a lot of climate disturbances. For example, there is the melting of the ice cap in the polar region. The polar region is a house to mountain of ice, and they have been there for many years. But scientists are monitoring that a significant amount of this earth is getting melted. And as a result of this melting, more and more we are seeing rise in ocean level. That is why communities in the coastal areas of Nigeria will be experiencing gradual, encroachment of the sea. A lot of the crises that are happening around us can be tied to this global warming leading to climate change. Because of that, it is very, very important that the energy we use, to execute processes, whether to power our houses or to power our plants, in industries, we have to look for cleaner energy that does not emit too much CO2 into the atmosphere. It is very, very important. And so what are the advantages of using cleaner energy? The advantages are many. One, we know that if the energy is clean, it means that there will be less carbon dioxide emission. And if there's less carbon dioxide emission, it means that it is not going to cause global warming. That is one. Secondly, we know that cleaner energy, will also improve the health and the well-being of the people. For example, we know we have about 22 million generators in Nigeria. And anytime the light goes up, most of these generators are run by fossil fuel. And they emit significant amount of CO2 emission. So using those generators, one, it pollutes the environment. I'm sure you have heard of people dying as a result of generator fumes. So that is a clear indication that the smoke that is coming out of those generators are highly poisonous. And if you stay within them for a long time, you become unhealthy and it can lead to death. Secondly, also, those generators causes noise. If you have lived in a face me and face me you kind of accommodation where your neighbor has, I pass my neighbor generator, you will definitely understand, this noise pollution is not a joke. It is a serious issue. So apart from pollution, the fact that it is poisonous gases, is emitting CO2, is also bringing about noise pollution. And not only that, it's also an economy on its own that is adding to the problem that we are having. So if we can get a better alternative, a cleaner energy that will replace that, that will go a long way to keep us healthy, that will go a long way to protect our environment, and that is go a long way to even provide job opportunities. Now, in the solar photovoltaic business, so many people have gained jobs. New jobs are coming, that goes along with that kind of new economy. So if you want to promote stability in energy supply in a country, then you have to go for cleaner energy that you can produce. For example, we have an abundant sunshine in Nigeria. We have the wind energy, especially in northern Nigeria. Then we have huge amount of ocean in the coastal area. All these are resources that can be harnessed, for cleaner energy. We also have large number of river network scattered all over the country. These rivers are not just good for fishing, they can also be used to generate cleaner electricity for our consumption. So the opportunity for Nigeria is huge. The capacity we have is very huge. All we need is committed leadership that takes this as a serious business. I think Nigeria is on the right track. There are a number of positive moves that have been made. You will see that there is a significant uptake in solar energy now. Everybody now want to have solar energy in their homes, unlike before, that is looked upon as a kind of elite thing, you know. But now, because the technology is becoming more effective, the battery are lasting longer. We are even seeing companies that are coming forward and giving us warranty for 2, 3, 4 years. Unlike before that you buy battery for 2, 3 months and it's gone. Now they are giving you guarantee for battery that will last 4, 5 years, and they are ready to replace it if anything happens to it. So this is a positive move. The government need to encourage this to continue so that significant amount of energy that we have will come from clean energy.
Very well spoken, Engineer Professor Abdul Hamid Anjuma Mambo, Dean, Faculty of Environmental Science and HOD Civil Engineering, Nile University of Nigeria, Abuja. Indeed, clean energy is a sustainable solution to climate change impact. If you just joined us, this is Eco Frontline on Africa's window to the world. At this point, we shall be connecting with Donald Ikenna, an environmental, climate and sustainable development expert who will be speaking further on clean energy and climate change, a sustainable solution. Mr. Ikenna, you are welcome to Eco Frontline.
Thank you for having me.
All right, now, climate change is no longer a distant threat, but a present-day reality. In simple terms, how can clean energy help Nigeria tackle the growing impacts of climate change?
Okay, thank you very much. So the impacts of climate change are numerous. One of them, for instance, is the issue of droughts. Another effect is the hot weather, the heat that comes with climate change, the droughts, its effects in terms of food security. Climate change comes with lots of pest issues, lots of diseases. It comes with droughts. So farmers also have these challenges as well. It affects food security. It affects access to water. It affects access to electricity. It affects our health. So renewable energy can change a lot of this across the different sectors. So for instance, renewable energy can power irrigation systems. So we know solar boreholes, solar irrigation systems. Through renewable energy, Nigeria can, and individuals and farmers and communities can get more access to water, especially in northern Nigeria where droughts is a big challenge. And in terms of wastage, we deal with a lot of waste, a lot of agricultural waste. If you go to markets, if you go to farms, you see lots of food waste that are wasted, even from restaurants. Through renewable energy, we can convert a lot of these food wastages into sustainable clean energies that we could use to power our homes, that we could use to power our industries, that we could use to power our hospitals, our schools, and even our markets. So the importance of renewable energy to addressing the climate change effects in Nigeria, it's enormous. It's very, very enormous.
Now, rural communities in Nigeria still struggle with limited access to electricity. How can clean energy solutions such as solar power improve livelihoods in underserved communities?
So in Nigeria currently, we have close to 80 million Nigerians that don't have access to electricity. For the most that have access to electricity, which is approximately about 60% of Nigerians, we're dealing with a lot of epileptic power supply that affects productivity. But these rural communities are the sources of our food. A lot of agricultural activities happen in those rural communities. But you see, at the same time, they don't have access to storage. So renewable energy can change a whole lot of that for them in terms of their livelihood, in terms of access to healthcare. A lot of the hospitals in those far areas don't have access to electricity. So their functionality is very, very poor. If we can get more solar for primary healthcare centers, hospitals in those far rural communities will have better healthcare services. In those far off rural communities where they do lots of agricultural processing, agricultural waste in Nigeria is huge. From the rural farms down to the urban city, we deal with lots of wastages. So if we have solar storage systems, biomass storage systems, solar dryers where they could dry their crops, improve the value chain, it increases their potential to make income. In terms of security as well, electricity brings light brings safety. So rural communities can get more access to electricity through renewable energy, because a lot of the renewable energies, like for instance, solar mini grid or solar rooftops, They don't need long grid connections. They can be deployed in very short period of time. So rural communities can take advantage of these renewable energy solutions. Local governments can invest in them. Village meetings, women groups, savings group, they can invest in them as well. So it's a big win-win, especially for rural communities, as it could improve the agricultural productivity in terms of agricultural processing, agricultural storage. These technologies exist. Rural communities can take up these technologies and businesses. It could improve schools. It could improve hospitals and healthcares in these areas as well. And where there's electricity, productive activities normally boom. We've done lots of studies. We've done lots of research. We have lots of case studies in Nigeria. The Rural Electrification Agency has been electrifying lots of villages and rural communities. And after those electrification, nightlife starts to happen. Business activity starts to happen. Jobs start to happen. But all of this comes with, full adoption of renewable energy. Renewable energy gets to those places where the grid would not get to, and it's really more reliable.
Mr. Ikenna, finally, what practical steps should Nigerians begin to take today to support a cleaner environment and a more climate resilient future?
Okay, as individual, from individual level, we need to shift and change our mindsets and our behaviors. We need to be more conservative in terms of how we use resources around us. We need to be bold. For you to transit, for you to shift from one energy source to the other, think about the economics, and discipline also matters a lot. There are lots of opportunities out there. You must leave your comfort zone to look for those opportunities. So switching to clean renewable energy technology, it's necessary for your pockets. So we ask people to start to switch. We have lots of companies out there. Renewable Energy Association is there. They could give all of this technical advice. At individual level, we need to look at this. As a group, all of those village meetings, farmers associations, market women associations, we need to start to make demand. We don't demand, we complain. But what's our demand? We need to demand for cleaner environments. We need to demand for investments in renewable energy. We need to ask for credit lines, credit systems, so that people can access a lot of these technologies. I know a lot of senators, at least I know a good number of senators that invest a lot of money in agricultural inputs. I know a lot of them that pay for electricity and buy transformers for their communities. We need them to start to switch to clean renewable energy solutions. We need them to switch to agroforestation, tree planting programs. We need them to train communities as well. Ministries, all of the ministries, when we're talking about climate change, every ministry have a role to play. The Ministry of Education, how do we infuse this in curriculums? In schools, in businesses, how do we infuse them? Development planners, how do you build a system, the urban planning, how do we design our urban structure and urban planning, the real estate, how do we develop them in such a way that they are in tune with nature? And these are not fancy words, they exist. We have green estates everywhere. So we need to look at how we address these issues. Our food system as well. If you don't keep your environment clean, if you're so profit-oriented, you don't mind cooking poison for people to eat. But how do we make sure that we start to grow organically? In your small corner, in your small houses, you can grow your food. You can grow some vegetables. You can talk to people about healthy living. You can stop people from throwing waste in the drainage systems. So the solutions are enormous. As governments, we have a long way to go. We've signed into a lot of treaties, but a lot of time, everybody just focuses on national level. Abuja, FCT. What are the states doing? A recent study I was doing, a lot of states don't have climate change policies. A lot of states don't have climate change acts. A lot of states are not even looking at tree planting. A lot of states are not looking at afforestation. And you have citizens in these states. You're not engaging your state's governor. You're not engaging your ministers. You're not engaging your local government chairman, your ward councillor. Your markets don't have access to electricity. What stops you from telling your ward chairman or your councillor and say, look, we need solar in these markets? So we need to engage. We're not engaging enough as a people, and the time is now. We need to start to place demand for better environments. If your environment is wrong, your health will be wrong. If you don't keep your environment clean, you would end up in the hospitals. If it's not you, it's your children. If it's not your children, it's your neighbor. If it's not your neighbor, it's your church member. If it's not your church member, it's your relative. So we need to start to take this really, really serious, and it's about long term. We cannot continue to think of, just now. I mean, look at these environments. I don't know the number of birds I've seen here. Some of our children would grow up, they don't know what fowl or pig or goat would look like. They can only see them in computers. But this is not how it should be. So we all need to come together, work together to ensure that we restore our biodiversity. We have lots of projects, lots of success stories where we've seen people have brought forest into deserts. We've seen it even in this Abuja, even in Nigeria. So let's continue to share those success stories. Let's continue to use platforms like this program to share those solutions and then see how we replicate. We must not just watch. We must not just hear. We must be bold enough to practice. And I think with this, we would win back our world and have a better future for our children. Thank you.
We appreciate you, Mr. Donald Ikenna, for sharing your valuable insights on the opportunities, challenges, and importance of embracing clean energy solutions in the face of growing climate concerns.
Thank you for having me.
To our viewers, the journey towards sustainability begins with conscious choices, stronger policies, innovation, and collective action. Every effort, no matter how small, contributes to protecting our environment for future generations. Remember, the fight against climate change is a shared responsibility, and clean energy offers one of the most sustainable pathways toward a safer and healthier future. From reducing carbon emissions to expanding energy access and creating economic opportunities, the transition to renewable energy is no longer just an environmental conversation. It is a development imperative for nations across the world, especially Nigeria. Thank you for watching Eco Frontline on the Nigerian Television Authority. I am Nolene Ebel-Ame. Join us again next time as we continue to explore environmental issues and sustainable solutions shaping our world. Bye for now.
The federal government of Nigeria warns vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
Butura people of Bokos local government area in Plateau State believed they migrated from the area of Gobir in present Sokoto State with some of their friends to their present settlement.
Butura is it's a traditional name, and it is traceable to call it a settlement. We are cowboys, we are horsemen. Historically, we migrated coming on our horses from Sokoto down to Fair in the plateau.
Our people are very proud and accomplished, not proud for nothing but for very good reasons. History has it that we came in a series of migratory waves. We did not just come all at once. There are two strands to it. The strand that says we came from present-day Sokoto State, and to be precise, Gobir is mentioned. And you can know that there's a place called Gobir in Sokoto State. And that there's another wave of migrations that came from the Borno area. And the thing that these two strands of migratory waves agree on is that when we came, we first came to Panshin, settled there for some time, in Fier and in Lankang, before we came to present-day Bokos at a place called Fai Arun. So when we say Run, we are saying Bokos. But to the non-Bokos Butura person, they don't know that Run means Bokos.
The quest for looking for a plain land for easy grazing and also maintaining the horses. We found ourselves here, which is a plain land, as you can see. The topography depicts why horsemen will want to be here. The rocks, also a very good place for security and what have you. So we now that was coined Butura.
Butura people are proud of their heritage, resilient in their tradition, and united in their identity. As such, they have a vibrant cultural celebration that unfolds every year. The Butura Cultural Festival, popularly known as Nahwai.
Nahwai Festival, the word Nahwai means victory. The word Nahwai could also mean achievement. Nahwai brings to memory what our ancestors did, and it's normally celebrated in February.
Nahwai in Butura, or Nahwai as it is when you are celebrating. That's the summary of it, or that's the short form of it. But you celebrate when there is a reason. And there are so many reasons when the Butura people usually